People use sayings very often. For example, such as the one that says that musicians never die. Thanks to the music that they wrote during their lives, their names will never be forgotten, but will forever remain in the memory of people. All these thoughts ran through the head of a guy who was dying, and who, with the last of his strength, could only hear his friends. He was no longer afraid of death, because he understood that thanks to music he had left his imprint on this story. But the two guys who stood near his body did not want to let him go. Of course, they cried and could not believe that their comrade was dying right in their arms. Everything happened so suddenly that it was even painful for the guy to think that his life had come to an end. He felt that his life would end in just a few seconds, and then he would no longer be able to complete the things he had so recently begun. Near his body was a manager who, through tears, tried to say that the fans were still waiting for his new song. There was also a friend here who had been around since the guy was still a newbie. It turns out that this guy was a famous musician named Kim Han-suk. He was grateful to both his manager and his friend who always supported him, but even in the last seconds of his life, they were still close. Music has always been his life, and therefore he did not regret anything. In general, he accomplished a lot in his life, and even conquered everyone's charts. He received recognition from both the public and experts. Kim Han-suk was one of the most iconic musicians in Korea. Kim was incredibly grateful to his manager for giving a chance to a man who was once at the very bottom. Despite the fact that this singer was only 27, he had already become a legend among singer-songwriters. Most likely, the famous music expert Jong Nemo will express his regrets, saying that the world has lost a big star and a true legend. The funeral hall will be full of people wishing to pay tribute to the deceased, and there will likely be many news channels there. Some time will pass, and all the news will talk about the anniversary of the death of the late Kim Han-suk, who released 3 albums during his life, and each of which became a hit. In honor of the anniversary of the death of the great musician, the foundation of the same name will release a new album. This new album will be a collection of unpublished songs, as well as a genre that would not have been published until now. All this will definitely happen, but a long time after consciousness and life leave the musician's body. For a second his consciousness disappeared somewhere, but in the next second it came back, and the musician realized that he felt his breath. It seemed to him that now he was not dead, but was simply sleeping on the table, drooling. This realization made him very scared, and so he woke up and shouted loudly that he wanted to write a lot more music. The impulse that was created after he realized this was so great that the musician's body threw the chair on which he was sitting. A moment later he fell to the ground and hit his tailbone very hard on the floor. The realization came that he was now in a different place than he was in the last seconds of his life. This made him panic very much and sweat immediately became visible on his face. Looking around, the guy saw some kind of video on the screen of his laptop, and a song emanating at the same time. It turns out that this video was a documentary in memory of Kim Han-suk. The realization that he was on the screen, but in slightly different clothes, made Han-suk incredibly scared. It took a lot of time to understand what was happening and generally calm my mind. He took a few steps to go into the bath and look in the mirror. Being here, it became even more incomprehensible to him, since in that mirror he saw a face familiar to him. The guy started screaming because he was trying to call his mom for help, because he was now so panicked that he didn't understand where he was and whose body he found himself in. But the realization that he had been an orphan from early childhood quickly calmed him down, since it was obvious that his mother would not come here. This feeling was simply beyond words, as it was as strange as it was frightening. Something had to be done, so the subconscious forced the guy to come closer to the chest of drawers, which was located near the bed. Having opened this chest of drawers, he saw several objects there, one of which was a photograph familiar to him. This photograph showed some people near him who were smiling. Then Kim realized that it looked like the photographs were of his parents, which was strange since he had no family. After rummaging a little more through his personal belongings, the guy realized that now it looked like his name was Kim Han-young. It also became clear that he was a first-year student at the Department of Korean Language and Literature at Chongqing University. This means that he has just entered there, and should begin his studies soon. Everything that was happening around seemed like a dream, but the image in the mirror was still the same as he remembers himself. The guy missed what he was looking for. What added to the strangeness was that just a few seconds ago he was also a legendary singer named Kim Han-suk. Although if you look at the title of the video that was on the laptop, you could understand that that musician died 30 years ago. For some reason, the fear left the guy's body, and he shouted at the top of his lungs that this was something simply incredible. This laughter continued a lot, since it seemed that now the guy realized what role he had and what awaited him. Namely, it became obvious that he actually died and returned to the body of a 20-year-old student. But it's also interesting that the memories of life as Kim Han-young were very vivid, and he remembered that there was a welcome party yesterday, and he drank a lot then. These memories were still fresh, so they were kept very close in the guy's mind. His brain seemed to refuse to remember the details of that day, and simply hinted that it had happened, and that's all. Suddenly a sound could be heard from the side, which became louder and louder every minute. It was an alarm clock that was set for 8:30 in the morning, and said that classical literature would begin soon. Now he had to deal with a new and harsh reality, namely that he was now a student, and he needed to deal with student affairs. The first task was that we needed to go to pairs in order to understand how this world works in general. It seems like the world has really changed a lot in those 30 years. Everyone the guy saw along the way had some kind of flat gadget in their hands, with which they could make calls and even listen to music. He also had a similar item, and it was amazing if only because Han-young automatically knew how to use it. This feeling gave him no rest, and he was immersed in a new gadget until someone came up to him and put his hand on his shoulder. It was the guy with glasses who immediately asked Han-young if he had a great time yesterday. At the moment, Kim found it very difficult to remember who he was and why he spoke to him as if they had known each other for a long time. But very quickly he gave instructions, saying that in front of him was Go Hee-bum, his friend who had been a friend since high school. He asked again how his friend spent his time yesterday, since just recently he behaved like a wild animal. The guy repeated this word several times in his head, and his brain again began to produce some memories. In these memories, he stood in some nightclub, and told the girls that he was a wild animal, then corrected himself by saying that he was wildly apologetic, and immediately told one of the girls that he liked Thai. But the girl didn't take it seriously, because she saw that this guy was incredibly drunk, and most likely was just fulfilling someone's wish. It was a very unpleasant memory, and it is obvious that the legendary and well-known musician Han-suk would never do such a thing. A friend who just sat down with Young said that in his face he sees that he remembers what happened yesterday. But Hee-bum also said that he shouldn't worry about it, since in fact many people have a similar situation. While he was explaining everything that was happening, a very beautiful girl suddenly walked into the audience. Her beauty instantly confused the main character, and he began to feel uneasy. His embarrassment could be seen even with the naked eye. Suddenly the girl began to pass by, and did not even pay attention to Young himself. A friend who was sitting next to the hero himself said that this girl is simply beautiful, and it seems that her name is Song Mina. She was truly a beauty in the eyes of ordinary people, but in reality, Han-suk had seen many beauties in the industry many years ago. But all this time, he could not fall in love with someone, because music filled his whole world. But now, when he looked at this girl, he felt a little awkward, and also felt awkward because he had been rejected just a day ago. This was not the most pleasant feeling, and also this feeling made the guy think about what he would do if he were not now in someone else's body. But still, the decision was quickly made not to lose heart, since it would have been even worse if he had not been able to confess. This was the first time he confessed his love, and they don't even really know each other. But still, the feeling of awkwardness was much stronger than all other feelings and beliefs, and this could be seen from the outside. Hee-bum undoubtedly noticed this too, and decided to ask his friend why he was so upset. In order to cheer him up, he suggested that he go to a meeting at the club in order to unwind a little and to make him feel better. The bell rang, and the two friends began to walk down the corridor, and Hee-bum explained that the girl to whom he confessed his love yesterday had checked out the acoustic guitar and told him to join the guitar club. A portion of the memory again crept into the guy's head, and he clearly remembered how he told the girl about some incomprehensible topic about codes and technology. And Song Mina, meanwhile, these two were holding back so as not to simply run away laughing. Shame was the main emotion that the guy felt now, and at the same time he was wondering whether it was worth going to that club. Despite the fact that his friend actively dissuaded him from this idea, Han Young realized that it was possible that this was his chance. His close friend did not know that he plays the guitar very well, and for this reason he dissuaded him from this stupid idea. But when the guy understood everything, a grin appeared on his face, because in just a few moments a plan was drawn up in his head. Until yesterday, he probably didn't really know how to play the guitar, but now everything was different, since he is actually a great musician, who 30 years ago was a real professional in this. Therefore, Han Young said that he knows how to play the guitar a little, and still wants to try himself in this club. He remembered the situation when the hero was in his room, and froze like a mummy when he saw a real acoustic guitar. He replied that a lot of time had passed since that moment, and he had learned a lot. The friend found it very difficult to believe that his friend was really going to join the guitar club. After picking up speed a bit, Kim Han Young told his close friend that this was it, and he really wanted to start making music. Perhaps this is the reason why he came back to life. The Ting Club awaited the young man. Their room was in the Chongqing University building on the first floor. A red-haired girl was already inside the room, who was very unhappy. She observed the members of the club who were not very fond of music. It was more like a dating club than a music club. For the latter, the atmosphere was suitable, but it prevented training. Participants could meet each other and attended classes regularly. And when they broke up, they both left the club. There were not many participants in the club anyway. The girl remembered the guy who left her last year. He was very handsome. Guan told the guy that now he had the feeling that he was flying in the sky and waving a stick, and it was clear from him that he felt much better, and he didn't have to worry too. She asked another member of the club, Mina, if another member studying with her in the group would really come today. Mina replied that she wasn't sure now because there was a very awkward moment yesterday. The girl asked what happened. Mina replied that nothing terrible happened, it's just that they both became hostages of this situation, and now the young man may not come. She added that he said he could play the guitar, but she was not at all sure. The girl understood that the young man could simply run up to Mina. She knew that the guitar was a very good opportunity to do this. The young man's goal is love. The girl concluded that their club would come to an end. He raised his head up, looked at the sky and told himself that he needed to try to do this, and an attempt would never be superfluous. He had never paid attention to that campus before. The university is simply huge. He was constantly moving forward, but he did not see the end of it. In a past life, he could not even dream of studying at a university. He was busy with something completely different, as he lived a poor life. Kang Jin told the teacher that if he breaks them, his actions will be different from other people's actions, and it will probably be wrong if he... The young man opened the door to the club and immediately said hello. The girls stopped their dialogue and turned their attention to the new member. Mina immediately felt uncomfortable and lowered herself. She replied to her friend that this is the same young man she was talking about. Hanam is also not uncomfortable. However, he did not come here to hook up with a girl at all, but simply to play the guitar. The red-haired girl asked the young man if he had arrived at the meeting of the musicians' club, informing him about the procedure for the implementation of the rules. The girl introduced herself as the president of the Cho and Seoul Club. She studied in the third year at the university at the Faculty of Management. Hanam also decided to introduce himself, and almost called Han Suk's name. He felt very uncomfortable at this moment, and was confused. The young man managed to get out of this situation, saying that he is a fan of Han Suk, and his name is Hyunin. Jo in Seoul was surprised. She called this musician quite old-fashioned, whom no one listens to anymore. Hanam did not like this attitude towards himself. However, deep in his soul, the musician restrained himself, because young people may not know him. He tried to smile pleasantly. Jo in Seoul could not understand why the young man pretended to know how to play the guitar. He also named one of the best guitarists as his idol. A hideous smile appeared on the girl's face. She wanted to check whether the young man was really telling the truth about his musical beliefs. She suggested that he conduct a small test and ask a few questions. First, the girl asked what kind of guitar Han Suk usually used. The guy raised one finger and said that his favorite musician first played a Korean guitar, but later changed it to a Martin. Jo in Seoul was simply shocked when the young man continued and added that the artist then used a custom Martin guitar he had acquired over time. Hanam said that from the third album, the musician began to use different guitars, and for live performances he used only Gibson. The young man simply could not stop and told his biography. He even mentioned that he liked to listen to American pop, that's why he had such a taste. At one point, Jo and Sol asked the boy to stop. She said she heard enough to get the full picture. The girls saw a certain potential in the boy in their group. After conducting a small test, she finally invited him to play the guitar. She immediately apologized to the newbie for the fact that the rules have changed a little and now to join the club you need at least basic skills. Taking the guitar in her hands, the leader of the club asked if she could play at all. Hanum replied that he was usually good with a stony expression on his face. And Min was a little surprised when the young man said that he didn't take his guitar today, so he asked to lend him one of the available ones. Jo and Sol was not against it at all and gave the guitar. However, it seemed very strange to her that the newcomer did not take his instrument to the meeting of the guitarists. It wasn't until he picked up the guitar that Han Suk was able to tell that it was Martin. It was quite an old instrument, but in very good condition. The leader of the club asked if there were any songs that the young man had rehearsed. Hanun replied that he would just play one of Kim Han Suk's songs. The girls immediately fell silent after this answer. Minnie sat motionless in her seat and waited for the young man to strike the strings. Hanan couldn't figure out what was wrong after hearing the silence. He told the girls that it only seems simple, but you have to try. Jo and Sol said that everything is absolutely normal, and the young man can play his favorite artist. She invited him to start. Hanan began to prepare by tuning his guitar. He conducted himself like a real professional, despite the fact that he came to the club for the first time. Finally, he started playing one of his favorite artist's songs. His fingers deftly began to walk the strings, changing the tonality. The girls were just shocked to hear the melody. They did not expect that a newcomer from the East could play something so powerful. When Kim Han Suk went on stage, he was thinking about absolutely nothing. His playing was simply preceded by the words he spun in his head. Powerful, but very melodious sound was a feature of the performer. He achieved it not thanks to speed, but thanks to the delicate manipulation of his fingers. People said that Kim Han Suk can show both spring and autumn at the same time. Now this melody was playing from the window where the guitar club was located. The students outside were pleasantly surprised to hear the melody. They couldn't figure out who put the music on, then turned their attention to the club window. Everyone present enjoyed listening to the music, even though they had never heard it before. They all started looking in the direction of the guitar club where the sound was coming from. Jo and Seol just stood in front of the young man with her mouth open. The guitar sounded so beautiful that surprise could not be hidden. And Min, she is no less surprised than the leader of the club. She couldn't believe that a novice who knew nothing could play so gracefully. He walked along the cemetery and thought that he doesn't do gymnastics on a moonlit night, but in that case he doesn't understand what he's doing here. His technique was very similar to Kim Han Suk. The girls called this sound even deeper than that of a famous performer. The head of the club was already ready to receive the young man. She said he has great skills so he can join the club. However, Hanum was not going to stop. He interrupted the girl with his word. There was something he really didn't like about the present moment. He looked down at his hand, which was shaking from playing the guitar. His fingers were paralyzed. Of course it was the wrong hand. Everything turned out to be a little worse than the young man expected. He will have to play for a while to get used to the new body and fingers. He remembered how Kang Jin said that there was nothing dangerous in this place, and there was no one to be afraid of. Hanum was also much more textured. The young man understood that if he could get used to this body, he would even surpass himself in his previous life. He asked permission from the club leader to practice a little more. The girl was absolutely not against it, and would happily listen to some more tunes. Han struck the strings and began to play another melody. It was a song from Kim Han Suk's second album. The students on the street liked this kind of music very much. They wanted to go to a guitar club to listen some more. They were also tied to themselves by the style of music. They felt that it was quite old, but very appealing to the ears. Students opened the door to the guitar club and began to watch a young man who plays the guitar very beautifully, and does not notice anyone. And Min wondered if this was the same young man in front of her eyes who was drunk yesterday and talked about his worthless skills. Jo and Sol was pleased with the new member. She did not even believe that her friend would invite such a talented member to the club. Mina concluded that they simply did not get along at the party, because the young man had very good skills, without playing a difficult song the first time. Kang Jin asked your teacher what they are not doing here now in this strange place. The teacher replied that he wanted to see how cattle were slaughtered correct. The leader of the club admitted that she would make Han En not only a member of the club, but also its leader and soloist immediately after joining. A lot of people were watching the young man, but he ignored them. He continued to play as if he had been doing it all his life. Suddenly, Han En stopped playing. Jo and Sol immediately wrote down what happened. The young man replied that everything is fine with him. The man took a hammer and a stake to kill the animals and came closer to the cow. At that moment the cow was crying and realized that her life was numbered. Jo and Sol couldn't believe that the young man had injured his fingers from playing. His hands were very gentle, just like a beginner's. The thoughts in her head did not agree. How can a person with such guitar playing skills have the hands of a beginner who has never touched a string? The leader of the guitar club watched the newbie with her mouth open for a while. It was hard for her to believe what she was seeing. Han En could barely move his fingers. And it hurt him a lot when he did it. How much he hurt himself on the strings. Holding his other hand, the young man looked at the club leader with a serious look and asked if he had passed the test. Jo and Sol smiled pleasantly and welcomed the young man to the club. She told him that there was no need to show off her skills anymore. Han En was not very happy about joining the club. He just asked to be taken care of now as he is a full member. Jo and Sol informed the newcomer that he must come tomorrow as she would introduce the other members of the club and invited him to ask questions. Hanam had a lot of questions for the club leader. However, he chose the stupidest thing and asked what songs are popular in the modern world. The young man returned to his home in the evening. Today turned out to be too busy, so it was necessary to rest. Hanam sat at the table in front of the laptop screen. He still has a lot of questions about the musical world in which he woke up. The young man was browsing the web and wanted to know what was popular right now. He opened the most popular video on YouTube, which received many views. Playback started on the screen and Han En listened carefully to what chords are currently being used by the majority, and how they sound. The sound was very clean and transparent, compared to the past. The words of the songs sounded somehow different, given the sound of the instruments. Despite everything, Han En found modern songs to be pretty cool. He liked what he just heard. Over the past 30 years, a lot of songs have been released. They could now be listened to in free access, just by clicking on the desired one. Not only sound recording technologies have improved, but also educational methods that could be used to learn without leaving home. Han En appreciated the number of talents that had grown many times over. Confirmation of this was even a video on MyTube, which gained millions of views. Lee Kong-jin said that achieving something on his own and doing something unimaginable on his own and feeling like he is God is the reason he did it. He remembered the words of the leader of the guitar club, who called Han Suk a rather unpopular singer who few people listen to now. Guan laughed without you on the cheek. He said that they just didn't remember about mosquitoes, and these insects had already arrived and had to catch one. This time he wanted to radically change everything. The young man wondered if he could challenge this cruel world one more time. The guy picked up the guitar and decided to try to compose something. He hit the strings a couple of times with a pick so as not to injure his fingers. Guan said that they need to hurry. I can't talk about it on the way. He said that every time he smells blood, he remembers the past and his mood spoils for the whole day. He decided he needed to change his guitar to achieve his goal. He picked up the phone and began to look at his new guitar. Seeing the prices of musical instruments, the young man was simply shocked. He did not have enough funds to purchase such an expensive item. He decided to check his account balance. There was almost nothing left, and the young man checked what he spent the last money on. Kang Jin said that thanks to his teacher, people are starting to appear in his life from whom he can no longer keep his distance and talk about it. Han En was just shocked at himself. He didn't understand why he would waste money on this painted bullshit, especially since it was given for a limited time. The young man's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a phone message. The boy immediately cast his eyes on the table to read it. Juan said that the whole main problem is the choice and whether he will enjoy the gifts he receives. When he becomes a ruler or not depends on. Han En had an idea and called a friend. Go Hee Bum was listening to music at that moment, and was asked if he had any money. The boy immediately understood why his friend was asking him this. He missed that this money would go to the guitar and help win the girl's heart. Hanam didn't want to listen to this nonsense, and told his friend to shut up. He added that he just wanted to know where he could make money. Go-Hee-Bum didn't know much about money, but he told his friend that he could make money working on the guitar. He added that such a method exists in their club and should be addressed to their leader. Hanam didn't think it would be easy. Go-Hee-Bum stayed waiting for his friend on the line, and invited him to the online game. However, there was no one on the other end of the line. Hanam went to the club leader, and asked her about the possibility of earning money. Jo-In-Sol was taking a shower at that moment. She confirmed that there really was a way to make money that would be beneficial to both of them. The girl looked very pleased, imagining this way. The young man could not understand at all why the girl was smiling. She asked the newcomer if he could drop by tomorrow afternoon. After hearing the positive response, Jo-In-Sol explained that there will be an event tomorrow to help them earn some money. Every year there was an event on the territory of the university, where they played the guitar. Students and graduates gathered here, so you could earn a lot of money. Hanam opposed this proposal. He didn't want the money he earned to go to the budget of the guitar club instead of to his pocket. The leader of the club promised that this offer would be beneficial for the young man. She added that she would never allow herself to offend him. When the sun appeared over the horizon and morning came, the rooster immediately crowed loudly and woke everyone up. Such an offer already seemed less profitable for Hanam. The girl emphasized that if the young man performs at the event, he will definitely earn money. For Hanam, it was a very good way to gain experience and earn some extra money, so he agreed. The leader of the club was also pleased. He thought that maybe next time he would need to take something from the Three Kingdoms. He thought that it would be nice for his student to learn such a fight. Jo-In-Sol, holding a sanitary cup in her hands, answered that she practically lives at work and asked why the young man was interested in this at all. Hanam asked why she is here alone all the time. The girl was reluctant to answer and said that Mina had only recently left. Hanam went home to sleep. He couldn't stop thinking about the guitar because he needed it to constantly improve his skills. The morning of the next day came very quickly for the young man. Today, a very busy day awaited him in the walls of his native university. The leader of the club of guitarists informed her colleagues that they would send a young man, whose skills she herself was convinced of, to today's event. He looked at the picture where a man holds a sword in his hands and takes steps. He said that the movements shown are not even related to each other. Hanam was also present in this room. He observed the emotions of the boys and realized that they seemed to trust the president of the club. Guan saw that his student had been practicing since the morning and decided to come closer to him, but suddenly he saw that the boy was holding a book in his hands that talked about. Mina decided to intervene in the dialogue and offer her vocals. She said she wouldn't be able to perform quite well considering the previous years. Hanam was not surprised that he was not trusted. He got up from his seat and offered to demonstrate his vocal skills to the guitar. He came for his past life through literally everything. He perfectly understood that there are always haters who are skeptical about music. Guan said that this is just an addition to the book, so nothing is clear there. He got angry and ordered his student to start training immediately. He wrapped his fingers with a band-aid because they had not yet healed. It was quite unpleasant, but the young man did not consider them an obstacle. He had experienced worse things before. Hanam tried to keep a smile on his face and hold back the pain in his fingers. He looked at the book again and thought that most likely he had actually been fooled and everything in this book was wrong. Han Suk wrote his first song on a cheap guitar while others were in university, and he simply didn't have the money. This song was called The Road Back. The song that the world heard for the first time from a famous musician was now coming from the mouth of Hanam. It was more like rap, but it only played into the hands of the young man with his voice. Mina listened to the young man's song with her mouth open. One of the young men who was a member of the club was simply shocked to hear such a thing with his own ears. He did not expect that everything would be so good. He liked this melody and stuck in his head. After listening to the young man's song to the end, the leader of the club took the floor and said that, in her opinion, there are no questions left for the newcomer. Hanam got his way and made the haters shut up. Club members had to hurry. There was a lot of work to do before the event. Han Suk never expected his debut in this life to happen so quickly. People began to gather on the central square of the university. It was still too early to start the event, as not everyone had time to prepare and continue to display and adjust their equipment. Hyun said that he doesn't understand why they put this book on the table because he doesn't know anything about using the ball and doesn't control it well. At that moment, emotions played inside her. She literally ordered the newcomer to perform better than those he now sees in front of him. Hanam did not understand what caused such emotions. The girl began to explain her position, but she was suddenly interrupted from behind. Turning her head back, In-sol saw in front of her the same blonde who had greeted her. He immediately recognized the newcomer in their group. The young man behaved quite loosely and was constantly laughing. In-sol, on the contrary, only condemned the words and constantly mentioned the arpeggio. Hanam didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, one of the club leaned towards him and informed him that the two did not get along. This was caused by the fact that last year the blonde separated from the club of guitarists and created his own club called Arpeggio, taking half of the people with him. Hanam had already heard enough about a young man named Hong So. He was interested in only one question: why he decided to leave the club of guitarists. The current member of the club explained that the two could never get along, so at some point their unproductive union broke up. The young men noticed that the interlocutors had finished their unpleasant dialogue. Then the blonde switched to another girl and started a conversation. It was Min who everyone liked. Hong Seo praised the girl for her previous performance. She felt uncomfortable. The blonde invited her to drop by their club sometime and play. He supposed that maybe they could become very good friends. The young men were not very pleased with the meeting opposite. They didn't want the blonde to get too close to Mina since she wasn't a match for him. Hanam looked at this young man and realized that although he leads a debaucherous lifestyle, for some reason girls always like such guys. Hanam once again asked his teammate if he understood correctly that the members of Arpeggio left them due to some problems. The guy confirmed. Hyun replied that despite the fact that they are all different, something like shame, envy, a feeling of inferiority is all. Hanam didn't want to hear the last story anymore. His thoughts were not in this place. He was constantly thinking about Yoon-so. Hanam asked the boy when they would be performing. The young man answered that usually the newcomers speak first, and then the seniors. Seo's face in front of him, Hanam assumed that he would be one of the last to act. It was quite a logical conclusion. In that case, Hanam had some plan. He asked his teammate if he could be the first in that case. The boy was very surprised that Hanam wanted to go first. He wanted to at least find out why he made this decision. They looked at their older brother and saw him eating food with wooden chopsticks. They smiled and watched him. The guy ran out of arguments and agreed with the newcomer. Meanwhile, the event was already starting and it was necessary to watch the others. Kang Jin thought that his friend was very stubborn because he stared at a piece of meat but nevertheless gave it to his sister, and he thought that people should feel moderation. They started playing their music, which Hanam listened intently. Youth seemed to him quite good, but there were many disadvantages. In-sol appeared behind the young man. She disturbed his peace and asked how he liked the music of their direct competitors. Hanam replied that he could not say that. It was quite difficult for him to evaluate someone else's playing on the instrument. This has always been a problem for him, but it was even more difficult to reveal their uniqueness. The young man tried to interact with the audience on stage, but he did it as brazenly as possible. After just one look at this musician, Hanam realized that he was only interested in girls and how to get their attention. The guy on stage pulled out the top notes quite well. However, in Hanam's opinion, it sounded hollow and only looked cool. Cho In-sol stayed to listen to the performance with the newbie of the club. She asked him why he couldn't say outright that it sucks. Hanam replied that this was not the case at all. He agreed with this, that it was not very good, but the point was not that the young man sings badly. It's just that he didn't give 100%. For Hanam himself, it would be quite embarrassing not to show all of himself on stage. Jo In-sol tried to maintain a dialogue with the newcomer. She asked the young man if he had ever heard of the fact that he and Arpeggio used to be one. The girl added that although this club is now called a guitar club, the best name for them would be a hunting club. Hanam perfectly understood the girl's emotions, but he did not share them very much. Suddenly, the leader of the club added that the president of the competitors is completely different. Hanam was just shocked to hear this. He did not understand how it was possible to hate competitors but respect their leader. It was at this moment that President Arpeggio took the stage. He greeted everyone present and said his name Lee Sang-hyuk. The girls looked at the young man with wide open mouths and whispered to each other. They took great pains in this appearance to please the young man. Cho and Sol said that the young man is really into girls, but he differs from others in that he has tremendous talent. Lee Sang-hyuk also interacted well with the audience. He settled more comfortably in the chair and began to prepare for the opening song. The young man closed his eyes and felt every note. He hit the strings melodiously, filling the space around with a very beautiful melody. Even Hanam understood that the club leader was telling the truth. He really made sure that this young man was quite talented. Kang Jin, as his friend accompanied him to the edge of the village, said that it was already very late and he needed to go home quickly. Hanam also appreciated the fact that the musician interacts with the audience and enjoys the stage, as if he were a real popular artist. Jo In-seol was a little worried. She asked the newcomer to the club if he would really be singing on stage for the first time today. Of course it wasn't like that at all. However, considering his second life, Hanam replied to the girl that it would be the first time in his life. Just in case, the girl warned the young man that he might fail, given the stunning performance of his predecessor. She added that today's performance of the newcomer is much more important than he himself imagines, especially for the club of guitarists. Hanam asked why. The girl replied that they needed to declare themselves in order to gather as many members as possible in their club. Hanam immediately understood what the club leader was getting at. He asked her directly if she was afraid that Arpeggio would be able to push Ting away. Jo In-seol had nothing to hide anymore. She admitted that she was afraid of this, especially after last year's conflict. The only hope for this year for the leader of the club of guitarists was Hanam. The girl told the young man that he now had a huge responsibility. Hyung thought that these bandits communicated like children whose parents forgot when they walked from the market towards home. The young man again cast his gaze on the stage and assessed the structure of the young man's body, which was also suitable for the stage. He could really become a star. Having finished the previous song, he was going to perform his favorite. The musician said that he greatly appreciates the work of Kim Han-suk. Hanam was just shocked when he heard that the young man was going to perform his song called Kamish on stage. They came closer to him and said that today he would be released until tomorrow evening. He should bring them money. After this song, Hanam realized that this young man was really different from most of the contestants who came to compete for the prize money. He was literally head and shoulders above all the participants who performed here. Hanam simply called him the king among lovers. Jo Sung-seol did have reasons to be worried, especially considering the fact that quite a lot of money was pouring into their coffers. However, Hanam was ready for such responsibility. He walked past his predecessor on stage without showing any emotion. Lee Sang-hyuk looked at his competitor with a smile on his face. He did not believe that this newbie could now play something normal. He stopped him literally at the last moment. The leader of Arpeggio asked the competitor to listen to his words before the performance. He said his club is looking forward to welcoming new members after the event. Hanam is very happy to listen to this advertisement, but the bandit just wanted to warn the boy that it was dark now and he could trip, so he asked him to be careful. In-seol began to worry even more. She tried to calm down at least the young man and begged him not to worry, but simply to speak. Hanam was not worried at all. His hands did not shake. He slowly took the microphone and introduced himself as a member of the acoustic guitar club. Kim Ha-noon of Ting. His name sounded quite attractive. The young man was very surprised to see a huge number of people in front of him. It was a beautiful morning that day, and it was the time when it was necessary to meditate and learn new knowledge and skills. He was always thinking about what song to sing. But after hearing the competitor's song, he immediately dispelled all doubts. Hanam said into the microphone that the young man in front of him sang his favorite song, so he now wants to repeat it, but in a slightly different way. Lee Sang-hyuk was simply shocked to hear such words. He did not expect such a strategy from the competitor, considering his status as a rookie. Hanam was underrated in this event. Despite this, the young man was absolutely not afraid of anything. On the contrary, it gave him some advantage. Father asked Kang Jin what he was doing? The guy answered him that he was learning the breathing technique of his teacher, which he showed him. His fingers hadn't fully recovered yet, so he decided to slow down the song a bit, which seemed like an even better option. Lee Sang-hyuk was simply shocked by the musician's skills. He listened with delight to his song, which played as if with new colors. In-sol calmed down after the newcomer started playing. She immediately understood that his kamish would be a head higher than the previous one. The father thought this meant that he was doing everything right. It turns out there really is something in this old man, and he asked his son if he had learned to let this energy out a sign. Everyone present was simply shocked. Hanam introduced them to a new kamish they had never heard of before. It was just incredible. He joined his two hands and concentrated. After a while, he showed that indeed in his hands there is this energy that he is ready to release. Lee Sang-hyuk was now not so sure of his victory. He was perfectly aware that his melody turned out to be worse than this one. He said that for now he cannot do everything, but if the wind blows from afar, his father was very interested in what else his son had learned. Making 10,000 people shut up is the level of a professional. The young man finished his song and struck the final chord on the strings. The father received news that his son could already cope with an experienced warrior, and he was now showing the technique that the teacher taught him. Kang Jin was already at a much higher level, and it was clear that the teacher's lessons were not going unnoticed. He was really well prepared. The audience always reacts late when they are under a strong impression. Literally in a few seconds, the audience burst into applause. Lee Sang-hyuk applauded along with everyone. He has already come to terms with the fact that there is someone better than him. Hanam remembered this guy. The young man smiled pleasantly, and once again mentioned his name in public. He enjoyed the applause while his competitor felt defeated. Kang Jin was a little surprised by his father's words, but he agreed with his opinion, and said that he will not neglect his studies but will study hard. Approaching the microphone again, the young man reminded the audience that musicians are here to collect donations for their clubs. After these words, Kang Jin's father left to stand in the same place. He was a little upset at his father's reaction, because he tried just for him. A colossal amount of money poured into their bag. It definitely exceeded the amount that fell into the treasury of the Arpeggio Club. Hanam's teammates couldn't believe they had such a talented friend. They asked him how he did it. Hanam looked towards the young men and replied that he was just practicing. He understood that they were now under the influence of emotions. Chung Yi-sung wanted to meet the newcomer because he was one himself. He asked the musician where he got the new arrangement for kamish. Hanam replied that he was just improvising. Chung Yi-sung was willing to bet that the young man could have invented this arrangement himself. Hanam appreciated the young man's very good hearing as he was able to recognize the new melody. He suggested that they might become friends in the future. In-sol approached the young man and praised him for his performance. She said that he rubbed his predecessor's nose very well on stage. When these people came closer, they began to threaten Kang Jin with a knife, but he was not afraid of them. He even thought it was funny. In-sol didn't even have time to answer the question, as Mina had already entered the stage. She introduced herself as a member of the Ting Club. The man took this bag and looked at what was in it. He realized that it was a lot, and he didn't even count on such luck that he would be so. Despite the previous performance, Min tried to calm down to show her best. She slowly adjusted the microphone on the stage. Han-eun didn't want the girl to feel uncomfortable after his performance. He decided to ask the club leader if she was playing well. In-sol immediately concluded that the young man was interested in Mina for a reason. She began to draw love lines in her head. Han-eun could not tolerate empty speculation. In-seol replied that the girl is really good at acting and was the best student until Han-eun appeared. The young man decided to go closer to make sure of the girl's skills. In-sol asked him where he was going. Han-eun replied that he would just come closer. In response, the leader of the club smiled mischievously, hinting at the feelings between them. Kang Jin listened to everything that this man said, but it was not clear to him what exactly he wanted and how his words should be understood. But these people were not joking, and they really captured this boy. They took him to the village where they themselves lived. The fact that Mina did not disappoint the audience was already a success. She used a special technique of playing the battle on the strings. This technique was definitely liked by Hanam, who watched her fingers with pleasure. He was very happy for her. This man thought that if these guys had a head on their shoulders they would not touch him, but he understood that his father could pay the ransom, and so he took. Chong Yi-song replied that he was not ready yet. He wanted to rehearse more, and only then try to go on stage. They brought him to one of these houses and said that he would sleep here. They put a bowl of corn on the table and said that this was his food. Han-en felt a little uncomfortable at this moment. He replied that not everyone in their department likes to talk about it either. He recalled that he also drunkenly tried to keep the conversation going by talking about guitars and thus win the girls' sympathy. He felt like a complete fool remembering this situation. The young man just wanted to erase these memories from his memory forever. Meanwhile, Min finished her tune and thanked the audience for their support. Her performance was also liked by the audience. The girl left the stage and met a young man on her way. Han-eun thought she disliked him because of that incident at the party. Despite this, the young man dared to praise the girl for her performance. He said that he really enjoyed listening to her. Min-ae thanked for the support and her opinion. She decided to celebrate the young man's response, which was even better. While Han-en wondered at the girl's last words, behind him one of the young men was already dying of impatience. He wanted to go on stage. He turned to the newcomers and asked them to support his speech. He behaved like a true alpha male, always on top. Kang Jin told them not to rush and asked them how long they had been starving like this. The children did not immediately understand what he was talking about. Han-en still couldn't forget Min-a's words. He remembered them and thought about the fact that the girl liked his performance, after all. Suddenly, the young man's thoughts were interrupted by Chong Yi-song. He informed the newcomer that they had to clean up here after the song. As soon as their club mate finished playing this song on stage, the Ting Club had to clear out. Each club cleaned up after its performance. Ting Cho and Seoul was the last to take the stage. She greeted those present and introduced herself as the leader of the club. The girl was not at all afraid to be on stage, considering her experience. She began to play a pleasant melody. Kang Jin told the kids not to cry and asked them where all the elders were. Why is it so quiet in the village, and he doesn't see? It was evening outside. The musical event is over and everyone did very well. In-seol praised everyone for their work. She was going to calculate exactly how much they earned. She turned her gaze to Han-en and said that he was probably most interested in that. And he added that if they had already firmly made a decision, then they should treat their hostage correctly and asked them what they finally decided. In-seol was simply shocked when she realized the final amount. For this event, their club managed to collect as much as 720,000 won. Club members were also shocked by this amount. They could not even imagine that they would earn such a large amount in one evening, and was the happiest because he could buy a new guitar. In-seol asked the young man if he had already decided on a model. He remembered the story about these robbers. He had already heard about them from his friend's sister Hen. It was she who told about these robbers then. Kang Jin thought that these blacks were the same robbers. Now he had to figure out what to do and what to do next. Still, 30 years have passed and guitar prices have risen. The young man asked the leader of the club if she had any joint savings. In-seol replied that they always had money with them for Black Day. But when they parted ways with Arpeggio, they took part of the budget. Han-eun remembered Lee Sang-hyuk. He was very angry with him, because now he will not have enough money for the guitar. He really didn't like the young man's behavior, which was aimed at attracting girls, and now he also took away his dream. In-seol began to think. She didn't want to offend her rookie who earned the most money and solve his problem. Han-eun watched the girl and her serious expression. He admitted that the president of the club still has a lot of responsibility. One of the teammates offered to spend the entire budget on a guitar this time, because their newbie was able to earn the most and rub Arpeggio's nose. He looked at all these poor people again, and he felt even more sorry for them, these children who had not eaten for 2 days. They were hiding behind their parents. The young man decided that sometimes it is necessary to take a step back for the sake of loved ones. He was going to convince that there is no need to buy a guitar now. Although he caught himself thinking, if everything works out for him now and he can put his plan into action, then this will be a big plus for him. It was one of the graduates. He immediately apologized for being late, explaining that they did not want to let him go from work today. In-seol replied that there is nothing wrong with that. She was grateful to the graduate for coming here every year. The man really liked coming to such events. He noticed the disgruntled faces of the contestants, and asked what had happened to them. Looking at the amount that the club members had raised, he let out a loud cry of surprise. He did not expect that they would collect such an amount. Seol informed her husband that the funds are quite large, but they are still not enough for the guitar that Hanun wants. The man approached the young man and noted his body structure. He called it just perfect for building a career as a guitarist. Han felt a little uncomfortable. The graduate also perfectly understood that the purchase of Martin or Dale would hit the club's budget very hard. The man decided to offer a solution to this problem. For the sake of the young man's future, he was ready to sell his guitar for 400,000. Seol did not agree with this because the guitar was more expensive. Hanun couldn't wait to find out what kind of guitar it was. The graduate explained that he does not have time to play anyway, because he is constantly at work, and the instrument just gathers dust. Hanun looked at the man's guitar on the phone. Its market price was 3.2 million won, and he was selling it for about 400,000 won. The young man simply could not believe his eyes. He did not understand how a man could part with such a treasure for such money. The graduate smiled pleasantly and explained that he was absolutely not sorry for the instrument, which he wanted to entrust to someone from the club. Seol couldn't help but agree to this offer. They agreed that the man would bring her to the club room himself tomorrow. Gwon said that his student was blinded by rage and even hit his own teacher. The guy asked the teacher for forgiveness, and this only meant one thing, that in these textbooks it was written what the gentleman himself could do. He decided to return to his painting. Several days passed after the graduate brought his guitar into the club room. Some members of the club did not understand what was wrong with her. Therefore, in his thoughts he was very worried about him, and he could only tell about this through his path, which was drawn in this picture. All the young man's doubts about the second-hand guitar were dispelled when he played it. It sounded even better than new. When he finished reading this book, he thought to himself that this is it. Even if it is really true, what is written in this book looks quite funny. He tried to repeat everything that was written in this book, but his legs were no longer so strong and his back was not straight as it should be. Hanan immediately announced that he would not play computer games. Bum replied that he is not here for that at all, but that he has important information. He walked along the corridor and tried to repeat everything that was written in this book. He inhaled and exhaled, imitating the correct breathing in battle. Bum showed a MeTube video featuring Hanun. It was the same performance during the event. The video has collected quite a lot of views. He held a wooden sword and waved it as it was written in this book. The only thing he could not understand was whether he was doing everything correctly to the. Looking at the view graph, Hanun agreed that there were indeed enough of them. 90,000 was already a lot. Friends began to admire this video. Hanun was the most popular among them, and even collected comments that moved him to tears. The only thing he realized for himself is that he is too old for such training, and after this training today his back seized. Slowly letting out air, the club leader asked the young man how he was feeling. Hanun asked what the girl meant, and Seol asked if he felt like a star now. Hanun didn't feel anything like that, but only felt embarrassed after this question. Kang Jin was at first happy that he had come up with a plan, then he thought a little about how he could now explain to these people what to do. That's why he asked them before he offered them a plan. He wanted to ask only one question: if you give the bandits money, will they just leave? Hanan clutched his head, not knowing what to say. He really wanted to just tell the truth about his past life. Kang Jin told them that if you think I mean the amount that you will give, then this is not so. He says what will they do if these bandits come and demand, and Seol would then be simply shocked and possibly faint. But this did not happen, so she expected an answer. With tears in his eyes, the young man replied that he was just rehearsing and working very hard, watching others play and learning from them. Bum said that he would never believe that his wire friend was able to go through all the books and videos, diligently studying them. Han replied that he could hit him again. The boy said that it is not desirable to treat his friends like that if he forgot. Han said that this is a very good way to get rid of boredom. But today Bum came here with some proposal. Hanun said that if this is some game bullshit again, he will definitely hit him. Instead, the young man asked if the musician would like to try himself on MeTube. Han was very surprised by such suggestions. He had never thought about it, so now he needed some time to think. He said that his friend plays the guitar and sings very well, and you can just take it on video and upload it to YouTube. Thus, the guy wanted to show his friend's music to everyone. Hanam's jaw literally dropped at the thought. This man ran very quickly and did everything as Kang Jin told him. All that was left was to come back with the answer. If you watch them for whole days without stopping, it would take 82 years. Have time to do the same, try to grow a whale from an anchovy. But Hanam appreciated the idea. She seemed quite promising to him, and he would not forgive himself if he did not try. The teacher didn't quite understand why his student would do this, but he decided to trust this man and go with him. That's why he told him to wait a little. He would now get ready and go out. They had to hurry because time was passing very quickly. Hanam agreed with his friends that it was a very good idea. His friend was very happy that the young man supported this proposal. Kang Jin, as always, did meditation every morning at dawn. Today was the same day as always for him. He was worried about the fact that creating a new YouTube channel would require some equipment, or even a recording room. He was not bothered by this at all. He said he wouldn't have suggested the idea if he didn't have a plan to implement it. He told his companion to pack some things and follow him. They left the university building and set out on the road. The boys entered the building, which looked like a cafe from the outside. Hanam was very surprised when he got inside as it was different here. Kang Jin thought to himself that in this case he no longer has time, and he needs to wait a little until the teacher comes. Kang Jin told this man to go. This farmer did not understand that he would now have to give these robbers money. They had no money at all. In this building, anyone could run their own channel. Hanam was very surprised that it was so popular nowadays. Almost immediately, the young men were met by a man. He recognized his old acquaintance, and asked why he had come to him again. He greeted his boss and smiled. Hanam didn't understand why the man was talking like they were already here. The man immediately went to the point of the conversation and told the young men that he no longer accepts Let's Players in his team. One of them stood and looked at where they could get such a large amount of money in such a short time. He was very suspicious. That's why this bandit thought that there was nothing here when he said that he would bring his guys, and something immediately appeared. There was something wrong here. If everything is so good in this village and they are ready to pay such a sum, then this bandit thought that he wanted to get everything alone. Hanam listened carefully to the explanation. The content itself was quite clear, so it was very difficult to hook the viewer. The man said that the game must be completed either perfectly or vice versa. Something average was not at all of interest to the average viewer. He gave as an example who was something average. Then the young man realized that his friend tried to restrain him, but he did not succeed. The man turned his back to the guests and said that he could not help them. No sooner had he done this than one of the boys asked him to wait. He didn't want to beat himself up for another try. He explained that this time he came to the man with a completely different proposal. The bandit thought that he was ready to survive from this village. If they paid once, then they could do it a second and a third time. At the table, he explained that his organization rents out space to streamers, and they then share the profits with them. All the people who gathered here said that this was unrealistic, and asked this Mr. Bandit not to postpone their. The man asked the young man which channel he wanted to host. Hanam confidently replied that his channel would be entirely music. The man called the music channel very similar to the game channel, because to break through, you need not just skills, but individuality. The people who stood in the square said that they did not have that kind of money. This time they ate, and received such an amount. This was exactly the moment when this bandit could have hit one of these farmers standing in the square. He did just that, swung his fist, and so this farmer fell to the ground and started moaning in pain. This was just the beginning. The bandit wanted to show his advantage over these people. Therefore, he said that life is generally inexpensive for these non-entities if they say so. That's why the stick cries for them, and began to wave the stick. Kang Jin was worried about his friend, and he was worried about the thought of whether he could beat his best friend in this exam. After hearing the answer from the newcomer, the head of this organization offered to undergo a test to check what he was capable of. Hanam did not understand what was being said at all. He asked how this could be done without creating a new channel. The man explained that he has a friend who runs his music channel here. He was just looking for a guest to start a shared stream. He invited a newbie to join this broadcast. Hanam didn't mind doing it if it helped him achieve his goal. The chief smiled pleasantly, and told his young man to wait here until his friend came into the room to begin the broadcast. He-bum was just shocked that the boss was able to agree with the newbie so quickly. He asked why everything was different with him. The man replied that he-bum just wants to play the same game, but changing roles, and no one will be interested. He added that dog shit is nowhere used as well as his worthless game. It seemed to Hanam that the boss had crossed the line, but at the same time, he inspired a lot of confidence. The young man asked the man what the streamer who will appear here now is. The boss is briefed that this young man now plays the guitar on his broadcasts, and he is also studying at the Central University. He described him as a tall and rather handsome man. At this moment, the same streamer crossed the threshold of the building, appearing in front of my eyes. The boss greeted his ward and called him here. Han-en was completely shocked when he saw his partner in front of him. It was Sun Haik. Han-en greeted the old acquaintance, and asked if he was still looking for a guest. The streamer wasn't thrilled either. Han-en looked at his colleague today with some caution. He will have to cooperate with the leader of the enemy Arpeggio. The leader asked if the boys knew each other. They answered that they study at the same university. The chief replied that they would quickly find a common language, but it was not so simple. The young men generally disliked each other after the last event where they competed against each other. The boss asked the ward if he agreed to protest the newcomer, who later wants to start his own channel on MyTube. Lee Sang-hyuk glanced at his old acquaintance. The boss added that the streamer should help the newcomer with the first broadcast. A wicked smile appeared on the musician's face. He asked if this boy's future really depended on him. The boss replied that in principle it can be called that. Han now didn't like the fact that his contract depended on a direct competitor. With a fake smile, Sang-hyuk made a promise to the boss that he would do his best to help the boy adapt to the stream. Han was not quite ready and continued to ponder. Meanwhile, his partner today wasn't going to wait a second. He started the broadcast and has already greeted the audience. He waved amiably to the camera and asked the audience how they were doing. Han felt like a complete fool in this situation. He was a little confused and ran his eyes over the screen, looking for a place to rest his eyes. He tried to figure out where to look at all and finally found the camera. After that, he noticed a huge number of comments. They were all completely different. Some viewers congratulated their favorite streamer, while others asked what kind of guy was next to him. Sun Hyuk politely asked his audience for permission to introduce today's guest. He was going to give the young man's full name. However, this was not destined to happen. Han decided not to let his direct competitor introduce him and grabbed the microphone from under his face. He shouted loudly into the microphone so that it was deafening, greeting the audience. Sang-hyuk is just shocked at this turn of events. The boss was no less shocked than he was. Han said hello to all parts of the world and said that he will be on this stream today. He gave his full name and asked to respect and love him. Hearing this greeting, even he-bum felt uncomfortable. Han how to behave on the broadcast, so he decided to act on the old memory. However, after reading the comments, he realized that it didn't work. Sun Haik decided to smooth things over a bit on the stream. He explained to the audience that this young man is on the air for the first time, so it is a little difficult for him. He put his hand on the guest's shoulder and called him his youngest. He said that a very interesting stream awaits them today. Looking directly into the young man's eyes, Sang-hyuk offered to immediately check how well he could cope with the responsibility of the broadcast. Hanam looked at his direct competitor and did not understand how he wanted to set him up, because it was not just like that. He was worried, but he did not doubt himself. He wasn't going to put up with this kind of abuse forever. Sang-hyuk announced the start of the first joint broadcast. In honor of this, he said that today's stream will be very unusual. Hanam was a little shocked when he heard what the young man had prepared. Sang-hyuk decided that they would test their oral copying today. The streamer explained the fairly simple rules. The viewer has to send a request with a donation for the song, after which they will play it. Sun Hyuk asked the newcomer if he understood everything. Han had no right to make a mistake and replied that he understood everything. He believed that copying by ear is not very difficult, but everything can be left from the song. The first donation with a request has arrived. Offered a song for 5,000 won, which the host of the stream did not like very much. He wanted some more. Several donations with proposed songs have already arrived. Hanum didn't understand what was going on, because Sang Hyuk doesn't choose either. He looked at the streamer, who was smiling at the camera and watching the chat, as if waiting for someone to suggest his favorite song. When Donut arrived at the request of a song of one of the variations of the canon, Sang Hyuk immediately fixed his gaze on her. His eyes lit up. He informed his audience that they would be performing this song. Hanum did not understand why such a famous song was chosen. Sun Hyuk suggested that the audience should listen to the original first to understand the difference, and then compare after the replay. The young man opened a page on MyTube and found one of the most popular songs of canon in an electric version. It has accumulated more than 3.5 million views. As soon as the streamer played this song, the chat started to explode. They really liked the electrifying version of this song. Winston's arrangement of this composition was an immortal masterpiece loved by everyone who touched a guitar. The actual move was written a long time ago. The arrangement under the keys gave this composition a much more melodious and faster sound. This song was based on a money chord. It began to be used a long time ago, but even now it has remained the most popular. Han-en knew all this very well. But he still couldn't understand why his partner for today had chosen such a popular song to repeat. In the chat, comments about the speed of movement of the musician's fingers literally poured out. Suddenly, a bright thought entered the young man's head. He looked at his competitor and realized that this is probably exactly what he wanted to achieve with this broadcast, choosing such a song. Last time at their competition, Han-en played his song from the past, which he decided to play slower because his fingers were damaged. Sun Haek opposite played a very fast melody. He had a completely different style of play, which was distinguished by its speed and expressiveness. That is why the streamer decided to choose this song. He took the guitar in his hands and praised the musician, who had just performed a composition on MyTube. He offered to start first and, without waiting for an answer from his partner, hit the strings. The song began to flow like a river. Han-en decided not to contradict his partner and began to listen to his notes. He was surprised at how accurately he reproduced it. After listening to just a couple of measures, Han-en immediately understood what was going on. He clenched his teeth and called the streamer a real coward and weakling. The chat at this moment was just crazy about the music. They could not believe that this composition could be played so accurately in one listen. Han-en realized that his rival had been rehearsing this song from the beginning. He studied it from beginning to end. He repeated every note, even copying mistakes from the original. The young man copied absolutely everything to the smallest detail in the melody. He prepared one song from the very beginning and was just waiting for the appropriate request. Sun Haek finished playing and could now rest. Han Eun-zi reacted to the words about the mistakes in the song from the competitor with a capsis. He knew it was all just acting for the camera. Sang Haek also pretended to be modest for more admiration from the audience. Of course, such a repetition would surprise anyone. Kananova had to pass a very difficult test. He asked the streamer if he could finally start now. Sang Hyuk said he could. In addition, he seemed to encourage his friend, advising him to calm down and not worry if he made a mistake. Han-eun felt from the last audition that the song was quite unpleasant for the first time. But he was not going to fail. He glanced at Sang Hyuk, who was just sitting opposite and watching, occasionally putting some fire in the fire to make the stream seem hot. But according to Han-en, the host of the stream still omitted several important points that will become decisive in their rivalry. Han-eun thought back to his past life when he was Han-suk. It was very different from the way ordinary teenagers lived. Sang Hyuk missed the fact that Han-suk lived a completely different life than Han-eun. Therefore, the advantage was on his side. The future legend grew up without parents and music was a colossal luxury for him. There was no chance to listen to the same melody twice. He lingered at the construction site and listened attentively to the radio with his favorite songs. Sometimes the young man did not care that he was shouted at loudly because of this. He had to immediately memorize everything he heard with his own ears. Even in the dining room, when everyone was eating, he memorized songs. When Han-suk came home after a hard day's work, he would rehearse the memorized tunes he had heard during the day and night. He could not afford to buy a cassette or a radio, so this was the only way to hear and learn his favorite song on the guitar. He stopped literally at every step to memorize the music. He had to put hundreds of melodies in his head, and all this happened with the help of only one ear. Hanam closed his eyes and began to play the melody, remembering the notes exactly. Sun Hyuk was just shocked when he heard the first chords. Together with him, the chat was also shocked, which did not expect such a turn of events. Hanam felt as confident as possible as he repeated the melody. He also added his own arrangement to give this song some spice. The chief stood behind the glass in the corridor and watched it. He was very pleased with the newcomer, whose songs literally caressed his ears. Sang Hyuk became very worried about his situation. His playing was very different, and just exactly copied the original, and songs could not go unnoticed. After listening to it once, I wanted to do it again and again. He was the true musical genius he was in his past life. His songs were engraved in the memory of many, but will be born again. Hanam ended the melody by hitting the last chords. Now he could let go of the strings and rest after such a nervous situation. He immediately apologized to the audience for his excitement, and for not being able to play perfectly, making a few minor mistakes. But despite all this, he still managed to rub Sang Hek's nose, who was watching the young man next to him with envy. The chat literally went crazy after the young man finished the songs. They started calling him a fraud because he turns out to be a real genius. Hanam asked the streamer how his first replay was. Sang Hyuk replied that everything was at a very high level. Hanam wasn't going to stop there. He decided to reprimand his competitor for his attempt to cheat, and offered to play one more song. Sang Hyuk felt very uncomfortable in this situation. He began to worry when the chat chose a song that he had never even played on repeat. Hanam also didn't know this song at all, but he didn't care. He suggested, as last time, that an experienced streamer should start first. Sang Hyuk was not happy about this proposal. He was very worried about disappointing his audience after such a start. Hanam began to carefully observe his competitor's game. The people in the chat immediately noticed that Sang Hyuk was very worried. The streamer finished the song. Hanam praised him for his performance, and added that he still had many years to learn to be such a master. He winked at his partner, and said that now was the time to give him a try. He was not worried at all, because he understood that there was nowhere worse. When the newcomer played the song, the chat room started saying that it sounded like Kim Han-suk was playing it. Mark was very surprised that his style was recognized even here. Then, Hanam suggested that the streamer play another song by the chat's favorite artist. Sun Hyuk was very upset. Hanam also mentioned that he needs to promote his blog and informed viewers that he will be streaming on his channel very soon as well. Bum was literally over the moon with happiness that his friend had succeeded. He even thought of promoting his brand. He informed the audience that he will be showing his own songs on his streams, and announced that from now on a new star, Kim Han-eun, will be born. The boys were forced to end the stream after the last song. Sun Hyuk said goodbye to the audience, and immediately turned off the broadcast. He felt as lousy as possible after this stream. He was humiliated by some newcomer who was not even in his territory. Hanam thanked the streamer for this experience. He noted that if it weren't for his jokes, the broadcast would probably be quite boring. Hanam did everything so that Sang Hyuk wouldn't dare to joke with him anymore. Bum was literally going crazy for his friend. He came up to him and looked at him with admiring eyes, saying that he believed that one day he would be able to hit the jackpot. He began offering his services as a channel editor and manager, as he realized that his fame was just around the corner. The chief was pleased with the young man's skills. He said he was going to take him in and give him the place he wanted. Bum replied that he is now his manager, so all matters are discussed with him. Hanam was watching the broadcast for the first time and wondered what kind of effect it might have after some time passed after it. On YouTube about a newcomer who is driving the audience crazy. It was about Hanam. He was called the new genius artist who would lead the musical world to prosperity. His guitar a magical instrument. People began to create many videos on YouTube with the participation of the young man. He was added to various selections with the most famous streamers. All the audience agreed that the music of this young guy captivates, literally from the first second. His street performance gathered many views. It was evaluated by many people in a positive way, despite the not very good sound quality. His confident repetitions on the joint stream with Sun Hyuk shocked the audience. They did not understand where the young man had such a level. Videos with Hanam's participation began to collect tens of thousands of views. They even took the top spot in the trends among musical compositions. The young man began to be recognized on the streets, although not immediately. He became a local celebrity, despite the small number of performed compositions. People began to recognize him on the streets when they saw him with a guitar. They wanted to take a picture with him and asked when he would start his own channel. Hanam definitely liked it. He was high on his recognition and he absolutely agreed that it was time to start his own channel. However, everything was not so simple for the young man. First of all, he was a student and had to attend couples so that he would not be expelled. He wanted to launch his channel as soon as possible, but now there was no time. He had to prepare for a very important exam. Students sat at one table and prepared together. They didn't know what to do if they didn't know anything. Hanam tried to encourage his friend not to give up. He asked him for a textbook to look up some information. He-bum, meanwhile, was just lying on top of the book. He didn't know what would help him pass this fake exam. Hanam pulled his cheek and brought him back to his senses. He-bum replied that he didn't need this training, he wanted to be an editor. Ting entered the room. Ing-sol said that this is not a classroom at all. He-bum immediately apologized to the girl. He explained their decision by the fact that there is simply no free space in the library. Suddenly, one of the young men suggested the head of the club to sign up with them on MeTube, as she already had her own channel before that. He-bum even promised to pay the girl for her participation in the new channel. Hanam did not touch these financial matters at all. From the very beginning, they agreed with He-bum to share the profits 70-30. After that, He-bum studied and started producing. One of the club members suggested He-bum join them since he goes here every day anyway. But he had to refuse. Club members did not want to leave the young man just like that. Despite his inability to play the guitar, they insisted on teaching him now. Hanam watched this mini conflict with a smile on his face. He really liked the atmosphere around him, despite its absurdity. Student life was simply gorgeous. Students could study or simply do nothing. The main thing is that all of them were burning with some idea. Suddenly, the young man remembered one very important detail. He informed his friends that he had not seen Mina for a long time. The guys opposite informed their friend that the girl comes here every day. She was here after lunch just yesterday. Hanam couldn't believe that Mina was trying to avoid him. She would go to the club when he wasn't there. Suddenly, In-sol looked towards the front door and said that Mina had finally arrived. Hanam acted a little embarrassed. The girl entered the room and greeted everyone present. She came exactly at the time of day when Hanam was not there. But today, she miscalculated. She was very surprised when she saw in front of her a young man whom she had tried to avoid before. Hanam was here by chance. They were not allowed in the library class, so they were forced to conduct university classes in the guitar club. Mina immediately went to the vending machine with drinks and ordered 1 can of cola. She slowly rolled towards the glass. The girl took the drink and handed it to the young man. She behaved very politely and said that she would treat him today. Hanam took this jar and wanted to talk to the girl. But he didn't even know how to start, because he felt some kind of stone on his soul. Mina decided to take matters into her own hands. After standing in silence for a few seconds, she said that she wanted to apologize to the young man. Hanam was simply shocked by this turn of events. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and now he definitely didn't understand what was happening at all. He asked what the girl was apologizing for. Min explained that she misunderstood the young man before, so now she wants to apologize. Hanam felt like a complete fool in this situation. He did not understand what kind of situation the girl was talking about, and asked what she meant. She explained that she thought the young man was an absolute fool. I don't even know the chords yet, but everything turned out to be completely different, and he is a genius. Hanam really didn't know how to play the guitar before that. It was all the work of Han Suk, who inhabited the body of the young man with his skills. Hanam knew absolutely nothing about music before that. All this time Mina was berating herself for being wrong. That is why the young man decided to calm her down. He told the girl not to worry about this. Mina was just shocked. He asked if it was really because of this incident that she tried to avoid him. The girl tried to justify herself, but on the contrary, she got burned. Hanun suggested a path they could take if the girl already wanted to make up for her mistake. Mina began to listen carefully. Hanun asked the girl for the notes he needed to prepare for the exam. He was ready to beg for it on his knees. Of course, Mina agreed to give a summary for the first midterm exam. Hanun was infinitely grateful to the girl for her help. She was simply shocked at how satisfied the young men were. But everything was not so easy, because they will have to learn a lot now. Although Hanun enjoyed his new life immensely, he was sure that he had no interest in studying. The day of the exam has come. Students came to the university. Some of them prepared perfectly, and some never managed to learn anything. Despite this, excellent students left the university with a bad mood that they did not write something. And the duo, on the contrary, is quite good. Hanun encouraged his friends not to cry. He said that no one has messed anything up and everything will be fine in their lives. He added that even if they fail this exam, it is not their fault at all, but the professor who did not provide them with the appropriate knowledge. In any case, all students completed the exam. Now they could go about their business outside where the weather was great. You could forget about couples at the university for a while. Hanun was sitting in nature with his guitar and relaxing after studying. The wind slowly touched his skin, and there were happy people around. It was these emotions that made him write a wonderful song in his past life. He wrote this song when he was still Kim Han-suk, but he was never able to sing it. But now, her time has come. The young man began to sing his song about the wind and love. Passers-by immediately paid attention to the amazing voice that sounded from everywhere. This song just didn't suit Han-suk's voice, but in Hanun's body it sounded just perfect, fitting him the best. People had smiles on their faces from the words of the song. Their ears were feasting on the melody that had flowed into this world for the first time. He-bum took out his camera phone and started filming the young man. They decided to run the stream just in nature to give it atmosphere. The broadcast started, and it already had 720 viewers. Hanun showed off his talent to the public, not shying away from a single glance in his direction. He-bum was immensely pleased with his friend and gave him a thumbs up all the time. The picture on the screen was simply excellent. Passers-by continued to stop and take out their phones to film the young man, who has an incredible talent. Hanun was going to show the world all the songs he didn't have time to release as Han-suk. I wanted to show my new world. Hanun continued to sing to the camera as if he had been doing it all his life. He was absolutely not bothered by the number of spectators. Those present recognized a local star named Kim Hanun. They already knew him from the young man's previous street performance. He-bum watched his friend and smiled. He recalled how he tried to explain to a close friend about the essence of their content. Hanun, sipping a cola, couldn't understand what his friend meant when he talked about the longevity of their content in the masses. He-bum replied that he watched the young man literally for hours and realized that this is his strong point. He could play alone for a long time. There was nothing special about Hanun's playing, but for some reason I wanted to listen to it more. The young man did not understand whether he was being praised or, on the contrary, scolded. He-bum was able to see this talent in his friend. He bet that this skill will be able to unite people. After finishing his performance, the musician bowed low to his fans and thanked them for listening to him. Hanun reflected on the fact that he had almost started a career in the same way in another life. But then there was no internet and means of communication. He performed on the street with only a guitar. He didn't care if only one person was listening. He could sit like that for hours. Fortunately, I did not have to do this throughout my life. On one of the streets, he was noticed by manager Kim, who approached him. Thanks to this man, Han-suk was able to debut as a singer and get out of the financial hole, where the money was not enough to live on. Hanun also did not forget to say goodbye to online viewers. He said that this was the end of their broadcast, but promised to return soon. Immediately after the young man waved his hand at the camera, his manager turned off the camera. The stream was quite successful to begin with. Hanun asked his friend how the recording went. He-bum replied that he was fine and told his friend to hurry to the studio by 5 o'clock. The future star needed to shoot an intro. Hanun did not understand what this word was and asked his friend what they were going to film. At 5 o'clock, Hanun came to the studio and started waving his arms at the camera. He was recording his signature greeting for the channel. He-bum always sat next to him and tried to spin ideas. It seemed to him that he could be replaced by the author-performer and asked to re-record. Hanam had already used up too many attempts. He didn't want to re-record anymore because he was already tired of being here. He-bum explained that for MITUB an intro is a vital tool to grow a channel and keep people subscribing. Hanam was impressed with his assistant as he was trying very hard, unlike when he had to prepare for the state exam. He-bum wiped his glasses and asked his friend why he was looking at him like that. Hanam simply thanked his friend for being so cool. The friends spent several sleepless nights recording several videos. It was very tedious work that took a lot of time, and finally, the first fish in the ocean called Kim Ha-noon was grown. The first video clip was uploaded to the artist's channel. Viewers were extremely happy that the talented musician finally created his own channel and even came up with an official greeting. Ha-noon was just as pleased with his fans. He finally found time to do music with his head. The young man was very talented at practicing the guitar. The audience could not understand whether he is really an amateur, because he plays as if he were a professional. In just a few minutes, the video already received 120 likes. People immediately noticed that the young man worked very hard on his music. Subscribers on the channel grew very quickly. People sent this video to all their friends so they could appreciate the musician's skills. A week has already passed since the first track was uploaded to MITUB. Friends gathered in the recording studio to review the result. When they opened their laptop, they were simply shocked. Their faces were not satisfied, but rather saddened by the result. There were already more than 2,000 subscribers, but at some point they stopped growing. Yesterday their number was absolutely identical. He-bum suggested that this could be related to the platform's algorithms. Hanam had no idea what his friend was talking about. He-bum explained that there is a recommendation algorithm on MITUB, and it seems that the platform was able to believe that their channel would become a giant. The boss intervened in the conversation. He added that the platform does not disclose its algorithms, but some users have managed to follow them. MITUB always gives a chance to newcomers to break through. But he added that when the number of subscribers exceeds 500, then everything changes. It is from this moment that the platform sees the potential for growth and shows videos to a large number of users. It was like some kind of approval, but there was one pitfall in this algorithm. The man explained that going from 2,000 to 10,000 would be very, very difficult, and that's why people create something like a big common room to break through that line and become popular. Hanam went to the Ting Club room and spent his time there. He was constantly thinking about the channel, twisting the handle in his hand. He thought about how to create a large common room. Now this was the main question that was supposed to decide his future fate. The head of the club informed the members that next month they have a friendly meeting with the guitar club of Reconnecting University. It was called Tremolo. The university had a faculty of applied music, so the level of participants in the club was quite high. They were going to perform on their territory. The venue for the performance was a large hall called UGT Hall. Hanam wondered why the hall had that name. Those present were very surprised that he does not know this and is a fan of Han Suk. In Seoul said that when it comes to Gukton, everyone immediately understands that this place is connected with Kim Han Suk's eternal rival. Hanam thought about who could have been his rival in his past life. The girl explained to him that it was Lim Tae-jin. After the young man heard this man's name, he remembered that there was indeed such a person in his life, but it was not exactly a rivalry. Every time this Lim Tae-jin met with Han Suk, something akin to the spirit of rivalry was awakened in him. This man was now in his 50s. Hanam was very surprised when he heard that Gukton had a lot of money to build this famous hall. Teammates explained to the boy that the company is among the top 3 in the entertainment industry. They were surprised that the young man had never heard of it before. They considered the guy very strange, as if he came from another century and only knows how to play the guitar and click on the phone. Hanam found his old rival on the internet and appreciated his achievements. Lim Tae-jin has really reached great heights. Hanam remembered that they had a lot in common in their past lives, especially before Kim Han Suk met his sudden death. The young man read that this man even participated in the creation of an album in his honor. He always thought he hated him. He felt a little uncomfortable in this situation because he did not understand anything. That's why I wanted to listen to the song that Lim Tae-jin wrote for him. One of the club members was quite skeptical about the previous event. He hoped that things would not be so poor this year. Hanam asked what it all meant. A teammate explained to him that in fact, in a few years, they had fallen far behind Tremolo. Sol said that this is all due to the lack of a music department at their university. Instead, competitors received a lot of support. The girl also said that last year many participants left them, so she thought that they would literally eat her on stage. Hanam learned enough about the Tremolo Music Club. But he did not understand why his teammates were so concerned about the outcome of this event. He believed that there is nothing shameful in losing to a stronger opponent, because it always stimulates progress and development in music. Mina was sitting next to him, who completely agreed with the young man. She was also a rookie, so she didn't understand her older teammates. Sol said that this is why their club ting exists. She also liked the mood of the young man, and this year she was not going to give up. The leader of the club made a big bet on the newcomers who joined them. They were their trump card in this difficult rivalry. One of the club members suggested that the club members better prepare for this event, since they still have enough time, even a whole month. Hanam suddenly decided to leave the guitar club room. He slung his backpack over his shoulders and announced that he had to go. His friends were very surprised that the young man was leaving them, because he usually stayed in this room to play and rehearse until late. But today, Hanam decided to make an exception. He had one unresolved issue that needed to be resolved before the event began. He was well aware that the big stage was ready to receive him, but his current body had one flaw that prevented him from feeling confident on stage. He was considered a fatal flaw that underestimated him. He lost in this component not only to competitors, but also to his own teammates. The young man came to a vocal school called Jam. He asked to sign up for vocal lessons to improve his skills before the event. He wanted to hold classes here for exactly 1 month to practice. The man who hosted the young man was a little shocked that the boy wanted adult classes. As far as the young man knew, this was the best place to learn vocals. He wanted to study only here to master singing as quickly as possible. Kim Ha-noon came to vocal class. He wanted to study at this school because he knew it well. The director of Jam Academy of Vocals was a man named Jang Eun-min. He devoted 10 years to singing, but it didn't work out. At some point, he realized that he had no talent for vocals. He was very angry with himself and shouted at the whole room. Whatever the man did, vocal connection stood between him and talent, which cannot be realized without the first factor. He was on the edge and was ready to give up. But everything suddenly turned in the other direction, and he was extended a helping hand. Seth Robert was the founder of the SR vocal method. He was a master who trained the best opera singers in his country and abroad. Jang Eun-min went to study abroad and came to this master. Literally 6 months later, significant changes took place in his vocals. His voice had improved significantly, for which he was grateful to the master. Seth Robert always said that every person can make the sound they want. After fruitful training, the master advised his student to go to his homeland and continue his work there, helping the same people. Jang Eun-min listened to his master and returned to Korea, opening a vocal academy. He began to help such people as he was before, but it was not easy for him either. He missed a very important factor: a dream alone is not enough to manage a business. The master decided to listen to the young man who came to him. It is not so easy to learn vocals in a month, but despite this there are many places for it. Unlike other places, Gem Academy was different from them in that Jang Eun-min accepted students by personally auditioning them. Other academies were very well advertised, showing their before and afters, which cost literally pennies. It was the easiest option to lure students. Instead of advertising, this man simply took a couple of pictures with Seth and lowered the tuition price. But the students were hard to lure because they didn't know who Seth was. A lot of students were lost because of this. Hanam finished singing and demonstrating his voice. Master offered him one more training. Jang Eun-min sat down at the piano and told his would-be student to continue singing, but already under the keys, making a bam. Hanam immediately tried to understand. The teacher confirmed that the young man is doing everything exactly as it should be in this training. He decided to help his student in vocals and demonstrate as needed. His voice was incredibly clear and high. Hanam's jaw nearly dropped in surprise. He had never heard such a soprano in his life, which was as pure as a tear. Jang Eun-min explained that it is called mixed vocals, when you get half air and half sound in your lungs. The master added that with this technique, a person should feel the work of his muscles in the throat, which is similar to a small return inside. Jang Eun-min told the young man that their training would take less than an hour. Hanam was a little surprised at this turn of events. The master said to sing once more. The loud sounds of keys and the singer's voice, which was still far from ideal, echoed in the room. At one point, Jang Eun-min stopped his student and asked him to wait. He had some important question for him. He asked the young man if he had studied vocals somewhere before, because it does not seem that he does not understand anything at all about the tone of the throat muscles. Hanam smiled pleasantly, and replied that this is really his first time, and he does not understand anything, but only feels the need. The master looked at the novice with frightened eyes. Drops of sweat began to fall from his face. He finally found his golden pupil. It was a way to save their academy. Jang Eun-min suggested that the young man rest a little and talk about something important to both of them. The director of the academy, Jem, invited the newcomer to his office and offered him to be part of his model for promoting the academy. Of course, it will not work easily. The man promised the young man an exemption from tuition fees for about a year and personal training from him, and in return, the young man had to attend their school constantly. Hanam was simply shocked by such offers and asked why he was chosen. The master looked at the young man sharply and replied that it was his own vision. He saw incredible potential for growth in the beginner. Hanam felt like he was the best student in the class. He literally just started his studies, and he can already see the finish line. He was satisfied with the result of this interview, but he was troubled by some points. He turned his head to the left because he saw something. There was a photo of Jang Eun-min with his old master. Hanam asked the man to watch some videos. Jang Eun-min did not understand what the newbie wanted from him. However, despite all prejudices, he had to agree. Hanam decided to show his new teacher his YouTube video of himself singing in the park. This was the first video on his channel. The young man asked the master if he could give an objective assessment of his singing. Jang Eun-min immediately understood that it was a song by Kim Han-suk. The man said that the vocals here are really not ideal, and the only thing that could save the picture was his expressiveness, which covered everything by itself. The young man asked the teacher if it was possible to improve these vocal skills in a month. The master could not give an unequivocal answer right away. He explained that Kim Han-suk's songs are both complex and simple at the same time, but they definitely do not match the voice of the young man who wants to sing these songs. The teacher made the beginner understand that it will be very difficult to do it in a month, but the result will definitely be noticeable, and he can guarantee this. Hanam wanted to hear a different answer, but he expected this one. He himself felt that he would not be able to cope in a month. He decided to cooperate with Gem Academy after all and reached out to the man to make a mutually beneficial training agreement. Cha Eun-min was only in favor. He shook hands with the young man and said that their cooperation would be fruitful. In any case, Hanam had nothing to lose. The master decided that he still needed to record a before-after video, especially with such a student. He asked him to do it now. The master added that they will record the result later in the course of training so that the result is visible not only to the advertising company, but also to them. Jang Eun-min promised that there would be nothing special to distract the young man anymore. He hit his keys and motioned to begin. An's voice called out to the whole room again, drawing out a long BOM. He tried his best to pull it out. It had already been 2 weeks since the young man had been studying at Gem Academy. In parallel, he usually continued his studies at the main university. Bum had just heard some sounds of singing in the room, and asked his friend if he happened to know who had just sung. The young man added that the voice was very similar to Hanam's, but it was much clearer and better than his friend's voice. Hanam laughed at his friend and informed him that it was indeed his voice and not some pro who stole his tonsils. Song was just shocked to hear this information. He thought it was very unfair, since he had been training for such a voice for a year. At that moment, the leader of the club entered the room. Seol asked the young man if he had time tonight as she needed help. Hanam was very surprised at such a statement. He did not understand why the girl suddenly needed his help, and so suddenly. The leader of the club explained that the SOV concert will take place today, and one of the graduates is working late, so they need a replacement. She clarified that this is the same graduate who sold the guitar. Hanam did not expect such a turn of events. Now it was necessary to think. He remembered in his mind the man who had sold him the guitar for almost nothing. He was very friendly and appreciated the club he was in before. In addition, he praised Hanam for his skills and praised the physique that he thought was most suitable for performing on stage. Without thinking, Hanam answered that he would definitely help. He could not refuse the person who literally gave him a guitar. He asked the head of the club if they could all go together if Hanam decided to go there anyway. Sol replied that she was not against it in principle and specified that it would be necessary to go to a life cafe in the Hongdae district. It was called Plug-in. The cafe seemed quite cramped at first glance, considering the huge stage that took up most of the space. Sol added that Hanam must like it there, since the director has the same taste as him, and the cafe has been there for 30 years. One man was looking at a photo of the late Kim Han-suk with his friend. He slowly put his hand on the musician's face and led them towards them. In this photo, the friends looked as happy as possible. They had no idea that one day they would have to say goodbye. The man holding this photo was very upset. Tears literally appeared on his face when he took this photo in his hands. He remembered the moment when he held the hand of his friend who was still alive. Then he was in a state that led to death. The young man wept bitterly over his friend and begged him not to leave this world. He wanted to be with his friend for at least a few more years. That man was an old friend named Yoon-tae. He was already old and always called Han-suk a fool when he looked at this photo. 35 years ago, Kim Han-suk and Yoon-tae were best friends. They spent almost all the time together, especially in the evening. Han-suk was counting the money he earned playing the guitar. There were not enough of them to survive. The comrade behind him thought quite differently. He didn't care about money. He only needed them to drink. He offered his friend to drink a glass. However, Han-suk had to refuse. He needed to take care of his voice. Yoon-tae understood his friend perfectly and believed that he could really become a professional singer, so he did not force him to drink. He considered his friend very talented, unlike himself. He wanted the world to know about Han-suk's talent. Yoon-tae told a friend that the most he could earn in life was to open a cafe. Han-suk looked at him with a surprised look. He put his hand on his comrade's shoulder and informed him that he wanted him to be his manager and work side by side with him. Yoon-tae laughed and agreed to the offer, because no one else but him could withstand a character like Han-suk's. The talented musician offered his friend to sit down for a while. He wanted a friend to rate his new song. Yoon-tae agreed to listen to her friend's song. He asked the musician if he had already thought of a name for the new song. Han-suk turned his head to the side and smiled. He had not yet come up with a title for the song he was writing and wanted to do it right now. Seeing Fisherman on his left, the young man offered his friend the name for the song Carp. He considered her quite suitable. At this moment, the old restaurateur's thoughts were interrupted by the guests. They loudly entered his room and greeted the old man. Ting Guitar Club came in full force. Sol greeted her old friend and introduced him to the new members of the club. Students immediately began to look around and appreciated the atmosphere of the 90s. The man was pleased that the guests liked the interior. Absolutely all the young people walked around and looked at the furniture. Hanam was the only one left standing there with his mouth wide open. The girls drew attention to the strange behavior of the young man, who froze in place. They could not understand what could have caused his behavior. Han-en stood directly in front of Yoon-tae and looked him in the eyes as he spoke the name. He couldn't believe he was seeing his old friend. Yoon-tae couldn't think of anything at this moment. He asked the young man how he even knew his name. Han-en was not in control of his actions at this moment. He only now realized that he had almost betrayed what was in his new body. He clenched his fists and answered that he had found a man on the internet. He tried to come to his senses and remember that he was still Han-en. The old man only laughed in response to the young man and asked the guests to sit down. He offered them to drink something hot to their own taste. Han-en was really surprised that his friend in his past life kept his promise. He opened a cafe, and a pretty good one. Sol decided that now was a good time to introduce the newcomer. She told the old man that he was also a fan of Kim Han-suk. Yoon-tae was pleasantly surprised by this information. He also loved the songs of Han-suk, who passed away too soon. He told the young man that his idol could not write everything he wanted and told him to try to write as good music. Yoon-tae remembered the fact that Han-suk could have died because of his disgusting nature. In-sol asked the old man how he knew this fact. Yoon-tae was very surprised that the girl did not know about this. He hadn't said it before, but now he decided to say that he and Han-suk were friends. Absolutely all members of the guitar club were shocked by this information. Only Han-en sat still and was not surprised at all. So that his words do not seem bare, the owner of this establishment decided to show his guests a photo in which they are together with a friend. The photo was very old, but it confirmed the fact of their spending time together. However, the students still did not believe that there was a friendship between them. The old man got a little angry with his guests, and said that they were very hard to please. He invited them to look there and pointed with his finger. There was an old guitar that was given to the man by his friend Kim Han-suk in honor of their strong friendship. She looked exhausted. Han-eun remembered that he gave this guitar as a gift in his past life because he was bored with it. In-sol asked if the instrument had the musician's autograph. Yoon-tae was just going crazy with these questions. He could not believe that the girl herself could not guess that her friends did not sign autographs. Han-en fully agreed with this statement. He remembered pleasant moments from his past and smiled, unlike others. As soon as In-sol asked the old man why his graduates were late, the young men appeared on the horizon and said hello. Yoon-tae was very happy to see the boys, but not happy that they rarely visited him. He has already forgotten what they look like. The boys did not inform the owner of the establishment that they were simply busy. The old man replied that he was also busy, but he did not forget about them. Han-en appreciated the simplicity and homeliness of his friend. It was because of these qualities that they were able to make friends and become best friends in the past. Yoon-tae told his guests to sit down for a couple of minutes, despite the fact that the performance would begin in literally 10 minutes. He still liked to drink, so he considered this time quite enough to drink a glass, and then you can listen to music. Han-eun was preparing for the performance, looking at the stage. Goosebumps ran through his body from how familiar this place was. He went on stage and felt as if he was standing here not for the first time. He really liked the strange feeling inside him. Of course, the sound was not the best, but the atmosphere was perfect. Everyone present looked as if they had come to a rock star concert. The place was perfect for relaxing. Delicious food and drinks were able to make this evening unforgettable for the host and guests. But most of all, the young man appreciated the fact that his old friend would be present at his performance. He glanced in the direction of the old man standing behind the bar. Han-en tuned his strings and said that he wanted to sing one of his favorite songs at today's event. It was a song by Kim Han-suk called Carp. Hearing these words, the innkeeper's hands, which had just been wiping the dust, shook. The girls at one of the tables did not understand at all what I meant by the young man, because the song of his favorite artist was called Salmon. Han-en understood this perfectly. It was under this name that the song was included in one of his albums, but its original name was Carp, and only one man knew about it. The young man remembered the time from his past when he first sang this song for his best friend. They were sitting by a calm lake where there was no wind. The melody floated slowly around, as if enveloping their hearts. Yoon-tae found this song to be very good. He also liked the name, but he wanted to express his opinion on this matter. He informed the talented musician that life revolves in a completely different way in this song, so it is better to choose the name Salmon for it. Yoon-tae behind the bar was just shocked to hear the next words. He didn't expect to hear the title of Carp's song sometime in his life. In-sol was just shocked to see that the man was reaching for the glass. She asked him if he didn't give up drinking at work. The old man replied that he usually does that, but today is a special day for him. He wanted a drink as his emotions consumed him. The young performer's concert ended and the audience was satisfied with his performance. They called him simply a genius and the future of modern classics. A drunk friend of the young man offered him to play again. Han-en was surprised that teenagers could drink so much at such an age. Meanwhile, the owner of the establishment got drunk to his heart's content. He was lying face down on the table and could not get up. Han-en decided to stay with him. In-sol told the young man that this is a very mature decision and she fully supports him, so she leaves the situation in the restaurant to him. Han-en sat across from his friend from the past and watched him. He had mixed feelings inside. He did not understand what he wanted. He looked at their old photo and thought about telling the truth. But he was stopped by the fact that the man might not believe. After a while, Yoon-tae began to regain consciousness. He was in a state of alcohol intoxication, when it was very difficult to move by himself. He raised his head and looked around. The old man saw that all his guests had already left, and only Hanam remained. He looked at the young man with a smile on his face. He called him very talented and asked him not to leave music and continue creating. He also had a very strange feeling as he kept thinking of Han Suk. Hanam sensed some understanding between them. Yoon-tae looked very drunk, but he could talk. He asked the young man if he wanted to become a professional musician who would surpass Han Suk. Hanam did not understand what to do to him in this situation. He really wanted to tell the truth, because he hoped that at least someone would understand him. Yoon-tae understood from the young man's lips that he wanted to tell him something very serious, and was reporting to him as if to the president. Hanam still dared to tell his old friend the truth. He revealed that he is Kim Han-suk despite this body. Hearing such words from the young man, Yoon-tae simply smiled and replied that singing was better for him than joking. He added that it is not good to joke about a drunk man. Hanam's guesses came true, and his old friend didn't believe his words. Then the young man decided to enter from the other side. He told the old man that he was no longer drunk, because he woke up exactly an hour later. But Yoon-tae didn't want to put up with this arrogance from the young man anymore and thumped loudly on the table. He ordered him to stop immediately. Hanam perfectly understood his old friend's feelings. He lost a friend many years ago, and would like to forget him a long time ago. Suddenly, Hanam decided to resort to another plan. He stood up from his seat, which greatly surprised the old man. The young man took an old guitar that he had given to a friend and began to sing the carp song. He hoped that memories would wake up in the old man's head. Yoon-tae listened to this song with horror in his eyes and could not believe his ears. The young man could accurately reproduce the song, as once before. The owner of the establishment looked at the young man and saw in his face his old friend, who was sitting right in front of him and was singing this song to him for the first time. Hanam finished the chorus and turned to his friend. He reminded him that he was the first to hear this new song. Yoon-tae did not expect this turn of events. He was overcome by very mixed emotions, in which the fear of what he heard prevailed. Hanam asked his friend if he remembers the day he gave him the guitar. He didn't want to say it, but he had to. The young man named the exact location and time when it happened. Then Yoon-tae failed the audition because he forgot the words to the song. He even remembered why it happened. Yoon-tae was a real alpha male back then, and was always paying attention to the pretty girls in the hall. Hanam added that he was then forced to buy him meat to appease him. At this moment, Yoon-tae decided to stop the young man's stories. He delighted him and admitted that the young man was indeed the same Han Suk, if so many details could be named. The atmosphere in the restaurant calmed down a bit. The old friends decided to figure everything out without the help of brute force and shouting. They sat down at the table and began to discuss how it all happened. The old man asked the young man if it was like some kind of reincarnation. Hanam replied that he himself did not understand anything. Yoon-tae asked his friend if he even remembers if he was in the afterlife. The young man said that he remembers the moments of the accident very poorly, and that he woke up in a new body and still does not understand anything. Yoon-tae asked his old friend why he didn't find him right away, because he still has feelings for the deceased Han Suk. Hanam said that he still wouldn't believe him. Yoon-tae agreed with the young man, as he found it hard to believe even now. The owner of the establishment decided to take the conversation in a slightly different direction. He asked an old friend what he was going to do next. The young man had few options. He confidently replied that he was going to write music, since he couldn't do anything else. Yoon-tae wanted to tell his friend that the world has changed a lot, but he managed to get ahead of him and said that he had already started his career with Matub. He agreed with the old man that the world has changed a lot, so he is forced to adapt to its cruel realities in any way possible. Yoon-tae asked the young man how long he had been in this body. Han Suk replied that the third month would soon begin. The old man was constantly smiling, looking at the young man. His friend was in another body, but still remained himself and even went to work immediately. Han Suk was also overjoyed to see his friend. He had an idea and asked his friend if he could help him. Yoon-tae asked how exactly. The young man explained that he needs the help of the owner of this establishment, because he wants to conduct a live broadcast here. Hanam explained that he wants to gather people here for a live performance sometimes. It was a win-win proposition, as he needed listeners, and the old ones needed customers. Yun-tae recognized this as a pretty good idea. He decided to take a little interest in his friend's work and asked how many followers he currently has. Hanam didn't really like to talk about such things. He felt insignificant compared to his previous life. He told the old man that he now had 5,000. Yun-tae complimented his friend as he expected to hear a much lower figure. He remembered the past, when they had to play for pennies together, and now you can earn a much larger amount on the internet. Han Suk also remembered those times with a smile on his face. At that time, a maximum of 30 people per day could listen to them, if they were lucky. Yun-tae agreed to help his friend in his growth. Hanam asked his friend if he was really sure of his decision. The owner of the establishment confidently agreed to this. But he also had one request for his friend. He wanted him to come here more often. The friends finally joked about who was older. They could not come to a common opinion, but they were able to have a very warm time. A week later, the Teen Guitar Club was already scheduled to perform on the territory of another club. They arrived at the choirs of a nearby university. They literally could not lower their heads and were looking at high-rise buildings. They did not close their mouths from surprise and shock. They could not even imagine that the university could look so much. Students wondered how much money UTG groups have. Hanam asked the club president when the students from Trespolo would arrive. Picking up the phone, Ing-sol replied that she would be very soon and offered to go inside. Entering the concert hall, the members of the guitar club simply could not believe their eyes. Everything looked very elegant and abundant. Ing-sol informed her teammates that a VIP entered the university this year, which is why they made such expensive repairs. Hanam asked the girl who the VIP was. The leader of the club replied that he looked like the son of director Lim Tae-gun. Meanwhile, classes were also held at this university. But music was the main priority for most, so everyone had a guitar with them. Students from this university watched a video of Hanam's speech. They were evaluating the newcomer who would come to perform for them today. They assessed his style as somehow unprofessional. They thought he lacked basic skills and was just another mass-produced loser. One of the young men wondered what he was doing on Mitub, because there was nothing special. He asked one guy to take a look as well. It was a young man named Lim Song-woo, and he was a VIP in this school, as his father was the head of the whole thing. He refused the offer and said he would go to the concert hall. The young men were not surprised by such behavior, as it was usual. They began to discuss Song-woo as the main bump in this school, who does not put himself on the level of absolutely anyone here. But his behavior was justified from the point of view of music. All teammates agreed that the young man was the most talented among them all. The young man who insulted the inexperienced musician on MyTube could not take his eyes off him. It seemed rather odd after all. This was also noticed by Lim Song-woo. He watched the young man with a smile and thought that he did not even understand the seriousness of the situation. By the words of the losers of mass production, he understood only the people who surrounded his father. But they never wanted anything and lived like dogs. This boy's life was very different. Song-woo admitted that he is a head stronger than all his teammates, despite his age. He really wanted to meet the talented young man. Meanwhile, students from Chongqing discussed tuition fees in the concert hall. They were just shocked when Mina told them the best man that they were paying 7 million won for tuition in just one semester. Hanam did not participate in this dialogue, but simply listened carefully as the girl described in detail the financial pyramid of this university. He was very surprised that she was telling everything in such detail and asked if she sometimes wanted to join here at first, but something didn't work out. Mina turned away from the young man and said that she just knew it. Hanam could tell that something was wrong, as she felt emotions. Hanam wasn't going to dwell on it, as now was not the time to figure out the relationship. He decided to rehearse a little before the performance. At that moment, someone entered the concert hall. The leader of the guitar club, Ting, tried to improve the game of the newbie by giving him some advice. The students were busy training and did not notice that someone had come to them from the escape entrance. An atmosphere of tension reigned in the hall. Hanam was trying to come to an agreement with the club leader about a moment in the song that seemed quite intense to the girl, so she decided to simplify it a bit. Lim Sung-woo came to the concert hall. He was a little surprised when he saw in front of him students who were analyzing the song in such detail. Han-en sat down more comfortably on the chair and began to stretch his vocal cords. He decided to do it on his favorite song. Meanwhile, Lim Sung-woo was watching the talented young man closely. He listened to his melody and assessed the prospects for victory. Han-en saw absolutely no one in the concert hall. When he was on stage, there was no one for him but the song. A hideous smile appeared on the face of the son of a big lump. He assessed that the young man really has good abilities. After finishing his warm-up, Han-en approached his friend and asked if he had filmed everything. It was all for Mitup. He warned that he would have to reshoot the first part of the video because of the sudden appearance of extraneous sounds. Han-en didn't mind at all, but suddenly, extraneous sounds appeared again on the horizon. The young men turned their heads to look at what was bothering them. Lim Sung-woo decided to suddenly interrupt someone else's speech. It was not forbidden, because he also needed to warm up. Han-en decided not to disturb his direct competitor, and listened to him a bit. He appreciated his pretty good guitar skills. Lim Sung-woo did not want to warm up at all, but really wanted to beat his competitor. Having finished his warm-up, he looked into the young man's eyes. Han-en seemed to understand his competitor in half a word. He suggested that he wanted to compete with him, and play a little together. Han-eun picked up his guitar and started strumming the strings, picking up the melody. Nothing was impossible for him. His teammates and a friend were simply shocked when the newcomer picked up the tune of a direct competitor. It was very effective. The young men decided to play in turn, competing with melodies. Lim Sung-woo sped up the song a bit this time, showing his superiority. Han-en watched the young man with pleasure. His skills seemed pretty good considering the competitive environment, but then, Han-en realized that it was not about skills at all. He deliberately sped up the melody from the start to make it difficult. He wanted to bypass the competitor. Han-en decided that he would not compromise on speed and complexity, so he strained to give his best melody. Lim Sung-woo did not expect such a turn of events. He was simply shocked when he saw that his opponent was actually superior to him. Han-en looked at the competitor with a smile on his face. He managed to bring the melody to the point where he himself set the rhythm. Lim Sung-woo was very unhappy as he understood his situation. After the last act, he literally lost the advantage. Han-en knew very well that the competitor would not be able to make this melody any more difficult, because in this way he would spoil the score and lose, and it was much worse than just losing. Lim Sung-woo understood this perfectly and did not complicate the melody any more. On the contrary, the last word came from a representative of the local university. Han-en didn't mind at all and didn't want to continue the game anymore. Lim Sung-woo struck the last chord on the strings and looked at his competitor. This was the first part of their serious competition. Ting Club members were simply shocked by such an ending. They absolutely did not expect to be able to hear something like this at this event. Suddenly, Lim Sung-woo heard the name of his guitar club behind him. He was immediately alert, but did not turn his head back. Other members of the Tremolo Club entered the concert hall, seeing that their star was already in place. Lim Sung-woo has already started rocking the stage. One of the young men approached his visa and introduced himself as the chairman of the Kimchi Club Ho. He apologized that they were late. The leader immediately approached the famous young man and asked if they had yet been able to meet their star, which is a secret weapon. Only after this situation did Han-en realize that the blonde was a member of the Tremolo Club. He understood that their next meeting was inevitable. Lim Sung-woo understood the same thing. He politely bowed his head to the guests and introduced himself without unnecessary praise and puns. And Seoul also decided to show off their rookie. She said they also have a star they have very high hopes for. Tremolo members have already heard about this young man. They saw him on the expanses of Mitup. Han-en was already quite popular. The young man watched the competitors who wanted to seem like nice people. But in reality they were very bad at it. In any case, it didn't matter now. The members of Tremolo took the stage and Han-en expected to finally see their musical abilities. The young men began to play and Han-en seems to have dispelled the thought that Tremolo has outstanding talents. He did not see anything special. Of course, he admitted that the club has quite good skills, but this is only at first glance. In fact, they would not be able to hold the viewer's attention. Hanam compared these guys to a well-polished stone, which is no different from a normal stone, but costs more. He realized that they have absolutely nothing to fear if these are all the abilities of competitors. The young man turned his head to his teammates. His friends had a completely different opinion on this account. They grabbed their heads and already signed their death warrant at this event. Hanam couldn't do anything about it. He noticed that a lot of people came to this social meeting, so that it was unusual. It was as if they were in a concert hall where, for the first time, female fans were sitting in rows, going crazy for the artists. They supported their teammates. A rather grown-up man came on stage and greeted the audience. He introduced himself as Yoo Hyun from Tremolo issue 36. Mina immediately recognized the winner of many competitions. She reported that this man even recently released a new album. The girl also noticed the team from Gukdin, which took third place last year. And Min wondered why there are so many professionals here. Ingsol replied that she herself did not expect this. She thought that a maximum of a few pros would come to this event, and that was to watch, and was the only one who was not afraid of anything. He calmly looked at the participants and understood that it no longer looked like a friendly meeting. He also drew attention to the fact that the boys from Tremolo hardly interact with them. The young man wondered why this event was organized at all. Hanam concluded that someone might need it. He noticed something strange from above the concert hall, and immediately glanced there. He saw the figure of a rather mature man hiding his face in the shadows. He watched the concert silently and undisturbed. The figure suddenly moved from its place and went down a little. Hanam was just shocked when he saw this person's face in front of him. It was Lim Tae-jen, who was his rival in his past life. He became a very serious person who always walked with security. Other participants also noticed an important bump on the mountain. They were simply shocked, because for the first time they saw how important a person was at such an event. Now Hanam was convinced that this was not just a friendly meeting, because this man does not just appear at such events. The young man assumed that this friendly meeting was a cover for a real test to get into the wards of the UTG. Hanam also realized that their club had not been told anything about this, as they were not even counted as participants in this selection. They only had to create a background that would allow the main contenders to stand out, which was the young man who was now demonstrating his skill on the stage. When the previous contestant finished playing, the girls behind Hanam began to meet the new contestant who was this year's star. Lim Sung-woo came on stage and introduced himself as a graduate of the 41st stream of Tremolo. It was he who interrupted Hanam's rehearsal. The young man listened attentively to the audience whispering behind him. They talked about the young man's incredibly expensive guitar, which his father gave him. Hanam was simply shocked when he found out that this rather cheeky young man was the son of Lim Tae-gun, who was present here. When the local star appeared on the stage, he was immediately supported by all the participants. Even his older teammates respected him immensely. The girls behind Hanam's back said that the son was nothing like his father, like a rabbit to a wolf. It was very aptly said. Hanam completely agreed with the saying in this case. But he remembered that there was still a similarity between father and son that he had noticed. Lim Sung-woo behaved as arrogantly in the first meeting as his father. In this, they literally reproduced each other. Lim Sung-woo was very nervous when he went on stage. He didn't care at all about the audience, but he didn't care at all about his father's opinion. In-sol asked the newcomer if he really wanted to be the first among them. Hanam confidently replied that he was fully prepared to do so. Everything turned out not at all as the young man expected, but today he had an excellent opportunity to demonstrate something to his old competitor. This demonstration was supposed to be Kim Han-suk's music performed by Kim Han-eun, which will cause a lot of emotions in the big bump. Lim Sung-woo made himself more comfortable on the chair and began to tune his guitar on stage. It took him some time. Hanam was looking forward to his song. From the very first meeting, the young man understood that Lim Sung-woo was different from the rest. He considered him a real master among others and wanted to hear what song he would sing. Lim Sung-woo announced her. Hanam was very surprised when he heard the name of the song. It was a song by Lim Tae-gun called The Wreckage of My Life. Lim Sung-woo decided to sing his father's song after agreeing with him. He was very good at conveying emotions. The audience continued to talk among themselves about the young man's family ties with Lim Tae-gun. They were very similar in singing style. Although the father and son were almost not similar in appearance, the young man inherited everything from his father that was necessary for music. Lim Tae-gung was pleased with his son's performance. He believed that there were simply no competitors in this hall to surpass him. Lim Song-woo finished playing and got up from his seat. He bowed to his fans and thanked them for their endless support. Descending from the stage, the young man met a direct competitor on his way. Han-en stared straight ahead as if not noticing the opponent behind him. Lim Song-woo decided to get his attention and call the boy. Hearing a voice behind him, Han-en immediately turned his head. He expected to hear something unusual from his opponent, but Lim Song-woo behaved quite politely. He just wished me luck on stage. Han-en was a bit shocked at this turn of events. He thanked the young man for his support, and also praised his previous performance. Lim Tae-jen watched his son even outside the stage. He could not understand what kind of friend was next to him. He saw the first face of this young man. It was Han-eun's turn to perform on stage. He introduced himself as a member of the Ting Club. The audience did not know this newcomer at all and did not pay attention to him. The young man had already encountered such in his past life, when nothing was expected of him. Therefore, he chose a win-win method to attract the public's attention. He needed to do so in order to capture people's views. His teammates were simply shocked when they saw what the young man was going to do. They didn't even expect him to play something modern. Han-en decided to play the track, which has been at the top of the charts for the 5th week in a row. He was definitely heard by everyone in this hall. He did it so people could latch on to something popular because they barely know him, but love the song. Lim Tae-jen clenched his teeth as soon as he heard the young man singing on the stage. Some strange, confused feelings appeared inside him. He looked at the young man and could not believe that he had mastered the scenes so easily. It was hard to believe at his young age. He looked about 20 years old, but Han-en felt on stage like a true professional who has lived his whole life with the guitar. Lim Tae-gun felt autumn and spring in his soul at the same time, and remembered Kim Han-suk. The young man was very similar to the legend in his performance. The man returned to his ward and asked him what he thought of this young man and whether he was better than his son. The ward replied that these two cannot be compared, since each must go his own way individually, without looking at anyone. Lim Tae-jen understood very well that the ward simply did not want to tell him the truth. In fact, his son was far from this young genius. Despite the previous words, the ward offered his boss to take such a valuable staff to his team. Lim Tae-gung was a little shocked at such a proposal. Of course, he saw logic in it, but he also saw the other side of the coin. The man understood very well that it would be very smart to take this diamond to himself, because other companies would not be able to do it later. But there was one thing that stopped him. The head of the UTG groups looked at his son, who was sitting still, holding his breath, and watched. Lim Sung-woo was simply delighted by what was happening on stage. He really liked the melody and the words that came out of Koma's mouth. Han-en felt very confident on stage. He constantly interacted with the audience, pressed on their emotions to attract more attention. Lim Tae-jen thought of a man who had passed away quite early, but who never let himself be outdone. Han-suk was very skillful. The head of UTG could not allow his son to experience such emotions. He did not want the young man to find a similar competitor. Lim Tae-jung replied to his ward that he should not take anyone else to the team and his own son would be quite enough. The ward did not understand his boss a little, but did not object. The father just wanted a better life for his son without unnecessary rivalry. He decided to make life easier for the young man, who had not yet understood everything. He didn't want the boy to dwell on a vain rivalry. Han-en finished singing the popular track with his own lips. After that, he smiled pleasantly at the audience and thanked them for listening. Immediately after the talented young man, Ming-ae took the stage. Another newcomer to the guitar club, Ting, was to perform a composition. As the girl began to play, a smile spread across Han-en's face. Despite everything, Mina played very well. After all the participants of the event were able to demonstrate their skills, it was declared closed, with thanks to everyone who was able to come. Ting Club members were more satisfied than before the event. It turned out that everything was not so terrible and no one humiliated them. All this became possible thanks to one person. The teammates had to thank Han-eun that he was able to rub the noses of their competitors again. In Seoul also decided to praise Mina, as the girl acted very well and also conquered everyone with her incredible beauty. Suddenly, the young men noticed that their joy after a friendly meeting was interrupted by someone. They turned their heads back. Just in front of them, the boys could see a member of the Tremolo Club. Lim Song-woo noted a very good performance today. Opposite stood Hanam, to whom these words were addressed. He still did not understand the intentions of his former rival's son. Lim Song-woo had not just come here to praise the young man. He expressed his proposal that he wants to play together again. Hanam was just shocked by such offers, as were his friends. They didn't know what could trigger such an offer from a direct competitor. Hanam seriously thought about it. He was just about to answer when he was interrupted by a tap on the shoulder. Turning his head back, the young man saw the ominous faces of his friends, who advised him to agree, as it would be very good content for the channel. Lim Song-woo received a positive response from the young man, and was very happy. The boys agreed to meet more often to play together. Hanam invited his peer to speak casually, and pumped his fist. He wanted to build a relationship based on trust. Lim Sung-woo is simply shocked. He had never felt such support from his comrades, and here he was suddenly supported by a stranger. Hanam, despite his past with the young man's father, decided to befriend him to become a very good incentive for each other. Suddenly, the young man noticed that he approached the boy for some reason. He eagerly told him something, periodically showing his phone. Hanam asked his companion what he was talking about. He explained that he had asked the young man's permission to use his face. He added that Sung-woo's face was lit up in their video today, so he had to ask permission to post the video. The cover performed by a young man became a #1 hit in all guitar performance charts. Kim Han-young was at his height. The audience appreciated the young man's abilities very well, despite the new style. The rock song sounded very cool in acoustic performance. Lim Song-woo was also not left without support. His skills were appreciated, and the audience also noticed his handsome appearance. The number of subscribers on the artist's channel has already exceeded 10,000. Despite this, growth was still not very fast. Hanam sat in front of his laptop and thought about what to do with these stupid algorithms to finally start growing like in the beginning. Byum advises his friend not to get hung up on this number, as too many people stagnate when they get to 10,000. Hanam would have believed his friend if he hadn't been refreshing the page every second to check the number of followers on the channel. Suddenly, the young man stopped scrolling through the message feed. His eyes widened in surprise and he called the musician to him. He pointed his finger at the area to be looked at. Hanam did not understand why his manager could see something so important. He opened a comment thread where viewers expressed their admiration for the musician. But among the usual messages, there was one hidden. It was very important for the future of the channel. A rather old channel that specialized in covers offered the talented musician a meeting. Was just shocked when he saw this offer. He did not expect to receive it from such a famous person, whom he called VP. Hanam had no idea what his friend was talking about. He asked him to explain at least who the VP is. All the Songs of the World, that was the name of the famous channel that had 400,000 subscribers. He was known by all the musicians on YouTube. Looking at this colossal figure, Hanam was a little shocked. He did not expect that such a popular person would write to him. Byum informed the musician that all the most famous covers are posted on this channel, and if they were contacted, it is not for nothing. The comrades decided that such an opportunity could not be lost, and went to the office of the VP. It was more like a villa. At the entrance, the young men were met by a rather young man with red hair. He greeted and smiled, asking who had arrived. Hanam introduced himself, a popular singer, as well as his manager and editor. The VP turned out to be much younger than expected. Although everything looked like a villa from the outside, the interior design was restrained. In those days, YouTubers could compete with average businesses in terms of earnings. Byum became very worried when he got to the building. He was literally dying of excitement, and wanted to examine everything. The reason VP became such a successful YouTuber was his agency. Mi Bong saw the Tesla sign and asked if their office was here. The VP answers that the head office is in another city, and the company provided him with this building for business and accounting purposes. Byum couldn't even dream of such a life. Recently, a lot of agencies have appeared, but it was very difficult to become popular. However, One agency managed to outdo all others. Tesla was the most popular agency that earned a lot of money from its work. VP belonged to this agency. He invited his guests to pass further and showed them his studio where he does the work. He recognized the place he had seen on the airwaves. Hanum managed to make the place quite modest to play music here. The young man sat down opposite the owner and said that he felt as if he had come to play with an old friend. VP was striving for exactly such an atmosphere. The man explained that he spent his first broadcast in such a room, so he decided to keep it so that old and new subscribers could feel the vibe. This idea seemed very good to Hanum. He appreciated the competence and naturalness of the atmosphere created by a real professional. The VP decided to bring his guests to the point, and said that he was ready to proceed immediately to the proposal he wanted to discuss. He offered the young and talented musician to perform on his air. The young men did not know how to react and froze in place. The VP did not want to show off, but he was forced to do so and said that, as a rule, the number of subscribers for musicians increases after his broadcasts. Hanum was naturally fired up with this idea after hearing the last words. He asked the man under what conditions they should play on his air. The VP had no conditions except one. He said that he wants to choose the song himself and has already planned the concept of the broadcast. He began to take out sheets of paper from his folder and informed the man that he had also picked up some material that could be sold. The VP was happy to review what the manager had prepared. He picked out a few songs, although learning them wasn't a problem. Hanum didn't even expect his comrade to prepare so much. He still believed that the boy was just playing the role of his manager. Suddenly, Hanum himself also decided to enter the dialogue. He was very surprised when the musician also wanted to offer something. Hanum told her husband that she wanted to change the location of the broadcast. The VP did not immediately understand what caused such a decision, indeed the dimensions. Hanum didn't mean to offend the man, but just wanted to play in his hometown. He remembered the last meeting with an old friend in his cafe. A promising musician brought a popular friend here. They really liked this place. It was spacious and suitable for broadcasting. Yoon-tae was not very happy to see guests in his establishment. He did not understand what kind of two strangers visited him. The man approached his friend and asked what had happened to him, that he suddenly needed a scene for exploitation. Two young men meanwhile walked to the stage to appreciate. They had to inspect everything so that the broadcast was as smooth and high quality as possible. Yoon-tae didn't mind his friend, of course, but he asked him who he brought with him, since he said he was performing alone. Hanum explained that they are the guys from Mitub, which is the record company of their time. Yoon-tae didn't really want to trust them. He said that in this new world everyone wants to frame everyone. Besides, he still hadn't forgotten about manager Kim, who was the best in the business. This man was able to bring Kim Han-suk to the top of his path, even though they quarreled very often. Despite this, they were always a family. Han-suk only remembered fond memories of the man. Suddenly, he remembered that he had never asked about him, and decided that now it was a topic. Hearing his friend's question, Yoon-tae was confused and didn't know what to answer. Han-en even suggested that the manager might have died. The young man was simply shocked when he heard the following words. An old friend told him that manager Kim was not dead. He simply disappeared. Yoon-tae said that his company started having problems after the death of a star protege. His documents were found to be false, and he decided to flee. Hanum bowed his head and began to blame himself for manager Kim's problems. The man was always a bit rude, but responsible. Han-suk and the manager have learned each other's personalities. Despite all this, Hanum suggested that Kim couldn't die so easily. Yoon-tae also really wanted to believe that. He wanted to return everything to the way it was before. Han-en encouraged his friend that everything would be fine. He suggested that when he became famous himself, manager Kim might show up and they would all become friends again. Yoon-tae never stopped being amazed at his friend's childlike stance. He gave him a cold look and told him that the world was much more cruel. After that, the old man grabbed the young man and began stroking his head. These friendly relations were observed from the side of the VP. The man said that he is ready to broadcast in this city, especially considering the very good relationship with the owner of this establishment. Han-en broke free from his companion's embrace and offered something else. He wanted to invite one more guest to the broadcast. Literally after a few minutes, there were more people in the restaurant. Lim Song-woo appeared here in his own person and greeted those present. Han-en thanked the young man very much for taking the phone from him and coming. Behind them, the men began to discuss Lim Tae-gun's son. The young man constantly heard these gossips, and he did not like them. He was constantly called the son of a famous person and the successor of ETG groups. The boy started playing music since childhood. Already then he was called a musical genius, but he was constantly in the shadow of his father. And no matter how the boy tried to remove these labels from himself, people still tried to see his father and his style of music in him. He was always treated differently than others. This was done not only by adults, in order to get to know the father, but also by his peers. He really did not like this attitude towards himself. He just wanted to be one of the crowd and be treated like a normal guy. Lim Song-woo bowed his head and was sad. He wanted to change his life and get out of his father's shadow, but he kept stepping on the same rake. Suddenly his sad mood was dispelled by the young man in front of him. He told him not to be nervous as it would even be televised. Han-en had a talent for supporting people. He advised his new friend to just play like last time, as if he was training with friends. Lim Song-woo felt as if he had known this young man for years. His heart seemed to start a new life when he met Kim Han-eun. Lim Sung-woo clenched his fist and said he would do his best. Han-en diffused the situation and said that you cannot be so theatrical, but just be yourself. The young man began to smile and say that he was nobody here. Han-en didn't understand what he was saying at all, because he didn't say anything like that. Some time has passed and the musicians have already prepared for the broadcast. All participants were ready, so all that remained was to press the button. The VP immediately appeared in front of the camera and congratulated his subscribers on the start of a new broadcast on the All Songs of the World channel. Han-en was next to the man, watching the laptop screen. What he saw in front of him literally sent goosebumps. The chat updated so quickly that the young man did not have time to read the comments. With an audience of 400,000, it was really a problem. Less than a minute has passed since the beginning of the broadcast, and more than 2,000 music fans who were online have already visited the air. A pleasant smile appeared on the face of the promising musician. Despite all the problems, he felt that the life of a YouTuber was interesting. He looked at his manager and friend and promised himself that one day he would have the same channel that would have a large audience. And now he needed to focus on the first step towards his dream. This live broadcast was supposed to give him a boost to popularity. After greeting his followers, VT immediately informed them that today he invited 2 guests to visit him. He introduced the first of them as Kim Han-eun, a lover of Kim Han-suk's songs and a student from Chongqing University. People in the chat did not greet the young man very warmly. They didn't know who he was at all. That's why they called him an incompetent noun. He again said that this is still a very warm welcome for a newbie. Usually, the public is not very happy when an outsider appears in the frame. Suddenly, Han Yi noticed that some people in the chat had heard about his song Kamish, which he performed in his own style. After learning about the first guest, the chat began to burst with questions about the second. Many viewers have already seen this young man before. Suddenly, streamers noticed that a donation had suddenly arrived. Not even 5 minutes have passed, and the money is already pouring in. Seeing the 1,000 won donation, Lim Song-woo was shocked. He saw that a YouTube video was attached to the donation. In this video, a very young Lim Sung-woo sang into the microphone under the guidance of his father. It was a long time ago. The VP informed the audience that the young man was indeed Lim Tae-gun's son and praised the audience, who immediately noticed the resemblance between father and son. Lim Sung-woo could not control himself. He was barely able to get out of the snowman when the crowd of thousands pushed him back. Han-en saw an interesting question in the chat and decided to answer it. The audience asked the 2 newcomers how they met in the first place. Han-en felt very strange on this broadcast. He was different from the others because the audience could write 10 for his one word. During his past life, he spoke only about himself from the stage. But in the days of the internet, this no longer worked. It was necessary to involve the audience. Han-en realized that he would also be able to learn a lot from VP. The man, for example, described in detail the approach to filming a talk show. The young man perfectly understood why all this was necessary. You could say anything to a small audience, but to retain a large one, you need an approach. The stream was even monitored in real time. Hanam speculated that the editor might be evaluating him through the monitor. A young man in glasses and headphones watched the broadcast behind the monitor. At some point, he got distracted and asked the manager's opinion. The man was standing behind the editor, and was also looking at the monitor screen. He was constantly scratching his face, as if thinking about something. He evaluated this stream not very unambiguously. Hanam agreed somewhat strangely, but VP always managed to save the situation. The man assumed that it was not a lack of experience at all. He found the potential blogger's manner of behavior and conversation strange. Hanam spoke too old-fashioned. If you close your eyes and leave the sound on, it seems that some old fart is talking now. The younger generation didn't speak like that at all. The editor offered the manager to start playing, and deal with the dialogue later. Hanam picked up the guitar and tuned it. He told an audience of many thousands that he was going to perform the Kamish song again. The manager changed his mind about the young man as soon as he heard his song. His jaw literally dropped from this tune. He just couldn't take his eyes off the young man's mouth, which was making incredible sounds. The melody poured into his ears without stopping. To the audience, the young man strongly resembled Kim Han-suk. Even though he changed the song a bit, it was still Han-suk. Suddenly, the young man was forced to stop when he saw a donation of 100,000 on the monitor screen. He almost passed out from such a number. Then it rained more donuts. The manager rated the youngster's vocals 10 out of 10, in contrast to his speaking style, which was terrible. The manager told the editor to immediately find out if this talented young man had signed a contract with any organization. The young man began to search. Hanam just couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the monitor. The donuts literally poured in like a river and did not stop. There were a lot of them. He didn't even have time to count them. Money was raining down on him from the sky, and now he felt what can be achieved if you have a big channel. VP has also never seen such numbers in his life. He literally began to go crazy and fold in half, bowing before the camera for donations. Hanam did not expect such a reaction from an experienced streamer. He thought he was going to break his back if he kept falling to his knees. Hanam finished his song Komish and asked the audience if they liked it. He added that there is a story behind this tune. The VP was very satisfied with the result of the broadcast. He rubbed his hands together as Hanam explained how he added the whistling to this song. Suddenly, another huge donation of 200,000 arrived. It was the audience who ordered the talented young man to shut up and play better. Hanam decided that now was the time for a duet. He turned to his partner and asked if he was ready to play together. Hanam encouraged his friend and asked him not to worry. He said they would just play the same song they played last time. Lim Sung-woo recalled how he interrupted his then competitor's warm-up and together they started a beautiful melody, which they argued with each other. The boy dispelled all his doubts and fears and agreed to perform this song. Hanam was very pleased that his comrade did not back down at the last moment. The guys started their first duet on camera. Hanam tried to act like a true leader and led the party to support his friend. Lim Song-woo was very helpful and supportive. In addition, people in the chat also supported them, calling them true monsters of music. This is how the first collaboration of two young musicians came to an end. Powerful up to two performers were called simply a genius invention of the VP. The comments literally lifted Hanam to heaven. They already called him a celebrity who will definitely conquer the big stage. Lim Song-woo was still unhappy about being compared to his father. But now he felt much more confident in showing off. They all got a lot of views and people started searching for Hanam's channel. 10 days later, the broadcast ended. It bore fruit and subscribers on the channel of the author of the artist Kim Hanam increased. They doubled compared to the previous weeks. There were 21,000 on the channel, which seemed simply an incredible figure for such a time. The young man's friend was just happy like a child behind his back, even though it was not his channel. They finally managed to cross this infernal border. Hanam asked his manager to be a little quieter, since they are in a building where they are not the only ones renting the space. He-bum replied that it was a holiday, so hardly anyone would come here. But suddenly a female figure appeared behind him. Mina also decided to visit the guitar club. Seeing the young men in front of her, she immediately remembered that they had appeared on the VP channel. The girl was very happy for her friends. She praised the song performed by the duo and congratulated the talented musician with 20,000 followers. Hanun was a bit shocked when the girl said that it was possible to talk about their successes earlier since they were teammates. He felt very uncomfortable. Hanun asked his teammate why she would need this information. He did not understand at all what Mina wanted to achieve with his dialogue. She behaved very tactlessly, which was not like her. The girl explained that in Seoul and even Yi-sung knew about all the events and only she was left out without being informed. She asked the young man if there was any reason for her not to speak. He tried to show his friend not to give any reason. Mina was very surprised when she got the answer. Han-en decided not to explain anything and simply offered the girl a joint broadcast. He said that he was just planning to put the recording on the air, so he wouldn't mind. The girl asked if the young man was really serious. Han-en replied that he was as serious as ever. They were teammates with the girl, so I wanted to maintain friendly relations with her. Mina was really surprised that the young man could be so sweet and friendly. She didn't expect an offer she couldn't refuse. He teases his friend that he has fallen in love with the girl. Ha-noon explained that there was nothing between them and he simply invited her on air. He felt quite uncomfortable, even though he understood to himself that he only invited Mina to the air because she has good skills. It was all for the air. Literally after a few minutes, the friends went to the cafe, the owner of which was still the same Yoontae. The guests entered the building and began to look for the owner. They encountered something strange on their way and he immediately began to have questions. They just met a huge crowd of people in front of them. They all stood in front of the stage and expected the second larger collaboration. Suddenly, Han-en noticed that he had been called to his place for business. He immediately cast his gaze to the right and became slightly wary. It was a man who had been carefully watching the young man through the monitor, and now he came in person. Behind him was also the VP. The manager immediately decided to introduce himself. His name was Kang Do-soo and he was the director of Tesla's channel, who subordinated others to him. Han-en was very surprised when the director approached him and bowed, thanking him for the last played Komish melody. He was simply shocked when Kang Do-soo suggested that the young man meet to discuss something important to both of them. However, Han-en didn't even know what to answer. He said that he wants to meet, but he does not know how quickly he will be released after the broadcast. Kang Do-soo decided not to interfere with the promising musician in his affairs. He said that he would definitely contact him a little later. He called his friend a complete fool in this situation. He did not believe that the young man had enough brains to refuse such a thing. Han-en explained his decision by saying that he found it quite strange that they had decided to be recruited, especially since the director came personally. He on the contrary, considered it a plus, because Kang Do-soo was a magician in his field who could turn anything into money. Min-ah agreed with the manager. Even she knew this fact about the director of Tesla, although she was not very interested in internet broadcasts. Han-en still decided not to go on her husband's leash. He said that he did not want to waste his golden talent on his whims. Friends were simply shocked by the musician's decision. They could not even imagine that they could ever get such an offer again. Han-en clarified one more point, that if he was really interested in Tesla, the director would have told him about it somewhere else. Han-en told his friends that it was just a stupid meeting that might not solve anything. On the one hand, it was true, but on the other hand, Han-en acted like a complete idiot who can't explain his decision. His friends were very angry with him for this. Han-en already had the experience of rising from the lowest to the highest in a past life. But he could not tell his friends that he was doing it for the second time. Suddenly, old Yoontae appeared on the horizon. He happily greeted his old friend and almost called him Han-suk. Han-en was somewhat surprised by his friend's behavior. He thought he was too cheerful, considering the busyness of the establishment. Looking at the man's right hand, the young man immediately understood everything. The innkeeper held a bottle of sake in his hand. Yoontae decided to show off the set Kang Do-soo gave him. Han-eun was just shocked, because before that his friend did not trust agencies. He decided not to interrupt this dialogue, and said that he would go closer to the stage. Min-ae decided to do the same. Yoontae asked the young man where his friend from ETG was. Han-eun replied that he will not be able to come today, so the broadcast will be solo. The musician assumed that this was due to the decision of Lim Tae-gun, who did not let his son go to the concert, and wants to prepare him as much as possible. The owner of the establishment did not understand why there were so many people today. Han replied that it was a sin for him to complain since it was all his profit. Today's VP broadcast was supposed to be a song contest among teenagers. The percentage of their competition could be estimated as 40-1. The tournament also had a prize pool of 10 million. Yoon-tae was simply shocked when he heard this number. He admitted that the internet is really cool. The old man asked his friend how the winner would be revealed. Han started to tell, but his story was suddenly cut short. A man from the side had been watching him for a long time. At some point, he decided to approach and draw the young man's attention to himself. He asked the promising musician if he was Kim Ha-noon. The young man turned his head towards the interlocutor and confirmed his identity. Han was just shocked when he saw who was addressing him. He had seen this man before, but this was the first time in person. A man who looked more like a punk rocker introduced himself to the young man as Ozzy. He was well known not only in narrow but also in wide circles. Han knew this man very well. His real name was Oh Ji-hwang, and Ozzy is just his nickname. He had 110,000 followers on MeTube. Ozzy was able to get his first 10K followers by playing a little game. This confirmed how interesting a person he is. Bum once told him about this. Han replied to the man that he did not expect him to come to the music broadcast. Ozzy responded that a broadcast is still a broadcast even with music. In this component, he literally had no equal, which is why he came. Also, after scratching his left ear with his finger, the man came to the conclusion that he is quite good at music as well, if he tries hard. Han did not understand what the man was saying at all. He asked the eccentric streamer if he sometimes got anything wrong about music. Ozzy smiled sinisterly back and said that he was completely confident in his abilities and very good company with musical instruments. Ha-noon hesitated a little when the interlocutor asked what was more important to him, the broadcast or the music itself. The young man replied that both components are important because he starts streaming to make music. One cannot exist without the other. Ozzy asked the following question: why did the young man choose the internet to promote his music? Because there are many other ways. Han replied that it was the same reason as Ozzy. He wanted to promote something individual and old-fashioned, which can be appreciated in modern times. Ozzy was shocked by the young man's response, who said that he admires Kim Han-suk's music and wants the whole world to be able to hear it again. After this answer, a sinister smile appeared on the streamer's face. He said that the young man really liked his character. He called him the main competitor for today's event. Han did not understand at all what caused such a conclusion from the man. Ozzy took one last look at the youngster before the performance, and warned him to prepare well as he wasn't going to give an even to young guys. Han felt extremely uncomfortable. He wondered if this strange man was really talking about songs and not about a deadly battle. Meanwhile, the preparation time was coming to an end. The host of this event finally took the microphone and was about to start the main event of the evening. The VP started the broadcast, and also did not forget to say hello to the viewers who came to watch them at the institution. Everyone was important. There were a lot of people inside the institution. They all tried to push their way closer to the bar counters to have something to drink. Yoon-tae was simply shocked when he heard that the guests had already ordered 500 cases of beer. He did not expect such a stir during the event. There were also a lot of people outside the bar. Han tried to get closer to the stage, and was able to appreciate the scope of the event. Two very young guys supported their idol Ozzy. They were dressed exactly like him, and shouted that they had unlimited faith in his victory. Han did not expect that so many people would come to support this strange streamer. Were the boys not the only fans of Ozzy? When the shouts of the audience subsided a little, the VP thanked the guests for waiting and informed them that now he will announce the rules of the competition. Each participant had the right to speak once. His rating was calculated based on the amount of collected donations. Whoever collects the most will be the winner. Khan and Nav did not find anything difficult in these rules. In fact, there was only one rule: you need to collect more than other participants. The young man called this competition the birth of capitalism. The VP raised his index finger up and invited participant number 1 to the stage. A rather modest young man went on stage and began to sing. His voice wasn't perfect at all, and he also felt quite stiff. Next, a young man dressed as a dog appeared on stage. The audience in the comments did not like him at all and chased the dog off the stage. Another participant was a guy with a bucket on his head. He was trying to rap. At some points he was really good at it, but most of the time he was not. Hanam didn't feel very comfortable in this situation. He watched the young men and did not understand why they had come here in the first place. Their songs were not very good at all. Despite this, some people donated to these participants. Together, they collected less than 1,000 won. Listening to the last member's performance, Hanam wondered why his singing was so bad, because he sounded so good on YouTube. A young man nicknamed Kambala really sang very well on YouTube. However, he explained to someone that the whole point is autotune, which can correct the voice. The audience was not happy with the last performance. In addition to the terrible sound, the participant on the stage decided to feed the guests with hot popcorn. He really wasn't kidding and just threw the hot corn that was mentioned in his song into the hall. He thought it would look spectacular. VP called contestant number 11 to the stage. It was Ozzy's star time. The man went on stage and looked into the hall with a serious look. Hanam was looking forward to seeing what the man who assured him that music was his main job on YouTube would show. Ozzy behaved quite discreetly on stage. He slowly adjusted the microphone and brought his face closer to the instrument. His restraint did not last long. He suddenly began to smile sinisterly and loudly shouted that now Season 2 can finally be opened. Hanam looked at the man on stage and wondered what style he was singing. By assumption it could be metal or punk. After saying his last words, Ozzy immediately dropped his microphone from his hands. He threw it straight into free fall on the floor. Everyone present was completely shocked by this turn of events. A loud booming sound in the microphone echoed throughout the hall. Ozzy decided he didn't need a microphone for music. Instead, he took out a trimmer and immediately turned it on in his hand. Hanam watched his competitor's actions and did not understand why he was doing all this. The trimmer didn't seem to fit in here at all. No one could even guess what a crazy blogger would do now. He started bringing the trimmer to his head, getting ready to shave. The audience almost lost consciousness from what they saw. They certainly didn't expect to watch someone shave their head. Ozzy was a completely crazy man. Without taking his cold gaze from the hall, he simply moved his hand, losing his hair. Even his fans were not happy with what the man was doing. They were very sorry for the idol's hair, which was a symbol of his currents. However, the hair definitely couldn't be turned back. It slowly fell to the floor and now remained only in the man's memories. The people on the broadcast didn't understand what was going on either. They constantly asked each other why the participant shaves his head. Hanam realized who he had stumbled upon. He couldn't even imagine that Ozzy was even capable of anything for the sake of victory. The man on stage finished shaving after a few minutes. He didn't worry about how he looked now, because he didn't care. After finishing his shave, Ozzy knelt down to pick up the microphone, which he had dropped almost at the beginning of his performance. That was not all. The audience began to talk among themselves and guess what would happen next. They have already understood that anything can be expected from this participant. When the man tilted his head, everyone was simply shocked. You could see the name of the song right on his screen. This is how he prepared. Now Ozzy has already greeted the audience and announced his song called Hell. He was going to perform it in his signature style. The inadequate man began his song with loud shouts. It was quite obvious to the audience that he would be singing in a metal style. Hanam watched the action on the stage and was no less shocked than the others. Now he understood what the man meant when he said that he would not lose. Now on the stage, the man played the role of a crazy psycho. Hanam wouldn't even dare to fight him if he didn't have a plan of action. His fans got emotional after Ozzy sang his song. He wounded them right in the heart, affecting the most important emotions. Despite all the ostentation, Hanam recognized that the man's voice was very pure. Moreover, he kept the tempo and sang well. He remembered the last meeting with the crazy psycho. Then Ozzy warned the young man that he was going to sing better than anyone. Now, Hanam swallowed his words and realized that the competitor's last words were not empty. He really proved that he can sing well. Donuts literally poured down the river. Some viewers really liked the incredible spectacle that Ozzy put on. He rose to first place. Thanks to his crazy character and courage, Ozzy reached the first step in the rating. He also caught a loud ovation from the audience. Hanun had to admit that the man was indeed a superstar. The next participant at number 12 was Hanam himself. He came on stage with his guitar. The young man had to step over the hair that Ozzy shook in front of him. Friends were very worried about the musician, because the previous performance surpassed everything. They did not even hope for the victory of their friend. However, Hanam was not going to give up. He tried to come up with a plan to defeat the madman, and it seems he finally came up with something. He remembered one tactic that was only available to him. He thought that it should work for internet broadcasts. To begin with, the young man introduced himself. He slowly began tuning his guitar and tuned himself. He decided that in this fight it is necessary to play with the help of the competitor's weapon, madness in response to madness. Kim Han-eun decided to perform a composition by his favorite artist called Potpourri. The audience had no idea that it was a whole album. They were just listening to the pleasant melody of the first song called Rainy Night. Hanam was currently singing the first song from his debut album. He knew them all by heart, and was not going to stop at the first one. He asked Mina how the situation with the donations was. The girl replied that they are, but they are not enough to win. To win, the young man needed only one thing now. Catch up and run for donations of a crazy psycho named Ozzy. People in the hall were already preparing to applaud the young man after he finished the song. They believed that this would now be the end, but Hanam had a completely different opinion about himself. He used the same chord to move to another song. The VP did not understand at all what had just happened. He already wanted to finish the performance of this to the participants, but the song continued to exist. Now it was already the second song from Han Suk's debut album. She was called a tree and fit very well into this performance. Hanam wasn't going to stop even at the second song. Immediately after it, he started the third, called Compass. And that was not the end. The young man constantly picked the string with his fingers, using several chords. Since it was his first album, the songs were simple. His companions were simply shocked that the young man did not stop. Including them, everyone in the audience realized that he was performing Han Suk's songs back to back. Hanam fell in love with internet broadcasts precisely because of this. Here he had no time limit, and he could sing as much as he could. The VP still did not understand when he should finish the young man's speech. He kept bringing the microphone to his mouth, but it was always too early. Ozzy watched his competitor with admiration. That's exactly what he expected. Hanam has already sung 5 songs, and there are 10 to go. He continued to film the musician on camera the entire time. He felt rather uncomfortable because he didn't understand if it was even according to the rules, and Ming carefully watched her friend's movements, and noticed that he used only one chord to sing all these songs. It was the same famous money chord that was the most popular. Kim Han-suk built his debut album entirely on it. Hanam chose a win-win way to win. The rules did not say that you should limit yourself to one song. He simply connected several together. Donati poured a river into the young man's treasury. Viewers in the chat were simply shocked by such a turn of events, but recognized the tactics as working. Hanam still did not reach the first step in the ranking. People in the comments wondered, where are Han Suk's copyrights? The author himself knew a clear answer to this question. Hanam knew that he died in his past life and didn't even appoint a successor, so his copyright is invalid. But thanks to his mistake in the past, he can now perform his songs in this life without any problems, despite the copyright. More than 15,000 viewers have already gathered for the broadcast on YouTube. Probably everyone at this moment of the speech wrote that the young man is really crazy. The audience in the hall also enjoyed the performance. They understood that it was not all one song, but Han and Nav managed to harmoniously combine them. At some point, Hanam's donation mark finally surpassed the second rung. The young man was in first place thanks to his tactics. Now he could finally rest and catch his breath. Singing incessantly was not an easy task and Hanam sweated a lot. He asked his friend when he had time to prepare all this. Hanam replied that he was not preparing anything, but got out of the way at the last moment. The musician was a little surprised when his manager said that such things should be discussed with him first, as they are important for the broadcast. Bum was a bit resentful of his friend for this act. Hanun saw that the manager was really responsible, and praised him. He apologized to the young man and promised that this was the last time in their cooperation. Bum agreed to forget the situation. As soon as the friends reached a common agreement, Khan and Nav had to enter into a dialogue again. He turned his head back as he heard a familiar voice. It was Ozzy, who admitted that his competitor was a true psycho. He didn't expect anyone to surpass his shaved head. Han laughed, and thanked him for the greeting. He also added that today made him learn something from an inadequate man. The rules that lived in Han Suk's head were outdated by this time. Ozzy was able to demonstrate to the young man that these rules no longer work on stage. Ozzy even managed to prank fans by not allowing them to take pictures. They were very scared, after which the man allowed them to take a photo. Han realized how fun the modern world is. It was different from serious stage performances in the past. Now the broadcasts were incredible. The morning of the next day came and the students had to go to the universities. Chongqing lived his normal life as usual. Ting Guitar Club went to their office after the couple and watched some interesting video on their phone that blew up Matub. Han also attended the club meeting. His teammates turned to him and said that of course they knew that he was a fan of Han Suk, but it was just too much. The guy was able to sing 20 songs of his favorite artist in a row without even stopping once. Han said that there were a little less of them. Isung told the boy that he is exactly what the title of the video says, crazy. But the man who took the second place in this competition collected even more views. He was an even bigger psycho. Bum said that Ozzy is just good at broadcasts. Hanan agreed with this, and wanted to absorb many of the man's experiences. Isong asked the young man if he saw that he had become a celebrity on a guitar forum. Hanan asked what that even meant. Isong explained that it is a message board where guitarists gather and ask various questions with the hope of finding like-minded people. Han opened one of the comments and read it. He thought it was very nice that someone was inspired by his playing and started practicing the guitar. After opening other comments, the young man was simply shocked. Users joked about the other life of Han Suk, as if they knew the whole truth about the performer. He felt very uncomfortable in this situation. Isong, who was standing behind the young man, called him a real genius by nature. The guy explained that not only he thinks so, but also internet users, because it is impossible for an ordinary person to learn such a skill in 3 months. Isung is very upset because he cannot learn how to play the guitar himself. He also wanted to be a natural genius to play well. Han watched his teammate, and felt very sorry for him. He was at the stage of crisis, when his hands are constantly falling. Hanun knew very well that it was his fault that Isung was giving up because he saw someone effortlessly rise to the top. Suddenly, girls burst into the room. Sol immediately decided to ask the young men how their meeting with the director of the Tesla channel went. Beam said that the man offered them cooperation and praised them for their skills, as he had never seen anything like it before. Everything was very cool, but the young man reported that one person near him ruined everything. Hanan simply refused such a favorable offer, and Sol was simply shocked by this turn of events. She asked the young man why he refused at all. Because there might not be another chance. A teammate asked the manager of the musician whether he regrets this decision. Bum replied that maybe his ward was right in this situation. He added that it might be too early and held out his business card. He said that he can be contacted if there are any questions. Bum was on top. Thanks to the latest competition, they began to flourish. The talented musician began to be contacted from different cities. Teammates asked the young man if he had at least received something as a prize. Hanun replied that he made quite a bit of money from broadcasting as well. VP gave him part of the donations he earned, as well as income from the video. In addition, the contest was profitable because the number of subscribers increased. The teammates asked their friend if he would agree to treat them at his own expense if he had already started making money playing the guitar. Hanan did not want to give a definite answer to his friends. He was unsure, so he suggested discussing it at the next meeting. It was a little while before the meeting. Sol stood by the blackboard and tapped on it with her pen to make it quiet. The girls said that the topic of their meeting today will be MT. It was something like a joint trip by the whole club. The leader of the club explained that according to the tradition of the summer vacation, Ting will participate in competitions, so it is necessary to properly prepare for them. And she also added that the goal of this year will be the Jangseok Musicians Competition Guna. This name seemed very familiar to Han. He remembered this young man in the past who was a novice. He had to constantly conflict with him to force him to sing unpopular songs. Chan Seo Jaeun released the very popular song Labyrinth after Han Suk's death. Immediately after her, he became the king of pop music in the 2000s. He was popular enough to organize a contest on his own behalf. But for unknown reasons, this year the competition, which was held in the fall, was postponed. The members of the club were not at all against the postponement of the competition. They explained this by the fact that they would have enough time to prepare for it. Suddenly, one of the newcomers decided to intervene in the conversation of the more senior members of the club. He had some remark on this account. Han wanted to express his opinion and offer something interesting. One of the guards of the club said that he was ready to listen carefully to the newcomer. Han asked the opinion of the seniors, whether they would mind if they, together with the manager, used this MT of theirs as content. Sol was simply shocked by such a request. She asked the young man how he imagines MT filmed and uploaded to YouTube. There could indeed be some problems with this. The young man thought about the fact that such content will not be very interesting, so it needs to be improved. Han decided to remember how he started going to Gem Vocal Academy a few months ago. He got a very good offer here. Director Jang En-min, after first listening to the young man, offered him to become a model for an advertising campaign for a reason. In return, he provided him with free vocal lessons for several months. It was a mutually beneficial deal for both parties. About a month later, a before-after video was released on the channel of the Vocal Academy, showing the difference in the voice of one of the school's students. The effect was simply incredible. After the release of this video, Han appeared at the Vocal Academy and simply could not slip through the applicants. Jang Eun-min was even forced to go out to meet the young man so that he would not be trampled. He invited him to his office to talk. Han was very surprised that the number of people had increased so much. The principal said they don't even have time to process all the applications because there aren't enough teachers. The advertising video collected a lot of views and attracted many interested people to the school. Han felt a little uncomfortable watching the video. The master told his student that this was a normal feeling, but other people felt something completely different. While watching this video, they felt great satisfaction. Based on his previous experience, Han suggested that his teammates record their shifts before and after the camp and upload them to the channel. Club members thought this idea was pretty good. Someone was interested in how much money can be earned, and someone was interested in why it is necessary. Mina noted that the MT will only take place over a few days, so the changes may be quite small for a spectacular video. Han had already picked up his phone and answered that he was going to call a specialist. He still wanted to upload this video to the network. Of course, the young man was going to call his teacher from the Jam Vocal School. He told his friends that he was a professional in his field. He said that the master studied in the USA with Seth Robert himself. The members of the club were simply shocked when reviewing the biography of the famous master. Jang En-min was not against going with the students to MT. Yi Song had another remark. He asked what about the filming rights. This young man studied at the Faculty of Law, so the expected question. Han replied that it would be an unusual proposition. He promised to bear all the expenses. Hearing these words, all the students immediately turned their attention away from their work and looked in the direction of the musician. He confirmed his words and said that he takes care of accommodation, food and transport. The young man also did not forget about paying for lectures. Sol was simply shocked by such proposals. She asked the young man if it would be too much for him, because there are 10 members of the club. Han smiled pleasantly, and said that he had enough money to provide for them since he had already made some money from the guitar. Club members were not very happy with this proposal. They were excited by the fact that their faces would appear on the internet for the first time. Han noticed that his teammates were still unsure whether to accept the offer. He could certainly understand them, however, he could not afford the right to retreat. The young man raised his finger and drew attention. He was going to force them at any cost. He informed his teammates that he was going to treat everyone to Korean beef today. Comrades were simply shocked by the young man's generosity. Han continued to smile pleasantly as if nothing had happened. He added that it is necessary to have a good dinner before an important event. In the meeting room of the Ting Guitar Club, all doubts were instantly dispelled. Students began to accept offers if they were fed today. Han En was satisfied with the result of his manipulation. He chose the win-win option, offering meat in exchange for their faces. He watched his teammates with a smile on his face and thought that they didn't need to know what hell was in store for them just yet. Literally the next morning, the Ting Guitar Club went on a hike. They stopped at beautiful panoramic hotel rooms. They looked at this hotel and could not believe their eyes. It seemed very beautiful, especially in contrast with the wild nature. The contestants also paid attention to the concert hall. It looked very modern and it didn't look like ordinary amateurs would play here. Bum informed the club chairman that he had already taken care of the rehearsal at this place and booked the hall for the afternoon. Seol suggested that everyone should thank their manager for taking care of them and choosing the perfect place to relax and rehearse. Bum, in turn, transferred all the glory to Hanun, who organized all this. The young man felt uncomfortable because everything was wrong. Literally at the last moment, the club's leader in Seoul was able to convince everyone that the cost should not fall on one member of the club. Thus, a part of MT was paid from membership fees. Mina noticed that there would be other people here besides them. There were really a lot of them, and they all wanted to rehearse in this concert hall. They were unhappy and the newcomers could not understand why. Mina looked at one interesting candle and noticed that there will be a commemorative concert the day after tomorrow morning. They will just be here. Han turned his attention to the loud shouts to his right. He was a little surprised and looked away to assess the situation. An elderly woman was very angry with her interlocutor on the phone. They could not agree with the guests who should come. Han stood silently to the side and listened to these conversations. The woman was already at the limit of her emotions and could not tolerate people who consider themselves stars. When she turned her head to the left, Han was no longer there. He blended in with the crowd so he wouldn't seem like a spy. Seol informed the boys that they would be living in the same room. Bum was not very happy about this news and his friends started making fun of him. The old woman, in turn, began to eavesdrop on the dialogues of the young men. The boys joked about one of their own that he snores loudly in his sleep. The young men headed to their room to settle down and look at her. It turned out to be quite spacious and quite good for living. Seol visited the boys in their new home and asked Hanun when the vocal teacher would come. The young man answered that the day after tomorrow. Then the girl asked what they would be doing until then. The young man proposed the option that he thought was the best. Bum fully supported his friend's idea. They needed to shoot a video before and now was the perfect moment. Other members of the club were not very happy with this turn of events. They did not expect that they would have to train immediately after arriving on vacation. The Ting Guitar Club has decided to submit an application for participation in the music competition named after Jang Sung Jian, which will be held this summer. Therefore, the club members decided to shoot a video for the qualifying competition. Hong-eun Seo was in his second year, but he was the fourth oldest. He just served in the army for 2 years. Han listened carefully to the senior and enjoyed his song. He had pretty good skills. Han really understood that his skills were a bit imperfect, but he could completely cover them up with his joy and confidence. Han praised his teammate for the track he performed. Hong-eun Seo has been rehearsing very hard, because the future of their club is at stake. Next up was club leader Cho in Seoul. Han didn't even worry about her success as he knew her capabilities very well. When the girl finished the song, the young man could only applaud her. She played at the highest level and will definitely be able to pass. The young man didn't have to worry about Mina either. She had to pass the final selection without any problems, because she was already at the semi-professional level. Han watched the girl play with a smile. He clapped her hands as she finished her song by strumming the strings. Mina looked towards the young man as if with some complaint. She really didn't like the newcomer's reaction to her previous performance. The girl asked Han why he didn't tell her anything. The young man felt rather uncomfortable and did not know what to answer. He explained that the girl played very well as usual. Mina said that she did not feel the sincerity in those words at all. Han is already used to the strange character of her teammate. He tried to calm her down and said that her game has always been and is as good as possible, but there were problems with other participants. Bum also got a guitar. He was shaking from the fact that he had to act on camera. The members of the club did not make fun of the young man and forced him to play because he is a member of the club. He-bum tried to explain that he was just an editor, however, he could not get rid of it. He-bum was forced to pick up a guitar and gather his strength to play for the video. Hanun watched with pleasure as his friends sat on the guitar with him. He had already mastered the instrument for the second month. Despite his lack of experience, He-bum played quite well. He asked his friends for their thoughts on his game. Han-en told his comrade that his skills were really surprising. He promised that He-bum will definitely grow up and it will be noticeable in the video after. Han-en was not just saying this for support. He really saw potential in his friend who just needed to be given a push to develop. He picked up a guitar given to him by a club graduate and thought about singing. This time the young man decided to perform the song Labyrinth Soguna. This track was in the top charts for 8 weeks since its release. Earlier, the young man thought that this artist makes music that no one needs, but he was wrong, because his soul remained in the 80s. Ko-gun confidently made his music and waited for the right moment. The era itself adapted to him, and he became the king of pop music. Friends watched their teammate with admiration. Such a great gain was to be expected from the most talented member of the club. Isong alone was unhappy. He lowered his sad gaze to the ground and felt like a total nothing against the background of the newcomer. Han-en continued his incredible melody with his voice. This kind of music turned everything around and broke, which was not like Han-suk. Isong, out of respect for his friend, listened to him to the end. Various thoughts, mostly bad, were running through his head. Having listened to his friend's song to the end, the boy decided not to stay here any longer and left. Ing-sol immediately noticed this gesture. Someone caught up with the boy and put a hand on his shoulder to stop him. A male voice asked the club member where he was going now. It was Han-suk who decided to support his comrade. He tried to encourage him to perform, because now it was his turn to show class. Isong said that he does not want to go to the competition. He explained his decision by saying that he had not improved his skills at all since joining Ting. The girls were simply shocked when the guy decided that the guitar was not for him. He called her a tool for anyone talented but him. All the participants understood that the boy was greatly influenced by Hanan. The young man himself understood this perfectly, but he could not do anything. He wanted to somehow encourage his teammate, but he understood that he was too hardworking, so ordinary motivational words would not support him. Then, Hanan decided to enter from the other side. He offered the boy to study according to his method in order to change the direction of training a little. He decided that such practice would be useful for the young man and would convince him, even if it was only for 4 days. Isong was just shocked. He did not expect to receive such an offer in a moment of desperation. His mood began to change dramatically. When the boy in desperation agreed to individual training, the girl behind the boys decided that she also wanted to train. Mina asked why they were going to practice alone if they were all here together. The girl also wanted to try the genius method. In-seol and Hong-un-so were also not to try. They wanted to learn the secret of the novice's mastery and adopt his skills. Other members of the club did not stand aside either. They started raising their hands and talking. They also want to consider themselves members of this party. Chong Isong lowered his head again. Han-en tried to understand who this young man really was inside his mind. Han-en really wanted to help him, but he was unable to do so. He could only be there and encourage him to make a decision. Isong stood at the crossroads of his musical destiny. He needed to overcome his emotions and make a very difficult decision at first glance. In the end, the boy confidently said that he agreed to try a new technique. He wasn't going to back down and leave the cat on his tail for 3 months of training. Han-en was very happy for his teammate. He-bum also supported the boy and said that everything will definitely work out for him because he is a hard worker. Suddenly, their motivational dialogue was interrupted by a female voice. Han-en was very wary as he had heard it before. It turned out to be the same woman on the phone. She approached the club members and said that she needed their abilities. The students were simply shocked that the woman overheard their training and concluded that they were very skillful in controlling a musical instrument. She took off her glasses and wiped them for convenience. The woman had some conversation with the musicians and asked them to listen carefully to her proposal. The woman immediately got down to business and handed out her business card to the musicians. She organized events under the pseudonym Human. The aunt told the students that for the concert, which will take place very soon, she called one group that was supposed to perform for the audience. But just 2 days ago, representatives of this group stopped communicating. She was just shocked that she was dumped so easily. Han listened carefully to the woman and understood her feelings. He faced such problems more than once in his past life. The woman decided to call young musicians to replace this group. After handing over her business card, she asked her to call back when the decision was ready. In-Seol immediately began to discuss this proposal. At first, she decided that it was necessary to listen to the opinion of all members of the club. Everyone from the Ting Club didn't even doubt their decision. All the students were in complete agreement that they needed to take part in this concert. In-Seol admitted that she also really wants it, because there may not be another chance for her personally. Hanam was at first surprised by such a hasty decision from the club leader, but then realized that she was already in her 4th year. Then she will need to get a job, and her dreams of playing the guitar on stage will remain dreams, or will turn into ordinary hobbies like those graduates. In-Seol was not going to lower her nose. She encouraged her teammates, and suggested that they immediately start preparing for the concert. Suddenly, one question arose before them: how much they will be paid. In-Seol suggested that students like them could be left with a bagel. All members of the club were interested in the question of whether it is possible to clarify this issue with someone. Han immediately made eye contact with their manager because they knew. They took out the business card of the director of the Tesla channel from their pocket. The young men recalled that the man allowed them to call with any question. Kang Do-soo immediately picked up the phone and recognized a familiar voice. He asked the promising musician what he needed from him. After recounting the whole situation, Han was just shocked when he got the answer. The director of the Tesla channel immediately agreed to come to them. Not even an hour and a half had passed when the man arrived at the concert venue. He got out of his car and greeted the students. Han had not expected such punctuality from a busy person. Kang Do-soo immediately decided to cut to the chase and asked who he could talk to. The director of the Tesla channel went to the event manager. Ant was a little shocked that someone else was talking to her. Kang Do-soo emphasized that the students should get paid since Han is already quite popular with tens of millions of views on YouTube. The man also added that the young man is on a par with the successor of UTG groups. Han listened carefully to the director, as if there was nothing special in his words. But the skill with which Kang Do-soo was able to negotiate with the woman was impressive. This is what specialists were needed for. Kang Do-soo was able to negotiate a fee for the students with the event organizer. He thanked the woman for the fact that they were able to come to an agreement. While all the students were over the moon with happiness, Han approached Tesla's director and thanked him for rescuing them. The young man believed that the man would come here to renegotiate the terms of the contract, but he did not say a word about it and simply helped them. Han stopped the director and asked him if he could contact him after the concert and clarify the terms of the contract again. Kang Do-soo was a bit shocked at this turn of events. He smiled pleasantly and replied that the young man could always call him. This is how the students solved the problem with the concert. They decided to discuss the preparations over a grilled lunch. Han spoke first and talked about the method he wanted to use. He relied on the fact that there were 50 hours left before the concert. While the girls ate the meat, they listened to the young man telling them that during this time they had to work off the money they were paid. Han began to curl the fingers on his left hand and calculate that out of these 50 hours, they would only need 6 to eat and sleep a little. Students were simply shocked by such numbers. They were not ready to spend 44 hours playing the guitar. Han said to start training right now. He asked his friend when they should sleep. Han gave the evening answer that immediately after 24 hours of training. The young man called his method the practice of destruction, when all strength is exhausted. He was just shocked by this answer. He didn't want to sleep for 6 hours because he snores even harder when he couldn't sleep. Han reassured his manager and said that no one would hear his snoring anyway, since even an earthquake wouldn't wake up the students after practicing like this. The members of the club were not ready for such exhausting training. They began to grab their heads, as they understood how difficult it would be. Now they realized that Han had not accidentally fed them beef. They paid for the delicious dinner with their sleep. When the young men asked the talented rookie if they could turn it down, Hanam smiled and replied that it was too late. There was still a lot of time left before the concert, and it was necessary to prepare in time. The students started training the same evening as the sun was setting. Hanam picked up his guitar and started playing. He decided to lead the students behind him so that they would follow his example. Only 2 hours of training had passed, and the club members were feeling pretty good. They expected that it would be much more difficult, but it worked out. Hanam looked askance at his friends and mentally advised them to wait, since it was only 2 hours and it was a normal hobby training. The newly formed group of students continued to rehearse their song. 6 hours have passed since the training and it's getting dark outside. Now, the musicians had a completely different opinion about the difficulty of training. Their hands were unbearably sore from playing the guitar continuously. He-bum told his friend that he literally couldn't feel his hands. Hanam replied that this is how it should be, so we must continue. The clock was constantly counting minutes and seconds. Another 3 hours passed, and the music continued to play without stopping for a second. After 9 hours, the students felt even more tired. They were already at the limit of their capabilities, barely picking the strings with their fingers. Ing-sol was not ready for such burdens, but she could not back down because she understood that she was the president of this club and she was looked up to. Hanam noticed that most of his teammates had already reached their limit. He-bum was already holding his head from a migraine. Looking at Chong-ye-sona, Hanam was a little surprised. The young man showed great willpower and continued to play without complaining. The same could be said about Mina. She didn't stop for a minute, but despite that, she wasn't going to complain about the training. Suddenly, the girl stopped playing the guitar and asked the young man what he thought of her playing. Hanam didn't know how to formulate a thought. Mina was fed up with the young man's constant inaccurate answers and said that this time he wouldn't be able to escape the question because she would draw the answer out of him. It was very important for her to hear the opinion of a talented newcomer. Moreover, she felt that training for her turned out to be useless. Hanam was very afraid of offending the girl and hurting her feelings. He understood that it is very easy to do, because his peers perceive everything more closely. Hanam decided to be as sincere as possible with the girl this time. He pointed out some mistakes to her, but praised her for actually doing well. After these words of the young man, the flame of competition started to flare up inside the guitar club. The other participants watched the dialogue very carefully. They didn't want to give up on Mina's abilities. They had already come such a long way, so she wasn't going to stop there. Literally after a few hours it was already morning. The students felt neither the time nor that they were hungry as they continued to play the guitar. 22 hours have passed since the start of training. This number seemed simply incredible. No living person has ever resorted to such a thing. The students could no longer tolerate this training. They looked at the clock and begged for the 2 hours to pass as quickly as possible. He-bum had no idea where he was. Only one fact could please him, that there was still literally a little until the end. Hanam differed in his behavior from the rest of the students. He was hardened in training, so he endured fatigue much easier. 2 hours later, the alarm clock on the young man's phone finally rang. It was exactly 7 o'clock in the evening on the clock, which indicated the end of training. After hearing the sound of the alarm, the club members were overjoyed, but did not have the strength to show it. They really wanted to go to sleep. He-bum decided not to go far and just fall asleep in the concert hall. He fell to the floor and started snoring, despite the bystanders nearby. Hanam expressed great respect to one participant. Chong-ye-sung held on until the very end and showed no fatigue, playing on an equal footing with Hanam. The talented newcomer put his hand on the diligent boy's shoulder and said that this should be the end of it. However, Yi-sung refused. He wanted to continue training, even though he was too tired. Hanam caught the young man's body and was shocked that he didn't want to stop. Yi-sung explains his decision by saying that Hanam promised him to train with him personally, so even now he is willing to do it. Hanam looked at the boy with a smile on his face. He perfectly understood that he would no longer be able to continue training, although he really wanted to. Even though Yi-sung couldn't stand it and fell asleep, Hanam admitted that today he had outdone himself and everyone here at once. The guy hugged the guitar with both hands and fell fast asleep. According to Hanam, the boy was supposed to wake up tomorrow and not recognize himself after yesterday. Finally, After a long and exhausting training session, the students were able to get one night's sleep. Several hours passed, and the sun began to rise again on the horizon. Hanam woke up to the sun's rays greeting his face. He slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the sun. After he found himself in another body, he felt something strange every morning. It was something new, like a bonus. He considered it a sign, so he did not want to live another life in vain. He opened the curtains in their shared room. After that, the young man took a pot and a ladle in his hands and began to knock them against each other. Thus, he planned to wake everyone up. The students were not very happy with such a good morning. They called Hanun simply a madman who would not rest for a minute. Hong Yun-seo woke up and immediately stood up. He still did not understand what was happening and raised his hand to his head, as was the case in the army. Having woken up all the boys, the young man switched to the girls. In-sol was shocked by the young man's energy, because he went to bed later than everyone else. Hanun replied that he felt better than everyone else. He explained his condition by the fact that he often practices such training, so he got used to it. Teammates were simply shocked to hear such information. Now they understood why the young man's skills had improved so dramatically. They weren't ready to train again. A smile appeared on Hanan's face, and he thought that the students would change their minds very soon. The musician decided to lead his colleagues back to the concert hall. He intended to show off the fruits of their yesterday's training now. The members of the Ting Club took their guitars and started practicing again. They were somewhat surprised when they heard themselves again. Hong Eun-so looked at his instrument and didn't understand what was going on. The change could be seen with the naked eye. The same could be said for Mina. Her eyes widened in surprise as she realized the difference between them. Hanam was pleased that the students noticed the difference between their yesterday selves. They played much better today thanks to practice. Hanam turned to the most active teammate and asked Isona, "Does he feel the difference compared to yesterday's self?" The guy replied that before that he literally could not control his right hand, but today everything went like clockwork. It was like a miracle. Han-en knew that this was no miracle. This was a mistake many beginners made as they focused too much on their left hand when picking chords. But when professional skills began to grow, the position of the right hand became much more important. Newcomers felt that she was lagging behind. Isong was very pleased with the result and looked at his right hand. The skill of his right hand was finally able to catch up with his left. Han-en rejoiced with his teammate. Sometimes it was necessary to go beyond what was possible to get the desired fruits. He-bum caught all this on camera. Han-en, having finished filming, invited his teammates to look at the result and compare. For each person, 2 videos were taken 24 hours ago and now. Han-en was about to compare how much their skills had grown. The students were simply shocked when they watched the old videos. They couldn't believe that they played so badly. The members of the club were embarrassed to look at the way they played yesterday. They asked to edit Hibom, but the guy did not agree, because that was the point of the video. The manager explained that such a reaction clearly speaks of the result. Han-en fully agreed with his friend and supported him. Eun's turn to check his score. Hibom even came up with a title for this video, A Miracle in 24 Hours. Teammates enjoyed the game of the talented newcomer. It was noticeable that even for him the night training gave a colossal result. The young man had enough time to accept Jang Seo's style gun, which he was never able to accept in his past life. Their morning training session was suddenly interrupted. Someone loudly applauded them in the palm of their hands, and said that it was simply incredible. Ting Guitar Club immediately stopped playing and singing. They looked in the direction of the loud sounds to see who had come to them. It was the director of the Jam Vocal School. The man praised his future students for playing the guitar very well. Han-en introduced his master named Chang and Min to his friends. He informed them that this man had come here to give them vocals. Jang Eun-min asked the head of the club if they would not be the only ones performing here, as he had just seen another group outside the concert hall. In-sol was simply shocked by such information. She believed that they would be the only band to play this concert, but Jang and Min's guesses and prejudices turned out to be true. Several people walked confidently towards the concert hall. It really was just another band, each member of which carried a guitar on their back. They booked a concert hall for rehearsal today. Approaching the newcomers, the leader of this group asked the audience which one of them was Kim Han-eun, what was replacing them. The young man looked at this musician and could not understand why he came here in the first place and what he wanted to hear from him personally. Manager decided to intervene in this dialogue. She introduced the group with whom she had agreed long before the hiring of newcomers. The leader of the group asked the woman to stop pestering them, because he had already apologized 10 times for not picking up the phone in difficult conditions. Also, the husband did not like the fact that their professional music group was replaced by some incomprehensible students from Mitub. The musician drew attention to the short camera in Hee-bum's hands. He suggested that the only thing young people do is shoot videos on the platform. He really didn't like this professionalism. He said that these young students are not capable of understanding and writing real music. Suddenly, the man's monologue was interrupted. One of the students informed him that they had not yet had time to upload the video to YouTube. It was Hanun who decided to respond to the jerk, and said that he could just go to their channel and check out what kind of music they make. The musician did not really like the young man's insolence. He looked at him coldly, and decided not to waste any more of his energy. He said that it was their turn to practice in the hall, so they could see and appreciate real music that is not like MeTube. The man literally chased the newcomers off the stage. He said they needed a rehearsal space and asked them to get out of here immediately. The students were forced to leave with the new teacher. Jang Eun-min decided not to waste time and immediately started training the club members. In-sol expressed her dissatisfaction with the experienced music group. She didn't understand why they thought they were so cool in the first place. Isom was in complete agreement with the club president. He said that the men had no right to talk like that because they knew nothing about them. Mina, meanwhile, decided not to get involved in this discussion. She just sat on the rocks with her feet in the water. The girl wanted to relax. Hanun was asked if he is upset that the video will not be uploaded to MeTube. The young man smiled and said that they would find a way out. Now he was worried about a completely different problem. He wanted to get closer to the concert hall and watch an experienced music band. The leader of the band felt the guitar very well. They sang their original song called How Is It. They did very well. This man did not sing alone and was supported by 2 more. They felt the rhythm very well and supported each other's voice. Their trio was truly incredible. It seemed very harmonious and combined as if they had lived several lifetimes together. Han watched their singing and gave no reaction at all. He silently enjoyed how harmoniously the trio sounded. In-sol said that this group has been playing in Honda for a long time, that's why these 3 sing so well as a trio, having experience. Han immediately realized that there was nothing special about the song. The strength of the group was only in the fact that they sang very harmoniously as a trio. 3 completely different guitars were combined very harmoniously together. It was because of this that the sound was richer and voluminous during the concert. Hanam was not going to give up and wanted to perform on stage. He said he wanted to discuss their upcoming performance. The girls were a bit shocked when they heard these words. The young man added that they definitely need a plan to make their dream come true. Meanwhile, one of the students continued to practice vocals. His throat could no longer withstand such loads, given the circumstances. Yoon-sung asked the master if it is possible to sing with such a waterfall in the mouth. Jang and Min replied that he came here to teach them. Meanwhile, Hanan said that he has some idea to implement the plan. All immediately turned their heads to the central figure. The girls were a little afraid of such an idea. They thought she was really good, but they didn't think that everything would go smoothly. Hanan reassured his teammates. He said that everything would work out for them and asked them to trust him in solving this issue. Very soon the next day came. It was the day when the concert was to take place. Everything on the stage was ready for it to begin. The audience was absolutely delighted with this event. They could not understand why they were dragged here and forced to listen. Han perfectly understood the emotions of the students present. They were dragged out to an inexplicable event on their day off, and even mosquitoes are biting. Tridiot's leader came on stage and introduced himself as Hwang Yu-chan. Before him, the power is not an easy task to make the audience move. Viewers were simply shocked when the man suggested that they were as hot as he was and tired after long days of work. Hwang Yu-chan decided to play on the emotions of the audience and prepared a suitable song. He said that she would be able to help them. The band Tridiot was going to perform a song called From Work. She did her best to reflect the emotions of the audience. The leader of the trio began to sing. The song was about the worthless job that everyone has to go to in order to earn even a penny. The audience really liked this song. They literally saw themselves in these words, which is why they so zealously supported the performers on stage. After finishing the song, Hwang Yu-chan started interacting with the audience again. He asked the audience if they liked the last song. Han-en was very positive about the musician's skills. He called the man a real pro, who managed to win over a not-so-simple audience. The young man had the feeling that he was doing everything in vain. The trio completely controlled the atmosphere and interacted with the audience perfectly. Hwang Yu-chan looked towards the brash young man and mentally asked if he now understood the meaning of real music on stage. He condemned all music platforms because the youth only cared about the number of views and did not care about real music. The next band was going to take the stage. Hwang Yu-chan was very surprised that Han-eun was not going to speak alone. The young man confidently entered the stage and approached the microphone. He greeted the audience and introduced himself as a member of the Ting Club. Mina also felt quite confident. After the newcomer, she also said hello and gave her name and affiliation to the club. In-Seol was also part of this trio. She smiled kindly at the audience and introduced herself as the leader of the Ting Club. Han-en decided that the three of them needed to go up on stage to answer the competition. They were about to start a song. Han-eun recalled the moment in rehearsal when he only suggested the pilot idea. He demonstrated the performance of one song to his teammates. As always, the young men were delighted with his skills. Their meeting was also attended by vocal master Jang Eun-min. After listening to the young man's idea, the girls asked if they would be able to play threesome at all, because they had never done anything like this before. Han-en smiled pleasantly and said that he believed in their success. They were in the same club for the 3rd month, so they managed to get along well. In addition, thanks to the daily training, the girls were able to improve their skills very much. Therefore, the young man believed that their trio was no worse. Mina hit the guitar strings and started picking them with her hands. She did it at a tremendous speed for guitarists. Spectators in the stands were simply shocked. They couldn't believe that the girl was playing the guitar as if she were a drum. Mina had a special technique of playing the guitar. Speed was her hidden trump card and really felt like playing a drum. Han-en thought everything through to the smallest detail. On his left side was In-Seol, who performed a quiet backing instrumental in their party. Han-eun recognized the girl as the best in the club in terms of musical skills, but entrusted her with backing vocals as he saw potential. She was always the best at keeping the performer quiet in the background. Han-en realized this when they first met. In-Seol was indeed the shadow leader of the club. She was worthy of the title of president and constantly led her wards. The boys in the hall began to admire the vocals of the young man who stood at the microphone. They began to wonder who he was. Hee-bum was in the hall at that moment and decided to add fuel to the fire. He told the audience that this vocalist's name is Kim Han-eun. Moreover, he told them that the author-performer has his own channel on MyTube, which, by the way, is currently being broadcast. Han-eun became the main character on the stage thanks to Mina's hard-hitting fight and In-Seol's soft support. Tridiot Trio was not very happy with the result of this concert. They understood that the young man on stage would be able to surpass their performance. Hwang Yu-chan was very worried about his situation because he understood it as well. He heard the young man's vocals and recognized that he was truly incredible. One of his partners accused the man of not being able to sing at full strength, and now they seem like losers against the background of newcomers. Hwang Yu-chan had nothing to say. He saw a video on YouTube, but there are completely different skills. It is impossible to change like that in 3 months. Conflicts began to occur within the group. Only one of the participants asked to be quieter because he wanted to listen to the competitors. The trio on stage started the next song. They decided to play Kim Han-suk with the song Zoria. They were filmed on a phone. The audience literally went crazy from the atmosphere that reigned around. They didn't even expect to get such emotions when they came here. The chat on the broadcast was simply flooded with compliments. The audience did not stop admiring the talented young man who played the guitar. But now he was not alone on the stage. Nene was noted in the comments as an incredible beauty with powerful fighting skills. In-Seol was also not left without attention. True fans noted in the comments that she performs the most important role from the shadows. Hong Yoon-sung was also caught on camera. Behind the backs of the trio, he felt like a real star, imagining himself on camera as the idol of millions. It is the turn of other participants to demonstrate themselves. Chung Yi-sung entered the stage and had no idea what would happen to him next. From the very beginning of his stay on the stage, he felt very uncomfortable. His speech was very restrained and few words to the audience. He was very afraid of the eyes that were looking at him from everywhere. The young man was going to perform a rather popular track called Forever. Hanam was a little worried about his teammate. He understood that his experiences were quite normal, since the boy was on stage for the first time. He hoped that Yi-sung would avoid many mistakes. The boy struck the strings and began to sing a popular English song. Han-en was satisfied with the result of the singing. He expected much worse, but even the audience behaved very positively. The audience knew the popular song very well, so they immediately recognized it in the performance of the name. Yi-sung chose a great track for his own performance. Although the boy continued to sing continuously, his sense of fear still persisted. His voice trembled a little. At one point, Yi-sung felt very uncomfortable when he realized that he just stopped and made a very unprofessional sound into the microphone. A master like Kim Han-suk immediately noticed this. The guy on the stage suddenly said into the microphone. It was really uncomfortable at the time. Yi-sung began to panic. His hands were shaking. Han-en was literally begging his teammate to calm down and just keep singing. At some point, the young man realized that Yi-sung would not be able to cope with the pressure and could stop singing and leave the stage at any moment. But a sharp turn of events took place on the stage. Yi-sung was just shocked when he heard that the whole hall started singing along to him. The guy continued to play the guitar literally on reflexes. The audience decided to support the guy and continue his performance together. Hanam was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect that the public would so suddenly support the performer. Koreans really like to sing along. This moment made the young man remember that it is the audience that creates the atmosphere at the concert. Han-suk felt it in every performance. When Yi-sung finished playing the chorus, he turned his head to see Han-eun in front of him. He asked when he managed to get up. Han-en winked at his teammate and advised him not to worry. He offered to play the second verse together. Yi-sung did not understand what this meant at first. He turned his head to the left and saw in front of him teammates who were ready to play. The boy was very happy to receive support at such an important moment. A happy smile appeared on his face, which meant yes, Yi-bum was the only one who didn't go on stage. He continued to be a cameraman and appreciated that the situation on the stage was simply chic for the stream. Comments literally poured in. The audience assumed it was a routine order for the rest of the club to take the stage. Be that as it may, they got success. The following day, a video of highlights from the broadcast was uploaded to MeTube. This video collected simply a huge number of views and likes. The first joint broadcast of the Guitar Club caused a real sensation. Han-eun sat in front of the monitor screen and did not understand why this video was so well received by the audience, because it seemed like nothing special. Yesterday's video had more views than Jang Sung-kyun's cover version. There were only 80,000 here. The young man could not understand why it was so difficult. His masterpiece turned out to be uninteresting to people, although he put much more work into it. Yi-bum explained to his friend that this is society's choice. The public loves flaws more than perfection. Han-en felt like a real fool in today's world. Unikovi knew that he really didn't understand anything about mitubai and modern trends. Han-en silenced his friend, who decided to show off his intelligence, and threw a piece of paper. He added that he had better edit the video before after. Yi-bum warned that it would take some time since they filmed as many as 10 people. The manager was the first to send these videos to Jang Sung-kyun's contest. Han-en heard his friend's words about his lack of sleep and realized that he really works too much, especially in the last few days. Bum's editing skills have improved over time. And in the future, she expected even more work for just one man. Han-en looked at his exhausted manager, and understood that it would be very difficult for him, and he would not be able to assemble everything alone. Han-en also understood that they couldn't stay in this room forever, so they needed to find some kind of studio. Yi-bum suddenly heard his friend saying something in a whisper and asked him again. Han-en didn't want to share his thoughts. He coldly replied to his friend that he was being called, so he had to leave. Yi-bum did not contradict his friend. Hanam walked out of the room and picked up the phone. He heard a strange male voice there, which seemed damn familiar to him. Suddenly, the young man realized that it was his father. Dad immediately recognized the strange manner of speaking and told his son to speak normally. Kim Ha-noon spoke to his father in a completely different way. Han Suk decided to impose his manner on him and said that he has grown up. Father was very much alarmed. He began to ask his son if he was all right and if nothing happened if he said so. Han completely forgot that he has a family. He was so wrapped up in his affairs in the guitar club that he did not remember his parents. The father invited his son to come over for the weekend to talk a little. Han couldn't refuse, so he accepted the offer. The young man hung up the phone and felt some strange emotions. These were some familiar, and at the same time unfamiliar sensations, because in his past life he had no family. In Hanan's memories, his parents treated him very well. They constantly worried about him so that he would grow up no worse than others. Hanan turned back to the room and slowly exhaled. He asked the musician why his mood suddenly changed. Hanan told his friend that he was going to visit his parents this weekend. He didn't understand what his friend was getting at. Then, Hanan asked if his friend had time to tell his parents about their matui. He didn't know how his ancestors would take it. He firmly replied that he wasn't even going to tell his parents about the channel. Hanan asked why the young man decided that way. He explained that he was happy to tell, but his hair would be torn out when they found out he was doing this kind of thing. The manager asked the musician why he was asking about this at all. Hanun explained that he thought now was the time to tell his parents about life's business. He warned his friend to be careful and cover his face when he said it. On a sunny, cloudless day, Hanan went to his parents. He went to one of the districts in the city and awakened his memories. It was in this quiet district that Kim Ha-noon grew up. The young man suddenly recognized a very familiar smell from the bakery. It was the closest and tastiest bakery to him in his childhood called Taejun. Hanan turned his attention to the young couple arguing among themselves. They couldn't decide what to buy at the bakery. They argued about which is better, buns or croissants. The girl could not listen to her boyfriend, who was like a bread tycoon. Hanan was smiling pleasantly as he watched the sides of the conflict. They were as sincere as possible when arguing about ordinary bread. The young man could no longer linger in this place because he had to hurry to his parents. He was carrying a suitcase on wheels with him. After moving from his seat, Hanan immediately began to sing a song about bread that he had invented himself. She caused him a lot of emotions after this incident. This song was very gentle and suited his voice well. Despite this, a lot of work still needed to be done on it. Hanun didn't even have time to reach his home, but he was already thinking about new songs. He had almost reached his goal and saw the man. Seeing the figure on his horizon, the young man immediately stopped. Strange memories and emotions awakened inside him at the moment. This man opposite was Hanan's father. Dad immediately recognized his son and was very happy that he had finally arrived. The father warned his son not to call him so formally again. Hanan didn't really remember how he had communicated before. Dad put his hand on the young man's shoulder and invited him to the house. Their mother was waiting for them, but Hanan was not yet ready for this meeting. However, he had no choice but to do it. Dad called Mom to the door and announced that his own son had arrived. Mom immediately dropped all her things and ran to the front door. She could not believe her eyes that she was finally able to see her son again. She grabbed his cheeks and asked why he hadn't called in so long. Hanan felt very uncomfortable in this embrace. Despite this, Mom's hands were very pleasant and smelled of food. The strange sensations inside kept mixing with each other. Hanun realized that this was the real family he had missed so much in his past life when he was Han Suk. Parents invited their son to the table and began to ask about his affairs. Han replied that he and his friends were fine. The mother noticed some wounds on her son's hands. She was very afraid that he would start working in some dangerous job. Han reached out his hand and began to comfort his mother. He reported that his injuries were not related to anything dangerous. He decided to confess right away. Parents were simply shocked when they found out that the sign hosted a music channel and was injured by guitar strings. The father began to ask his son, since when he had such a hobby, and where did he get the courage to create a channel on MeTube. Hanun replied to his dad that it was not a hobby at all. He saw it as a regular job that paid good money. The parents were simply shocked that their son had changed so much. He suddenly started talking about work, which he had never mentioned before. Han expected this kind of reaction from his parents, so he prepared himself. He took out a statement from his pocket and said that all his earned money was there. His balance already contained more than 11 million won, which was simply a colossal result for such a young age. Mom took the graduation card in her hands and looked at it. Seeing this number, the woman's eyes widened in surprise. She could not believe that her son was able to earn such money on his own and asked if it was all true. Han confirmed the numbers on the card. Moreover, the young man informed his parents that he was now going to pay for university studies himself, and only hoped for support from his elders. The father was shocked no less than the mother, but he did not show it. He was very surprised that his son had grown up so suddenly and became serious. Hanun used to study at university only because he had to, and he entered his studies with a fairly average GPA. But now everything suddenly changed. The father told his son that although he had earned a large sum at that age, it was very difficult to make money from music. He hoped that his son understood this very well himself, since his mother was a musician. Money for this profession was a temporary phenomenon. The father warned his son to be as careful as possible with his finances, because it is not known whether he will be able to become like Kim Han-suk. Dad, I remind my son that this legendary singer achieved everything on his own and was already a very famous singer at that age. Han did not expect such a turn of events. He promised his father to work very hard and reach heights no worse than Han-suk. Suddenly, Han quickly got up from his seat and headed towards the door. Father could not understand what was happening. His son decided to bring the guitar to the table. He didn't want to sound outspoken, so he started tuning the guitar. Parents were simply shocked to see their son with a musical instrument. They eagerly waited for the young man to start playing. Hanun promised his parents that he would play them a song that would win them over right now. He added that he would do it just like Kim Han-suk. Having tuned his guitar, the young man struck the strings and began to sing. He even forgot what importance Kim Han-suk has. For the current generation, the legend meant almost nothing. But for their parents' generation, it was a true paradise and their youth. Han remembered when he was young when he was riding in a car and heard this song for the first time. Then he had no idea that he would need this knowledge someday. The young man asked his father why he kept listening to the same song, and asked if he was bored of it. The father replied to the young man that he met his mother during this song. Han did not yet understand how important these words were. Suk's debut album, For Seasons, was not very well known, but extremely important. It was the youth of the young man's parents. After listening to the song just once, they remembered it for the rest of their lives. Han felt a little uncomfortable singing this song. He understood that it would cause very mixed emotions in his parents. The old men listened to their son with pleasure. They finally waited until he began to respect them and give them more time. Han struck the last chord and ended the song. He hoped that, as usual, it turned out perfectly for him, and his parents are now in shock. Dad could really be proud of his son after that. He asked him how long he had been playing the guitar. The young man answered that 3 months. The man asked if anyone could really achieve such success by practicing for 3 months. Han replied that it was impossible. Then, the father concluded that their son is a talent. It was a sign of a true genius who was able to master a musical instrument perfectly in 3 months. Hanun was just shocked when Dad said that he supports that people should do what they do best. The father gave the go-ahead to the young man to practice music. He told his son to never expect praise or approval again in life and just move forward. Han was extremely happy to receive such words in his direction. He thanked his father and said that he would definitely fulfill all their hopes. The old people could not be happy with their son, who had already grown up so much. They looked at him and his guitar, as if seeing him off into adulthood. At the end, the mother asked her son what kind of song he played so interestingly. Han had not expected to find himself in such an awkward situation. Despite all the problems, Han did not regret visiting his parents one bit. Now he had to go back to the capital. He settled down more comfortably by the window and moved on a high-speed train. He was grateful to fate that he could live in 2 bodies. Now, with the experience of both bodies, he could seriously take up music. Fate opened before him a simply immeasurable world of the internet and broadcasts. He was editing videos and doing business. Meanwhile, his friend burst into him and announced that he had already returned. Hanam dared to make significant changes in his life. He saw that the president was also in this room, which greatly simplified the situation. The boss understood that they were waiting for a very serious conversation and offered to go to the cafe to have a snack and discuss the situation. The man himself did not expect it, but the new channel on MeTube was shot. Writer-performer Kim Ha-neun exceeded all his expectations. The young men were also infinitely grateful to the man for his support. They thanked him for believing in them, because otherwise they would not have become popular. The boss was also satisfied with this cooperation and thanked for the praise. He was pleased to hear that his organization was helping newcomers. The channel of the author of the artist Kim Ha-neun surpassed the mark of 50,000 subscribers. It was just a colossal number in such a short period of time. After gaining enough experience in VP, Hanam decided that he needed to have his own studio with special equipment. The shooting concept was also equally important. In the VP, it was a separate room, which was associated in the audience with the path he traveled. The boss also got very ripe fruits after this cooperation. He said that recently his customers have been watching Ha-neun's channel a lot, so he decided to help them scale. The man put something interesting on the table and told the young men to accept it as thanks. The boss spread several business cards on the table. These were the places he collaborated with when creating his studio. He gave the young men the opportunity to get a discount. Hanam was very grateful to the man for such a gift. It was really a very good opportunity to build a studio while saving money. Promising musicians decided to move to a building that was 5 minutes' walk from their home. Construction has begun. They decided to build an office that had 2 rooms. Hanam constantly had to be present at the construction site and sort through the documents. They managed to renovate the studio and get a discount on the monthly rent thanks to the director, who was very well connected. Thanks to these savings, the young men were able to invest the rest of their budget in equipment. Their workplace turned out to be really chic. Mina visited the young men at the housewarming party and almost lost her jaw. She very well appreciated the new storeroom, where the filming will take place. The girl noticed that the young men even worried about sound insulation. Hanam confirmed that she was a necessary part of their plan. In-sol also suddenly appeared behind the young man. She was invited to a housewarming party, and the leader of the guitar club congratulated the young man on his move. The girl immediately noticed that there were 2 rooms in the office. She asked what was inside, assuming it was a throw for the guests. In-sol felt a little uncomfortable when the young man suggested that she take a nap there. She said she was just joking. Hanam also joked. In-sol apologized to the host and said that she will no longer host in someone else's court. The members of the guitar club were very surprised when Hanam said that she was not a stranger at all. He built it for all his teammates. In-sol told the young man that he would not get her out of this place. Ha-neun didn't mind at all since the content had to be filmed with someone. Yoon-young sang to inform his teammates that another guest has joined them. Behind him was a blonde. Lim Song-woo thanked his alleged friend for inviting him to the housewarming party. He felt quite uncomfortable visiting another club. Lim Sung-woo told the owner of this studio that he could contact him earlier because his father has a lot of vacant premises. Hanam has no desire to contact the host of UTG. He said that he just wanted to achieve everything and he succeeded. In-sol approached the newcomer and invited him to join their group chat. Lim Song-woo was very surprised. Hanam was no less surprised than the blonde. He did not expect that the leader of the club would offer the newcomer to the east to become a member of the Ting family. Lim Song-woo felt very uncomfortable. He was literally surrounded from all sides by positive people who cared about him. This caused him very mixed emotions. All the students behaved as if they were one family. They ordered chicken and drinks. That's how they decided to spend their first evening in the new studio, eating chicken and drinking cola. It was just perfect. The students were in the studio until the very evening, talking on various topics. After doing a lot of work, they could finally rest. However, one of the offices was not relaxing at all. It was here that the first qualifying round for the Jangseo music competition was held. Guna. The men who listened to the songs were very tired. Their brains were literally boiling because they had to listen to more than 50 songs. In the last 2 weeks, they had come across a lot of the same songs and were already making notes about which songs they definitely shouldn't take. Another man was sitting opposite at the laptop. All his colleagues wanted to go for a break, but he suddenly made them stop. When the judges heard that they had a group of 10 people at the competition, they gasped in surprise. It was very unexpected. The judges couldn't believe they now had even more work to do with this audition. Their colleague tried to encourage them and make them listen. In the end, the men had no choice but to accept the offer. The man behind the laptop pressed the start button and playback began. They could immediately see Mina on the screen. They judged her level to be quite good, but it was a little short of professional. The men thought it quite strange that these were all students from the same university. They all had good skills, especially the last girl. Ing-sol played her backing instrumental very confidently. Already after this audition, the judges would have remembered the Ting Club from Chongqing. However, this was not all that the band was able to surprise them with. Hanam appeared on the screen as soon as the vocal part of the song began. Hearing only the first lines of the song, the judges forgot how to breathe. Their faces turned to stone at what they had just heard. One of the men considered the musician too talented. A woman among them noted their ideas to send a song to Jang Seo-juna for the competition of the same name. They literally enjoyed this young man's singing, even though they were very tired. Hanam wanted to listen more and more. The woman remembered that she had already heard this name somewhere. But that was completely unimportant now. She disguised the students' videos in a separate folder. The judge of the first round said that she was very pleased to hear another favorite of the tournament, who will definitely be in the top of the best performers. Hanun's affairs with the studio and broadcasting went according to plan. There was only one thing left to resolve the Tesla contract. A promising musician arrived at the head office and was immediately met by a man. He said that he was already waiting for his arrival. Hanam together with the manager received a lot of offers besides this one, but still decided to come to the management of the Tesla company. Hanun decided that way, because only from this channel he received a return gesture, and at the very first meeting he met the director. Moreover, the director personally helped them with the contract on the tour, although this was in no way related to him and the contract issues. The musicians' team appreciated this gesture. The channel manager offered to get down to business right away and wanted to explain the terms of the contract. The contract was signed for 6 months. Hanam was very surprised when the manager said that the advertising contract was split 80-20. The man explained that they share only the profit received from cooperation, and the personal income of the musician remains his own profit. Bum was very surprised by such suggestions. He asked what Tesla herself would receive in such a case, if the personal income was theirs. It seemed to the manager that in the long run this contract looks unprofitable, unless the company plans to pour in additional investments. The manager opposite appreciated the young man's intelligence and smiled. He did not expect that the youth would be so advanced in this respect. The young men were simply shocked when the manager replied that it was possible for them to make additional investments, taking into account their status. Tapping his pen on the table, the man said that they had quite a few investors and he could name one of them now. Hanam was just shocked when he heard the name of the investor's company. It was a fairly popular company in all of Korea called Neon. Neon began its journey as the largest portal in Korea and turned into a monster that covered various spheres of influence and various services. The manager explained this company's decision by the fact that they now dream of becoming an entertainment empire, and are doing everything possible to do so. Hanam listened intently as Neon planned to create a company that could compete with, or even surpass, the 3 pillars of the industry. To begin with, the company decided to focus on the online platform MeTube. They planned to pour money into new blood to attract a similar audience. Hanam could appreciate the plans of this company. Neon really had Napoleonic plans, how much he wanted to reorganize the entire MeTuber system. After finishing his brief confession about one of the sponsors, the manager turned to the potential client and asked if he was now ready to sign a contract. Hanam raised his hand and asked to wait for a while. He had one more issue to settle. He said that before signing such an important contract, he needs to consult with his manager and get his opinion. The young man added that this is not his personal channel, but theirs, so they should make important decisions together, despite his brand. He-bum did not expect such a gesture from his friend. He said that he has his own point of view on this situation and wants to make some adjustments. He informed Tesla's manager that they would be ready to sign the contract, but the company had to fulfill one small request from them. He-bum wanted to improve his editing skills. Considering the work he saw on the platform, the young man realized that he could learn a lot from the employees. Tesla's manager agreed to fulfill the young man's request. He said they have a dedicated editing team to help him improve his abilities. After the settlement of the last issue, the parties no longer had any questions. They finally put their signatures on the paper. This is how two young men signed a contract with the huge Tesla company. They shook hands after signing. After the contract was signed, the parties discussed their concerns a little. The topic of the project they were preparing came up in the dialogue. It was the same project that was filmed during MT. The before-after video was supposed to be a breakthrough on the channel, but it didn't change. The Tesla company was informed about this project, and the director Kang Do-soo showed a special interest in it, calling it an ideal plan. The company agreed to develop this project together. He-bum was immediately sent to the editing team, which the young man liked very much. Hanam started a broadcast on his channel and told his audience all about it. They came to the conclusion that this is a necessary step. Hanam did not forget to tell about the colossal project that is being prepared. He talked about its subtleties and decided to call it We Are Also Singers. At the time when the young man continued to communicate with his audience, Mina entered his filming room. Chad immediately reacted to the girl in the cell. They all expressed great sympathy for her, as they missed the beautiful girl very much. Two more members of the club entered immediately behind her. The fourth-year youth along with the club president were also Chad favorites. After seeing all the people he needed, Hanam decided to move on to the main topic of the broadcast. His content was related to friends. He opened the broadcast of the announcement of the successful candidates, and was going to check the results of the selection for the music competition. Flipping through the list of participants a little, Hanam found his name there and was very happy. Chat was not surprised that the young man had moved on. Also on this list, he immediately found Mina. The girl did not expect this and was very surprised when she learned about her breakthrough. She literally had tears on her face from such happiness. Chad infinitely supported the girl and even helped her to stop crying. Hanam wasn't worried at all that Mina wouldn't pass, but now he realized that she was personally very worried about it, and Seoul was also on this list. The president of the club reacted a little more modestly and thanked the chat for their unlimited support. Hanam found the name Hong Eun-seo in this list. He definitely did not expect to see this candidate, because his skills were average. From the Ting Guitar Club came to the music competition. All of them were infinitely grateful that he constantly supported them in the chat. When the members of the guitar club began to appear on the broadcast changed a little. Previously, Hanam filled this time by playing the guitar, but now his friends could fill in the silent places. Each of them was interesting in its own way, so the broadcasts became much brighter. Meanwhile, the man who organized this whole music competition was in the hospital. He had health problems. A woman opposite him was sitting and peeling apples. She warned her husband that organizing the contest takes a lot of energy. The woman was quite old, as was the man. She warned Soguna that he does not have to appear at the event in person. However, the organizers of this event did not agree with the woman. He clutched the blanket in his right hand and replied that he wanted to be present. His body became weaker every day, so he wanted to enter the competition at any cost, because there might not be another opportunity. Ko-gun looked at the cloudy sky every day and thought about his health. He assumed that perhaps this would be his last case, which had to be completed. The woman decided to cheer up the man. She smiled pleasantly and invited him to do as he pleased. She took out a tablet and offered her husband to listen to a video with the contestants who were able to make it to the final selection. However, So-gun refused such an offer. He did not want to rush things, as he was always against unnecessary movements in the situation. He explained his decision by the fact that he does not want to be biased in the selection, so he will not listen to the participants, and will enjoy them firsthand. They were going to deny the woman to the man. She realized that she still couldn't convince him, and it was better to let him listen to the music at the event. Then, she decided to cheer up the patient in a slightly different way. She brought him a tray of dinner and suggested that he gather strength before the final selection. Ko-gun agreed to do it. He understood that he had to appear in public in a good form, since the contest still bears his name. 4 participants from the Ting Guitar Club were in full combat readiness before the final selection of the music competition named after the legend. This year, the contest was postponed to a very early date, which caused outrage. It was delivered just 2 weeks after the results were announced. This was caused by the fact that the person whose name bears the music contest wanted to come personally to the event, but could not on another day. The students began to discuss the rumors that So-gun is terminally ill. Clear spread with tremendous speed across the city. It was not known what disease the famous musician was suffering from. But due to serious treatment, he was forced to stay in the hospital all the time. Hanam did not like the fact that the musician was terminally ill. Of course, he had heard these rumors, but he never believed them. In any case, it was too early to hang the nose. Despite the situation with the musician, the competition will still take place, so you need to prepare. Hanam has some business on broadcasts. He launched the broadcast and informed his users that today will be the premiere of his work. It was a project that the young man constantly warmed up on the air. The first episode of the project We Are Singers was finally released on the YouTube channel. Hanam decided to watch the video with the people on the broadcast. He literally filmed the series showing the progress of participants before and after MT. Due to the large amount of material, the team had to ask for help from Tesla assemblers. Of course they agreed to help. Learned a lot from these men. But, to be honest, his progress on the guitar was much greater than in editing, and Soul was shown first on the screen. Chat decided that the girl is already playing well, so she probably won't surprise anyone after that. The same could be said about the next contestant, Mina. She had very good skills, so no one understood how she could improve her skills even more. For a dramatic effect, the creators of the video decided to ask something like this. Soy was a hero who refused to go to the competition. He constantly talked about the fact that he could not exceed his skill limit in any way, so no competition would help him at all. Immediately after this dramatic situation, a 24-hour continuous rehearsal began. Mina's face could say a lot, and Soul was also very tense. Chat was enthralled by the video and eagerly awaited what would happen next. During this training, the faces in front of the camera were constantly changing. But the sense remained that the training was unbearable. The emphasis was placed on the faces of the participants so that the audience could feel their pain, which they had to overcome during the day. Looked very tired. They wrote in the chat that you could feel a little sorry for the editor, since he doesn't have to be sweet anyway. As soon as the audience's emotions were at their peak, it was decided to move on to the after part. Here the faces were already happy. The difference was really felt. Who was a complete rookie, played like a pro. People in the chat have even been inspired by him to take up guitar. This video was immediately uploaded to YouTube. It was after this step that the useful skills of director Kang Doo-soo were to help this video. On one of Tesla's channels, reviewer Kim filmed a reaction review on a popular show that aired on Hanam's channel. He tried to show sincere emotions to the audience so that they would get attached to the video. Kim constantly encouraged people to listen with him. Thanks to the tremendous support of Tesla bloggers, the number of views exceeded 500,000, which was a huge number. Hanam felt all the strength and support of his mentors. He didn't even expect that his growth would begin to happen so quickly. Hanam kept watching Yoon Seo in their studio and didn't understand why he kept exhaling slowly in a circular motion. Even if there was no broadcast planned, members of the Ting Club would still come to the studio, because it was much easier for them to work here. Yoon Seo asked the club president how she was doing. Sol answered in a sad voice that everything remains absolutely unchanged. Hanam immediately understood that his friends were upset about the choice of song. The fact is that at the final selection, the rules for choosing a song are quite strict. To participate, a song must meet one of 2 requirements. It had to be either original and one's own, or an adaptation of the old one in one's own style. There was no time left for the second option, so the first remained. The club members had never written songs, so it was a big challenge for them. Hanam watched silently as his friends tried to find a way out of the situation. They needed a month to order a song from a composer. Suddenly, Hanam decided to intervene in the dialogue and said that nothing was needed. Comrades were simply shocked by such a statement from the musician. Hanam decided to take all the responsibility on himself. He said he would be able to write songs for his friends. It is not for nothing that he has been doing this all his life. In his past life, he was not only a singer, but also a composer Kim Han-suk, whose songs were apt and original. Even before the start of his solo career, the young man wrote many songs. Some of them became hits for other artists, but were written by him. In addition, the singer has many more compositions left in his reserve, which he could not present to the world due to his very early death. After playing one of his old songs, Hanam asked his teammates for their thoughts. Friends were simply shocked at how quickly he was able to come up with something. When the young man was asked when he managed to learn this, Hanam laughed and replied that he himself did not understand how it happened. His teammates literally went crazy for the musician's talent. They were ready to fight to take away the played composition. Yoon So begged the young man to compose another song for him. In Sol also joined in and started asking the newbie of the club for a favor. Hanam was not against composing songs for his friends. In Sol was very surprised when she heard that the young man could not decide on a certain point. He said that he has too many ideas in his head, so he will play a few compositions now, and it is better for his friends to choose one for themselves. In Sol asked the young man if he understood that he was helping his competitors. At that moment, Mina entered the room. In Sol asked the girl why she showed up so early, because she said that she had to go to a restaurant today to meet her classmates. As soon as Mina remembered the situation with her classmates, tears appeared in her eyes. She did not really want to discuss the situation with her peers. In Sol was simply shocked by this turn of events. Friends began to calm the girl down and ask what had happened to her so terribly. They decided to sit down for a while and discuss everything calmly. And Min explained that her emotions are related to the fact that she managed to get to the final selection. Some friends couldn't believe it. They were angry with the girl and told someone that she was a cheater. But in reality, everything was completely honest. Hanam was just shocked when her friend told her that her friends started belittling her and saying that she would never be able to become a professional. Mina also admitted why she decided not to enter an art university. She was afraid that the assumptions of the haters would come true and she would not be able to become a pro. Hanam continued to listen in silence as Mina scolded herself for not being able to do anything in her life because she was always afraid of everything. Mina continued to choke on her words while Hanam decided to calm her down. He said that there is no need to make hasty conclusions. He was angry with her peers, who accused her of being a talented musician, but they themselves could not achieve anything in this life. Manager Kim in a past life constantly told his wards not to pay attention to anyone who is simply jealous and tries to humiliate someone. In Sol decided to calm the young man down and said that friends are still friends, they just expressed their opinions a little differently. Hanam slightly disagreed with this opinion. He said that true friends should support and rejoice with the girl for her achievements in music. After that, the young man added that if these idiots were his friends, he would have killed them already. Mina was shocked by these words. Hanam finished his emotional speech and realized that it was a bit too much. He got nervous and allowed himself a few extra words. However, despite all this, Mina was satisfied after the dialogue. A smile appeared on her face again, and she was relieved. Hanam was shocked when the girl said that this conversation helped her calm down, and she was glad to have friends like her teammates. She was infinitely grateful to the young man for his support. She said that after these words she was simply obliged to reach the end and win this competition. Hanam asked her friend not to forget that she has very serious competitors. The young man also claimed victory in a music competition. Mina shook her head and said that Hanam couldn't help it. Her difficult and evil character returned to her. Even so, Hanam cheered for her friend as she was back to her normal self, and it was much better than tears. Hanam proposed to take the dialogue in another direction. He said it was time to continue choosing his songs for the upcoming contest. Yun-so was in complete agreement with the young man. He mentioned that Mina didn't choose a song either, and asked how she was doing with that component. The girl had nothing to answer at all. She said that she is at a complete zero stage because she cannot write a song. In-sol smiled pleasantly and reassured her friend. She informed her that they were all in the same situation as her. Hanam played some of his songs to his friends, and they started rehearsing. The melody began to flow from the walls of the new studio. In-sol was the first to choose a song, and now she was singing it. Her skills were amazing as always. The voice was clear and calm, like a guitar. Han-en listened carefully to the club president and appreciated her song. It seemed to him that some point needed to be corrected to make it sound better. In-sol also noticed the problem in one word. She said that the word straight sounds rather short, compared to others. Han-en completely agreed with the girl. He suggested that she play the last verse again, but replaced the problematic word. In-sol played the last verse. Han-en listened carefully to her voice and seemed to understand what her problem was. He told the president that she seems to have a not so good habit of replacing the sound with ouch, which is why it doesn't sound very good. The young man offered to replace this word completely. He wrote in the lyrics of the song instead of the word go to avoid the problem. It already sounded much better. As long as the young man paid attention to the club leader, Mina felt a little abandoned in this situation. Han-en was the girl's mentor in this situation. Mina didn't know what to do for now and just walked back and forth behind her. Han-en noticed that the girl's throat was already on the edge, so he suggested that she rest for a while. But In-sol refused to do it. She explained that she will no longer have such an opportunity in the second semester, so she wants to leave good memories of herself for the last time. Han-en knew that when the girl became president, Ting began to decline. In-sol left behind absolutely nothing pleasant. That's why she needed to correct herself now. Mina opened a can of soda water and started drinking it to wet her throat. Immediately after that, the girl asked the young man to help her as well. Han-en didn't mind, but he was short on time. In the end, he had no choice. Mina began to play her song and the young man had to be tutored again. He constantly pointed out mistakes to the girl, trying to correct them. Surprisingly, Mina had trouble with the rhythm. Han-en noticed that the girl was no less serious than the president of the club. She took criticism as productively as possible for herself. Before that, the girl was strongly affected by emotions when her classmates called her a worthless person who can only win unfairly. But now she was ready to prove the opposite. Thanks to the words of a friend, the girl understood that deeds always win over words. Han-eun was pleased with Mina working on himself. She wanted to prove not only to her classmates, but also to herself that she was worth something. Suddenly, Han-en heard a very loud male voice and became alert. He didn't expect someone to sing so loudly. Yoon-so wasn't going to stand still either, so he started training right after the girl. His song was like a rock style. Han-en was very surprised that his song could be sung like that. Yoon-seo seemed to be in despair because he was not able to do much, so also had to help the young man. After finishing training with his friends, Han-en was finally able to train by himself. 2 weeks flew by very quickly. All this time, the students trained diligently, and finally the day of the competition came. All the contestants arrived at the best university in Korea. He majored in art, but looked rather humble. Bum immediately noticed the modesty around him. He compared the style to Gukden, where they performed before, and it was much better there. Yi-song said that there is absolutely nothing to be surprised about since it is a public university unlike Gukden. The Gukden concert hall literally smelled of money, and it was felt that the state definitely could not make such a gesture for the university. Mina said that unlike Gukden, the atmosphere here is completely different. Han-en was a little surprised and asked what the girl meant. Mina explained that this university focuses on experimental musical trends, which are very difficult for a wide audience to perceive. Han-en now realized that this music did not bring much money. Mina confirmed these words, which she wanted to say in a slightly different way, but Han-en perfectly understood that the university was on the right track. Very soon the world will be forced to keep up with this music. He had seen this before when So-gun calmly waited for his opportunity, and then his music became a masterpiece and everyone emulated it. Han-en felt that this place was very similar to Seo's character Guna. In-sol suggested to her teammates to go to the concert hall. When the students entered the Central University building, Han-en was simply shocked. He just couldn't believe his eyes. The young man saw a stone in front of him, which was dedicated to Kim Han-suk. It was an impressive and very unexpected sight. The members of the club had heard rumors that Sung Jae-eun studied under a young genius, so they erected a stone in his honor. Hanam was pleased. The girls literally began to envy Song Jaeun that he studied with Kim Han-suk, although they did not even suspect that they were already doing the same. After standing for a while near the Stone of Fame for the young artist, the students headed to the canning room, where a surprise awaited them. As soon as they entered this room, they heard a very pleasant sound. Hee-bum was very surprised as he had not heard this before. Han-en felt something strange inside, as if calm, but as if tensed. It was a cross between a violin and a piano. The young man looked straight ahead and saw a girl playing a very strange instrument. He met very rarely in modern times. Han-en was just shocked to see such a tool. He did not even expect that kayagam is still used in modern music. The girl behind the strange instrument finished playing and noticed the guests. She looked up and greeted the students. Ing-sol introduced her teammates and announced that they are participating in the finals, which should take place very soon. The girl opposite answered that she was studying at this university in the 4th year of the Faculty of Traditional Music. While Han-eun was in shock, Hee-bum noted the pleasant sound of the girl's instrument and asked what kind of amazing instrument it was. The girl loved her instrument very much and called it baby. She said that it is a subspecies of the modern electronic kayagama. Han-en was very surprised that the girl called the instrument a baby. She added that very few people know about this tool. She was very sorry that this happened, so she wanted to win at any cost to remind the world of the existence of kayahima. Some conclusions could be drawn from the girl's previous words. Mina immediately understood that she was not just rehearsing in a concert hall. The red-haired girl confirmed her visage's guesses. She announced that she also made it to the final selection, so she will compete with them. Rehearsed a little in the concert hall and had to stop. Finally, the lights came on and the contest was about to begin. Ting Club members sat in the hall and watched the scene. Han-en appreciated that there was a very clear and pleasant sound around him. It was announced over the loudspeakers that the evaluation phase of the final music competition would now begin. Han-en knew that he was not to be underestimated. To begin with, it was announced that Jang Seo would like to say a few words to the participants' gun. He slowly climbed the stage. Han-en was eager to see his old friend. A lot of time has passed since their last meeting, almost 30 years. His young friend So-gun was no longer young. The man came on stage and introduced himself as the founder of this competition. The participants in the hall were very surprised that So Jaeun is so skinny. They realized that the rumors about his fatal illness turned out to be true. Han-eun remembered a time in his past life when he was in the same studio with his then young friend. Ko-gun kept begging his friend to listen to his music again, because he thought it was perfect and was sure of its success. The man had changed a lot in the past 30 years, but Han-en still saw in his eyes the self-confidence that had led him to success. Han-en was very happy to see his friend again. Ko-gun finished with congratulations and announced that it was time to start the contest. Participant number 1 was invited to the stage. A young man came on stage and began to sing his own song, which was not very pleasant. Han-en realized that the rules were difficult for many contestants, so there would be very few good songs today. He put his hopes on many participants in vain. The next participant was invited to the stage to perform his composition. Han-eun was shocked when he saw a girl with kayagam on stage. He was very interested to hear how she prepared for the competition. The participant introduced herself as Kim Yi-dam, a 4th-year student at the Faculty of Traditional Korean Music at the University of the Arts. Teen girls listened intently to the girl on stage. She said that she will play a composition combining modern and traditional music. She hoped that the audience would be able to appreciate her skills and creativity. She called her song Love in a Dream and was ready to perform it. Kim Yi-dam slowly placed her hands on her traditional instrument and began to play the melody. She was clean and pleasant. A few seconds later, the girl entered with vocals. Her voice went very well with the musical instrument that reflected her soul. Han-en really liked this combination. He did not like traditional music before, but now he was forced to change his opinion a little. The clean voice of the girl very well complemented the quiet and confident notes. She did not just play the instrument, but lived this song. Han-eun was very impressed with Kim Yi-dam's skills. She had a beautiful voice, and in addition, the song was original and met the criteria. The young man admitted that this is simply an invincible weapon in such a competition. The participant finished her song and thanked the audience for listening. The audience was simply amazed by the girl's skills. They began to applaud her, appreciating her musical instrument and pleasant song. Ko-gun decided to personally congratulate these participants. He really liked the song and expressed his admiration for her performance today. Hanam was just shocked that the host of this event reacted to the contestant for the first time. It definitely meant something. Ko-gun added that the scene showed the potential of folk songs and said he hoped the girl would continue to write. Hanam was a bit wary at this moment. He did not expect that there would be such serious competitors from outside his club at the competition, and was called to the stage next. He took his guitar and tried to forget about everything just to give a good performance. The young man went on stage and introduced himself to the audience as a first-year student of the Faculty of Korean Literature at Chongqing University. When he was asked to tell about the song, Hanun turned to the teacher Jang Sung-jaeun. The old man did not expect such a turn of events. Hanun said that he was very happy to see the teacher, as he had dreamed of this all his life. He was very pleased to meet the legend. Ko-gun did not understand what was happening at all. He silently nodded his head, not closing his mouth in surprise. The young man's teammates were also shocked no less than the old man. Especially at the moment when he said that he was dedicating his song to the old teacher. Hanun intended to conquer not only the audience, but also the principal at this event. He was going to perform his own song called Baguette. Immediately after the announcement of the song, the young man struck the strings and began to play the melody. She was incredible as always and reflected his talent. Hanun wrote this song while visiting his parents. It was inspired by a couple arguing very sweetly about plain bread. He even added the exact words the young man used in the argument with the girl. The baguette and other goodies literally made me drool. The audience found this song a bit strange, although its sound was impressive. Hanun used the melody he had written in his previous life, but I decided to change the atmosphere a little for this concert. He added the atmosphere that Jang Seo used in his song's Gun. The listeners did not really understand the meaning of the song, but they liked it. It was like some kind of joke, but this kind of music also had a place to exist. Ko-gun was simply shocked when he heard the talented young man on stage. The gift of speech was literally taken away from him for a few minutes. Hanun dedicated this song to the old man for a reason. He wanted to convey to his friend that he understood his words, albeit late. Ko-gun watched the contestant on stage and couldn't believe it. No matter which way he looked, he saw Kim Han-suk in this boy. The old man was simply shocked that the talented musician looked so much like the legend from the past. It caused very mixed emotions. The audience continued to be inspired by the musician's songs. They had already started singing along, despite the fact that they had only heard the song for the first time. Hanun kept looking towards the organizer of this event. He watched the reaction of the old man who was to receive this message. Ko-jaeun was really immersed in his memories. It has been 30 years since the death of his friend, and now the world is ready to meet a new genius. Ko-gun was eager to see how this boy would make music. Hanun finishes his song and thanked for the thunderous applause. Ko-gun still couldn't say a word. He just watched the young man, who was not only talented, but also quite charismatic. In front of the old man, Kim Han-suk literally stood on the stage in his best version. He wanted to go down on the stage and speak to him. Hanun looked back at his old friend after the performance, and realized that his words had achieved their purpose and conveyed the meaning of the song. He was very pleased with the result of his speech. At that moment, the young man was not thinking about victory, but only about old feelings for his comrade. Kim Yi-dam duly appreciated the performance of her competitor. She clapped his hands and said that he has real talent. The competitors joked that they made it difficult for each other to win, but it was very interesting to watch. Kim Yi-dam was simply shocked when the young man said that it was too early to draw conclusions, as there is another contender to win the competition. Hanun was referring to his friend who had just stepped onto the stage. Mina tuned her guitar and was about to show off her best performance. The girl introduced herself as a first-year student of the Faculty of Korean Literature at Chongqing University, and was going to perform a song of her own writing. She named it Flowers. After announcing the title of the song, Mina immediately hit the strings and started playing the melody, which was written by Hanun. The audience did not stop being surprised by the contestants. This girl's abilities also touched their souls, as if reaching their hearts. Han was very pleased with his friend. He understood very well that Mina would do everything possible on stage to win. He considered the girl not just his friend. The young man constantly called her another rival in this life, which he likes very much. Then it was the turn of the president of the Ting Club to speak. In-Seol also showed her best vocals, although she was slightly worse than Mina. Yoon-So also did a great job on his song under Han-eun's direction. He changed her rhythm a little and it seemed very melodious. Han was pleased with his teammates. They all did a very good job and presented themselves from the best side. All participants performed on stage. There were messages that they were all great guys and the results of the contest would be announced in an hour. This time was quite enough to walk around the university and relax a little, away from the constant stress in the hall. Contestants could go to the vending machines and order a soda to soothe their throats after a long workout. Mina was very upset after her performance. In-Seol tried to support the girl, because she played even better than at the rehearsal. Kim Yi-dam was also upset because she wanted to win but was already in her 4th year. In-Seol calmed everyone down today. Han was very surprised at the girls' friendship that was built so quickly. He suggested that the girls rest a little and wet their throats. Yoon-Seo was also not against doing so. He asked his friends if they knew what was the best in this competition. He said that regardless of the result of the final round, anyone will be able to receive the gifts that were prepared before the start of the competition. Han felt this profound thought from his old comrade. Ko-gun always repeated that there are no losers in music, so he decided to give gifts to everyone. Despite this, Han still hoped to win the top prize. It was finally announced over the loudspeaker that the participants could gather in the hall. The members of the Ting Club didn't even notice how quickly time flew by. They will finally be able to hear the results of the final round and maybe rejoice. First, the bronze medalist of the tournament was announced. He turned out to be Hong Yu-sung, who was asked to come forward to receive the gift. The young man was infinitely happy to receive a prize place. He took the bronze cup and ran endlessly, thanking the audience for their support. This was followed by many awards for various contributions to music. Ko-gun thus rewarded everyone for participating in his contest. In-Seol was announced as the silver medalist in this competition. The girl received a silver cup and a bouquet of flowers. She was happy with the award. Then the gold prize winner was announced. Mina came out to receive the gold cup. She did not expect to be able to receive almost the main award. Han congratulated his friend on her achievements. Mina responded coldly as usual, as she understood that she could have achieved a little more. She wanted to receive the main prize, but understood that the gold cup also needed to be happy and thank her friends for their support. Han understood very well that only the top prize remained to be awarded. His name has not been called until now, but not only him. The young man looked at the girl on his right and realized that Kim Yi-dam had not called either. They both had chances to win. Han-eun became very worried when the winner of the entire tournament was announced. His heart began to beat at a frantic pace. Kim Yi-dam was even more worried about the young man. More than anything, she wanted her name to be heard now, and she would finally win. Unexpectedly for some, but expectedly for others, Kim Yi-dam was chosen as the winner of the final tournament. The girl was very happy about this. Han, in turn, was a little upset when he heard the result. He hoped for victory, but luck turned away from him this time. Kim Yi-dam was praised for using a traditional instrument, and for showing the possibilities of traditional Korean music. Han bowed his head and realized that his music had lost its value. Now it remained for him to receive some minor award. However, the young man was very surprised when he heard that he was invited to the stage to receive the special award of Jang Seo-guna. He-bum was very surprised by this turn of events. He did not even know that such an award existed until the final selection began. Mina explained that it existed, but no one had received it in recent years because it was only given out on special occasions. Today this special case happened. Han personally met with the head of the event and received a special award with a prize of 3 million. Han was very surprised when So Jaehyun spoke to him first. He wanted to ask him a few questions in person. Friends could not understand why the young man still does not come down. They assumed that the organizer of the event wanted to talk to the winner. Ko-gun promised the young man that it would not take much of his time. He asked if the young man really wanted to follow Kim Han-suk. Han-eun replied that he considers this artist to be the best ever and dreams of creating the same music as his idol. Ko Jae-in said that he believes in the young man's abilities and that he will definitely succeed, as he sees the same potential as Kim Han-suk. He decided to tell a little about his past, and informed the young man that he had worked with the legend in the past and argued with him quite often. In fact, Han-suk constantly expressed his displeasure. Ko-gun said that the legendary musician did not want to acknowledge his music. He even said that he would leave him alone if he continued to write music like this. Han-en disagreed with this opinion. He did not hold back his emotions and shouted that he would never leave his friend. Ko-gun didn't understand what had just happened. He asked the young man to repeat his last words. Han-en realized that he was a bit emotional, so he had to get out of the situation. Han-en calmly said that he believed that the legendary musician would not go so far as to abandon his comrade. Ko Jae-in said that he was very interested in what Han-suk would say in person now after hearing their dialogue if he were still alive. Ko-gun was very surprised when the young man spoke. Han-eun said that Han-suk would have praised his friend and his courage. He added that Han-suk really appreciated his friend's music, it just took a while for it to break into the charts. Ko Jae-in couldn't believe what he was hearing. Han-eun added that Han-suk would definitely tell his friend not to succumb to the disease and continue writing music. When the young man left the stage, he was immediately met by In-sol, who asked about the dialogue between the men. Han-en replied that there was nothing special there. The guy's friends were watching So Jae-in and called him very charismatic. The man's aura seemed to them very powerful and inspiring. Han-en was very surprised by these words. His friends saw the old musician in a completely different way than he did. Han-en knew his old friend very well, so he felt that he was very tired. He hoped that the man would be able to rest at least a little. Han-eun thought about revealing his true identity like in the case of Yoon-tae. He-bum suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Han-en thanked his friend for the congratulations, but was upset that he couldn't win the main screensaver prize. He-bum said it wasn't a problem. He reassured his friend and explained that the main prize will still appear on the air. Han-en did not understand what he meant at all. It turned out that He-bum called the winner of the competition, Kim Yi-dam, on their air. She introduced herself as a player on electronic Kayahima. Han-en was shocked by the speed of his manager, who managed to befriend the girl and invite her to their broadcast. The young man realized that the girl agreed because she wants to advertise her instrument, and their broadcast is a very good opportunity. Users in the chat started asking what kind of tool it was. Kim Yi-dam began to explain the history of the ancient instrument kaigam. Tired of explaining everything in circles, the girl decided to simply demonstrate. She sat down at her instrument and began to play folk music. Kim Yi-dam thanked the chat room for their support, and said that she would be very grateful if they liked traditional music and its performance. Donations began pouring in support of the girl. After this broadcast, He-bum started editing the second part of the We Are Singers project. Han-en still had some things to do. They went on an adventure together with the winner of the competition, Kim Yi-dam. The competition was calculated in such a way that every year the music of the winners was recorded in the studio and sent for sale. Therefore, the winners of the competition went to a recording studio called Sound House. Han-en was surprised by the equipment around. It had changed a lot since he was in another body. Of course, it was not a surprise, because as many as 30 years have passed. Han-en noticed his poster on the wall. He realized that fans of his past persona still continue to live his music and appreciate the legend. Kim Yi-dam asked the young man why he was so pleased. Han-en certainly had no intention of telling the truth and avoided answering. Han-en walked further into the room and turned his attention to someone's voice to his right. He warned the guests that real hell was waiting for them. It was Yoon-so who was lying on the sofa. He looked very tired and wanted absolutely nothing but to leave the studio. Han-en ran up to a teammate and inquired about his well-being. Yoon-seo blurted out that he thought he would never be able to finish it. He was very upset because he had to record the song many times. He considered himself worthless, if that was the case. Han-en perfectly understood his friend's feelings. From his words, the young man was able to understand that the man responsible for the recording was a real suffocator. Literally after a few seconds, the guests were met by the local host. He was very happy that the two young musicians finally came to him. The man introduced himself to his guests as Kim Cheol. He informed them that he was responsible for all the recording processes here. Han wasn't too surprised, unlike the girl behind him. Kim Yi-dam was shocked that the man had tattoos all over his body. Kim Cheol guessed that poor Yoon Seo had already explained the situation to his friends, so they might not be hoping for a quick finish. Han was a little surprised at such a statement, but he understood why it was necessary. He himself considered himself a perfectionist, so he was not afraid. Kim Cheol explained that he is not putting musicians down in any way, but the stage is very different from a recording studio. Han understood why Yoon Seo was tired when the man added that some musicians couldn't tell the difference between the stage and the studio at all. He finished explaining the rules and once again warned that he would have to work a lot in the studio and record songs several times in a row. Han was fully prepared to begin. He pulled in his headphones and stood in front of the microphone to start with a little song. Suddenly, their recording was interrupted by one of Kim Cheol's wards. He informed the man that a client had suddenly come to them. The owner of the recording studio was very surprised, because he was not expecting any guests that day, as he was busy with students. However, the guest did not care about his business. He slowly walked into the room and immediately apologized for breaking into the song in the middle of the recording. It turned out to be the director of UTG Lim Tae-jen, who came to the studio with his assistant. They had some business here. Cheol's expression immediately changed when he saw the owner of the building where their studio was located. He asked what happened. Lim Tae-jen replied that they were preparing a new acoustic label, so they decided to choose a recording studio for the next couple of weeks. Han continued to stand by the microphone wearing headphones. He did not understand what was happening and why he was interrupted. The assistant perfectly understood that the boss was just covering himself with the last words. Actually, the man came to listen to Kim Han-eun. Lim Tae-jen asked if he was indeed the young man who had received the award. Kim Cheol confirmed that this is the same student as Kim Han-eun. Lim Tae-jen asked permission to interrupt their recording and talk to the young man for a while. Kim Cheol couldn't refuse his boss. The man believed that the young man was very lucky to attract the attention of Lim Tae-jen himself and to do it in the first minutes of the recording. Lim Tae-jen looked at the young man with a serious look. He made sure it was the same guy who blew up his scene. After the friendly meeting, Kim Tae-hyung made his way on his own and this greatly impressed the head of UTG groups. The men met their eyes and looked at each other. Lim Tae-jen did not want the boy's path to continue, as the young man could become a threat to UTG. Lim Tae-jen decided to take up acting. The young man's face seemed familiar to him, and he asked if they had seen each other before. Han perfectly understood that the man was playing. He decided to play along with him, and replied that they met at Gukden University. Han could clearly see that the man was watching him very carefully from the mountain, studying his professional musical skills. The man said he saw a couple of MeTube broadcasts, and realized they got along well with his son. Han pretended to be surprised. Lim Tae-jen praised the young man's skills and said he was talented beyond his age. Han thanked for the praise. The man was not used to walking in circles for a very long time, so he asked the question he wanted from the very beginning, whether the young man had signed a contract with any company. Those present in the room were simply shocked by this development of events. They did not expect that the conversation would turn in such a direction so quickly. Han confidently replied that he had signed a contract with MSN. Lim Tae-jen asked if it was the same one related to internet broadcasts. He was very surprised that the young man had chosen this particular place. He said that with his skills, Han-eun could try his hand at television. Han immediately understood that the interlocutor was looking down on the internet. The young man decided to ask a question that would bring the man out into the open. Lim Tae-jen was just shocked when he heard the question. Han-eun asked if the man meant his company when he talked about television. Lim Tae-jen chose to avoid answering. He asked if the young man did not consider the field of television an order of magnitude higher than internet broadcasting. Han answered confidently that the world is changing, so the stage can be anything and it doesn't have to be TV. Lim Tae-jen couldn't think of anything to answer. He told the young man that he reminded him very much of a young Kim Han-suk. A pleasant smile appeared on the young man's face. He replied that it was a great honor for him to be compared to such a legend. Lim Tae-jin once again got a stone in his direction. Hanun asked the man if he hated Han Suk all his life. Those present in the room were simply shocked by this dialogue. They were very worried about the young man, who behaved very impudently. Lim Tae-jung said that he and Han Suk constantly stimulated each other, and that he considered him his colleague and rival. He assumed that Han Suk felt the same way about him. But Han Suk thought otherwise. He never thought about a man at all. Lim Tae-jin added that he and his rival always fought for the first cities in the charts, and each subsequent song changed the situation dramatically. Hanun had to disagree as Taegun was always second. Moreover, Han Suk's album sold twice as well. Lim Taegun didn't expect things to happen so quickly and would like to turn everything back to convince the young man again. Lim Taegun added some more facts about his past life and made Han Suk feel very uncomfortable and feel sorry for his opponent. The man finally finished his monologue and said it was time for him to go. Han thanked for the conversation. He was pleased to meet the man. Kim Cheo reminded the boss that he came here on behalf of the label. The assistant decided to divert attention from this, and said that they would come later. Lim Tae-jin suddenly stopped and turned his head back. He wanted to ask the young man for something else to take care of his son. Han was very surprised by this turn of events. He did not expect that the man would ask him for such a favor. He could of course assume that the bond between father and son was that strong, but Song-woo was quite intelligent and had his head on his shoulders. After all, Hanan had never been able to see the dark soul inside Lim Tae-gun in his past life. She remained a mystery to him. Kim Cheol suggested to his guests in the studio to continue recording again, since they had already spent too much time on dialogue. Hanan agreed with the man and began to put on his headphones. His thoughts about Lim Tae-gun still haunting him. He considered the man's way lost, which remained so 30 years ago. They always had completely different goals and values in life. Kim Cheol didn't have time to hear the young man's song yet, so he asked him what he was going to perform. Hanun replied that it would be Jin Gakun's song. Kim Cheol thought this artist was very old-fashioned, but Hanun was against it. He said that even now this man has a lot of fans. Hanun decided to demonstrate the power of this song in practice. The song was called Free Bird. The young man struck the strings and began to sing. Hearing the boy's incredible voice, the owner of the recording studio was simply shocked. He didn't expect his voice to be so clear. Han continued to sing continuously, impressing his friends. As always, he was simply incredible when he held a guitar string in his hands. Kim Cheol couldn't understand how this was possible at all. His ears were not ready for this, as all his customers were a little different. He looked at the very talented young man, and wondered where he came from and where he was able to unearth his incredible talent. Now everyone present understood why Lim Tae-jin had come here. He wanted to listen to Han's incredible performance, and make sure of his skill. The first recording was pretty good but not perfect. Kim Cheol asked the young man to correct some points, that the song was perfect. A few days later, the second episode of the well-known project was released on Kon Aina's channel. He worked really hard on this video. His skills have greatly improved since the previous video. He was able to perfectly depict both the moments of preparation for the competition and the results of the final. He even added footage from their daily lives that added to the video's charm. Chat appreciated Yoon So's cool sleeping shorts. Chat was also delighted with Mina's song. They didn't know that Han was the composer, so they put the girl in the same row as the young man. In the end, Han won the final competition. People in the chat already knew that the winners were sent to the recording studio to release the songs. This time, Han also received support from the agency. Reviewer Kim also released a video this time in which he reviewed Hanun. In addition, this time another girl blogger joined here. She emphasized that Han had received a very rare award. The result of all this action was really impressive. The video garnered more than 1.3 million views, and the number of subscribers increased to 80,000. Friends were simply amazed by such a result. The growth of their channel has been phenomenal, even compared to last week. They started planning a project called Kim Hanun Festival, which they were going to hold at a live cafe run by Yoontae. Han together with the manager thought of absolutely everything. All that was left for them was to invite as many guests as possible to the restaurant. Members of their club were usually invited. But this was not enough. Hanun wanted to add someone new to their channel. The young man perfectly understood that it must be someone famous, so that the views of the video would increase. This person must also have guitar playing skills. Han shared his ambitions with the owner of the recording studio. Kim Cheol called such plans simply Napoleonic and impossible. However, he had one person in mind. Han was eagerly waiting for the man to tell him who he could invite. Kim Cheol said that such a guest fits the criteria of a young man, but it will be a little difficult with him because he is a little wayward. Han understood absolutely nothing the man was saying. He has no idea who it could be to raise the public's interest. Kim Cheol suggested that the students take a break, as the story about this person would turn out to be quite long. The club members were very happy. The owner of the recording studio gathered the students around him and asked if they had watched cartoons. Teammates replied that they are doing it even now. Kim Cheol expected exactly this answer. He took the mouse in his hands and wanted to turn on a song that he thought everyone should know. A very pleasant melody began to play in the studio. Most of the students recognized her immediately, as they often listened to her as children, and deep memories woke up and remembered this melody. The song stuck in the memory of the boy who listened to it as a child. A woman's voice sang pleasantly about the star flower. This song was released 10 years ago, but was so popular that it is still recognizable today. He-bum didn't expect to hear such a melody. He asked the owner of the recording studio what he wanted to say with this melody. The students continued to listen to the pleasant melody, and so wondered what happened to this woman performing this composition. Han understood what Kim Cheol was leading to. This singer had enough experience and skills. Moreover, even now this melody was relevant. Kim Cheol informed the students that he wanted to introduce them to this person, but as he said earlier, there might be some problems. Han was willing to do anything to meet this woman. He asked the man what challenges they needed to overcome in order for the meeting to take place. It was a very long and complicated story that Kim Cheol was the only one in this room who knew. He lowered his gaze and was about to tell. He didn't even know where to start so that the students would understand everything. He asked them a difficult question, whether they even knew about hikikomori. Judging by the reaction of the students, they did not understand at all what the man was talking about. But I really wanted to know more about the woman. One of the students looked at the sound engineer and asked if sometimes he was talking about the wrong person who locked himself in the room. Kim Cheol decided to explain everything in practice. He took hold of the mouse and told the students that there was actually an original version of Starflower. He turned the song on so listeners could appreciate it. He-bum understood from the first lines that this is a Japanese song, which is different from the Korean one. This is exactly what Kim Cheol wanted to achieve. After listening, he asked the students which version they liked better. Opinions among friends were a little divided. All of them eventually came to the conclusion that it is very difficult to choose which of them is superior to the other. After listening to the students' opinions, the sound engineer concluded that the Korean version is not so bad if someone likes it. But the artist who sang the Korean track no longer sings. Han was simply shocked by this turn of events in the dialogue. Kim Cheol explained that the girl received a flurry of criticism because of the cover version. Haters told the girl that she should pay for the mistake with her death. The students were simply shocked that such nasty remarks were pouring in. They couldn't understand what the haters were unhappy about. Kim Cheol smiled and explained that it is impossible to please everyone, especially if it is a slightly modified original of a very popular song. Reasons why the innocent girl was arrested, but there is only one truth. This happens often in this cruel world. The performer could no longer tolerate these insults unilaterally, so she chose the path of solitude and accepted everything in silence. In the end, the singer ended up in the four walls of her home, like a fish that got into the sea and could never swim out again. Seol asked if the song had fans who wrote good reviews, which could appease the Korean singer. Han explained that one bad word hurts much more than many good helps. This is already human nature. Based on his previous experience, the young man understood this innocent girl for a long time. From a life of loneliness, when no one needs you at all, Kim Cheol was on friendly terms with this singer. He said he even once tried to persuade her to return to music. Han suggested an idea to the man. He asked him for a couple of days to implement the plan to get the girl back on track. Friends did not understand the talented newcomer at all. They wanted to know how Hanam is going to single-handedly bring the singer back to her career. The next day came and the young man began to carry out his plan. He was in the studio from the very morning preparing for today's event. Hanam started the broadcast and greeted the audience. He said that today they are going to play a song that awakens childhood memories. When Hanam started playing the familiar song, the chat literally started to explode. They all recognized the masterpiece song called Starflower. Hanam has already mastered the art of interacting with the audience. He constantly asked them for their opinion and received feedback in the comments. Hanam watched the comments pouring in. People perfectly remembered the situation that happened with the singer and supported the girl. As the young man assumed, few people in Korea condemned this song. After warming up the audience, Hanam announced that he was going to play a cover version of the song. Before the song, he announced that he wanted to dedicate it to Kang Yoo-mi. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, a lonely girl was watching a streamer's broadcast. She was simply shocked to hear the title of the song and the dedication. Chat continued to support the girl and even asked her to return. The cover of the song Starflower was uploaded to MyTube. It was part of the young man's plan to realize his dream. Before going to sleep, he looked at the trends in YouTube. He knew very well that his song would be liked by a larger audience that would support the singer. Despite the situation, which happened a long time ago, the popular artist still has a lot of fans who are eagerly waiting for her return. Hanam spent a quiet and peaceful night in his bed. He was woken up by a call early in the morning. Go Hee-bum disturbed his peace. Without opening his eyes, Hanam picked up the phone and began to speak. Hee-bum literally screamed and asked his friend to see what he sent him. Hanam was not very pleased with such a good morning. He slowly took the phone away from his ear and started to go on social networks. He was very surprised when he saw that Kim Il-eun, the author of many hits, the composer, shared the video with his followers. A rather young man was an Instagram star with 300,000 followers. He was flooded with childhood memories and shared Hanam's video. The young man did not expect this when he woke up. He quickly headed to YouTube to see how many views the video had. After opening the page with his latest video, the young man almost lost consciousness. The video gained 120,000 views in just one night. Hanam came in to read the comments. They were all only positive, and after one they mentioned the singer of the song, who for some reason disappeared from the radar. The young man's video became so popular that it became a trend. Friends congratulated the musician and called him the most popular teenager in Korea. Thanks to an unexpectedly large number of views, the newly uploaded video went viral on all social networks, gaining a lot of activity. Hanam even had breakfast with his phone in his hands this morning. Suddenly, he received a message from Hee-bum with the news attached. After opening this thread, the young man noticed several cover versions of this same song. All of these video makers were inspired by Hanam's idea. Thanks to all these incomprehensible videos, the cover version of The Young Man flew to 1 million views. Very different videos were released. The name of the performer Kang Yoo-mi remained on everyone's lips. Even separate videos were uploaded, which tried to find the lost talent of the singer. There were so many comments under these videos supporting the poor girl. They all understood her situation and asked her to come back anyway. Hanam watched all of this with a smile on his face. Everything went exactly according to plan, and it remained to wait quite a bit. All this was done in order to awaken a lost legend. She needed support, so Hanam's plan was just perfect. Hanam came to the recording studio in a bad mood. Kim Cheol asked the young man what happened to him today. Exhaling slowly, Hanam explained that his random video had 1 million views, while the one he worked on the most had only a few thousand. Kim Cheol did not understand what the young man was talking about. He got angry with him because he knew everything, but he decided to play the role of an actor. Hee-bum confirmed the character of his friend, who was constantly trying to fool someone and moved in the shadows, collecting millions of views. In any case, Kim Cheol has already finished his work. Hanam was eager to hear the new track performed by him. Kim Cheol sweated a little over the first completed version of Baguette. Kim Hanam's track has finally appeared in a musical arrangement. When the sound engineer played the audition track, Hanam just couldn't believe it. It was as if someone poured honey over his ears. Kim Cheol asked the audience how they liked this masterpiece. The man added that it is considered his best work in the last year. Hanam didn't even expect that his voice could sound even better. It was like some kind of magic that tricked the human brain. At first glance, it was very similar to the young man's voice, but it was different at the same time. It had a very pleasant dryness. This was the power of the director's sound. Kim Cheol demanded that the student finally give his feedback on whether he liked the track. Hanam admitted that he has not met better sound engineers in his life. Kim Cheol felt very pleased and proud at this moment. The man explained that this is still only the first version that needs to be refined. Yoon Seo couldn't figure out when it would end. Hanum decided to ask the man if Kang Yumi saw his last broadcast. Kim Cheol replied that everything went perfectly. The girl not only saw the broadcast and the new video on YouTube, she also wanted to meet the young man, which literally shocked Hanam. Cheol conveyed the words of a friend who was impressed by the artist's cover version, so she wants to express her gratitude by meeting him in person. The popular performer wanted to do it as soon as possible. Therefore, the very next day, their mutual friend organized a meeting for them. Kim Cheol called the promising musician along with his manager to the recording studio, and at the same time invited his old girlfriend. Hanum was speechless when he saw the girl in front of him. He expected to see her in a completely different image, but it was not to be. Kang Yumi appeared in front of the students in an ordinary classic suit. She greeted her old friend and the rest of the audience. Hanam greeted the woman and introduced himself. He tried to behave as friendly and polite as possible to leave a positive impression. Kang Yumi also introduced herself and smiled. She told the young man that in real life he is much more beautiful than he appears on broadcasts. The musicians shook hands. Hanam also said that the woman was a little different from what he expected. Kang Yumi laughed and asked if she looked like a wreck. Hanam tried to explain that he didn't mean that at all. The woman said that everything is absolutely normal, and she is no longer worried, because 13 years have passed since that incident, and she was released. Bum had flattered the star in the past, but there was no time for flattery. The manager said that they have a very important offer. Kang Yu-min had already heard from her friend that they wanted to invite her to the broadcast. Bum added that it will be an unusual broadcast and a performance in a cafe. After hearing about the live concert, Kang Yu-min didn't know where to go. She did not really want to interact with the audience in person. Hanam noticed the woman's very strange reaction. He realized that she wasn't completely gone if it was causing her so much emotion. Kang Yumi took off her mask, which she was trying to hide behind, and explained to the interviewers that she is not ready for a live performance at the moment. Kim Cheol asked his friend if she missed the stage, and why she rehearses her vocals literally every day. Kang Yumi doubted herself a lot. She was afraid of the live stage, and the audience after they almost killed her with their comments. Kim Cheol added that it is the public who should count the wounds she inflicted. According to her husband, Kang Yumi rested too long. The once famous singer in the past completely agreed with these words, but she could not help herself. Fear overcame her. Bum understood very well that a woman needs a boost for a scene. He offered an option to make the singer feel much more confident. Before going on stage, Bum offered to create a small warm-up. Kang Yumi asked the young man what he meant. The plan of the manager and director was to create a small teaser. He took the camera in hand and told the popular singer about his plan. That same evening, the friends returned to their own studio to implement their life plan. To do this, they needed to show everything on the broadcast. Hanam greeted his viewers, and today he was going to tell them about the performance he announced earlier on his broadcasts. Bum has prepared an edited teaser video for the third stage of the show We Are Singers. The audience was very interested in this part. Hanam talked about the invited guests who were his friends. But he did not stop there and added that he had some surprise. Immediately after these words, an edited excerpt that Bum shot while in the recording studio with Kang Yumi appeared on the air. The woman's eyes were not visible on camera. She gave her name and reminded the audience that she was performing a song called Starflower. After that, Hanam watched with a smile on his face as the woman performed a part of her song. Chat just couldn't believe it. Suddenly, the face of the woman on the broadcast began to disappear. She said goodbye to the audience, and said that they will be able to see the continuation at the concert. Although most of the audience understood everything, Hanam still explained that the main star at his concert will be the performer of Starflower. People in the chat became interested in ticket prices. Hanam raised his left hand and said that the entrance to the concert will be absolutely free. But still there was one but. The young man said that everything would be decided by roulette. The audience called the musician a real psycho and a gambler. He watched the audience's reaction with a smile on his face. He proposed this idea himself, since there were a lot of people interested. Hanam began to spin the roulette, selecting people. Everyone had their own number, and it was necessary to take turns. This continued for some time. Finally, the day of the festival arrived. Café Reuniting had a capacity of 100 people, but the organizers decided to limit it to 60 in order to save space. Reuniting was preparing for such a grand event. He was shocked that his old friend Tak quickly rose to the top and is already collecting concerts. He praised him for being able to gain 100,000 subscribers in 6 months. According to the old man, no one else could have done such a thing except Han Suk. Reuniting asked if the boys were going to release a track. Hanun confirmed and added that it was all made possible by Seo Jiun. Reuniting watched his friend with a smile on his face. He could not even imagine that he would live his second life, working as a horse again. Hanun asked his companion to stop talking and check the scene. Reuniting said that he has been in this field for 40 years, so everything is under control. He had already prepared everything before. Guests began to fill the hall and jostle with each other. Everyone tried to find a place at the tables. Reuniting informed his friend that a sufficient number of people had already gathered, so the concert could begin very soon. Also, friends did not forget about the online broadcast. As soon as the events around the stage began to unfold, he started the online broadcast. The audience gathered closer to the stage, although there were enough tables. Everyone present, as well as online viewers, were looking forward to the performance. He meanwhile, was giving out orders to the audience to help him with the broadcast, as well as manage the events on stage at the same time. Hanun greeted everyone in the audience, and began to tell his story about the long way he had come in 6 months. He controlled the broadcast with a notepad. He was showing his friend that he had stretched the greeting too far and needed to hurry. Hanun took the advice of his manager and director. He decided to play Starflower in honor of the first million views. He was just shocked by the number of viewers. He literally started it a few minutes ago, and the number has already exceeded 1,000. The audience in the hall was simply shocked to hear the performer live. They came to listen to the lost star, but Han was no worse than her. The young man conquered the hearts of many of his fans, who came to see him, not at all. Now they have already forgotten that they had another goal. The young man's song had not yet ended, and there were already 1,500 people on the broadcast. Chat continued to admire the young man's skills that lulled them to sleep. Un's long performance, and Seoul appeared on stage. The audience already knew her well, so they greeted her warmly. The same could be said about Mina. The audience knew this beautiful girl very well, who had no worse skills than Han. Kim Yi-dam was also an invited guest with her instrument. The audience in the chat has already missed her electronic kaigam. Yoon Seo proved to be a real favorite of the audience in the hall. His charisma conquered the fans, who started throwing him flowers on stage. Ozzy was also an unexpected guest. People expected him to shave, but the man just sang. The number of people on the broadcast continued to grow steadily. Thanks to various guests, the broadcast turned out to be diverse and attracted more than 3,000 viewers. All the invited guests turned out to be enough to warm up the audience. Han-eun took the stage and asked if the audience was ready for a special guest. Kan Yumi appeared on the stage immediately after the thunderous applause. She felt very insecure and could barely introduce herself to the public. The chat on the broadcast literally went crazy after seeing the girl. She, in turn, was very worried. Her whole body began to shake with excitement. Spectators in the hall watched the lost star and could not recognize it. They were shocked that the girl seemed to be on stage for the first time. Han-en immediately noticed Yumi's agitation. Now he realized that it was too early for her to be allowed to perform live in front of people. He came up with an idea to fix the situation. He showed his face on the screen so that the audience would support the new guest. This idea turned out to be incredibly effective. Kan Yumi was simply shocked when she heard the thunderous applause and shouts from the local audience. They all loudly thanked the girl that she had finally appeared. Also, they never stopped thanking for a happy childhood and an incredibly cool song. Kan Yumi brought the microphone closer and admitted that she also missed the audience immensely. Tears of shame turned into tears of happiness. People in the chat began to support the girl without limit. They begged her not to cry and to wipe away her tears, as they are associated with completely different emotions. Kan Yumi was able to overcome her emotions of fear and began to sing. The tears almost disappeared from her eyes when the first lines of the song came out. Hanam had no idea that the speech would turn out to be so emotional. Everything looked better than the young man had imagined in his fantasies. The song moved the local audience in the hall to tears. Online viewers started throwing up donate to support the girl who was finally able to be reborn. Her openness in the song found itself in the hearts of the audience. Kan Yumi felt like a real star like in the past. The public lived with her. Excerpts from this festival were edited and uploaded to YouTube. The spectacle turned out to be really emotional and should have collected a huge number of views. After the incredible festival, the friends decided to celebrate a little. They wanted to fry vegetables and meat on the grill and refresh themselves a little. While pouring drinks for his teammates, Hanam praised them for their work. The young man was infinitely grateful to his friends. Ozzy fully agreed, as it was possible to collect a large number of donations. Songwoo was upset that he couldn't perform on stage. Hanam decided to reassure his peer. He said that nothing can be done about the politics of his father and UTG groups. All the participants of the festival were incredibly hungry and stuffed their bellies. With this broadcast, it was possible to raise only 10,000 subscribers. And Seoul asked permission from the manager to order some beef. Bum told the girl that she can order whatever she wants. Students celebrated not only the end of the festival, but also the end of summer. They were very sad that in a few weeks the training was already starting. Seoul said that this summer was really happy and she dreamed of a student life all her life, which she only got in her 4th year. Hanam expressed his gratitude to his friends for making the broadcasts more interesting, and the channel began to grow at an incredible pace. The invited guests were simply shocked when the young man said that he plans to open his own music business very soon. Together with the manager, the musician planned that they would sign a real contract with the current members of the channel according to all the rules. He hoped that everyone would stay with him and help develop the channel by working much harder. Some of those present had one remark. He raised his hand high and asked to take the floor to express his opinion. It was Lim Song-woo who also wanted to be a part of it. He said he also wants to sign a contract with the channel. Hanam was very surprised and didn't have much desire to get into trouble because of Song-woo's inadequate father. He told the young man that they could not sign a contract and cooperate on an individual basis. Song-woo was a little surprised. Yoon-so decided to raise a glass to the successful future of the channel. He hoped that very soon they would be able to get the golden button. In their private studio, the friends drank to their future. There were loud shouts and talk about a bright future. Some time passed and the students got a little drunk. Bum was sleeping on his friend's shoulder who had another proposal. He informed his friends that he had been thinking about an important matter recently. They need to hire a sound engineer. Hanam felt at the moment he realized how difficult it was to record tracks. The young man also understood that the work of a sound engineer is important. After hearing that now is the time to invest in sound quality, Kim Yi-dam suggested introducing her friends to one person. Hanam was very surprised that someone had already made an offer. He asked the girl what kind of person she wanted to introduce them to. Hanam was a little surprised when he heard that this person was a first-year student from the girls' university who was quite famous. He was called Smoke A, because he had such a nickname for the sound platform. Some of his tracks have become very popular and recognizable here. The girl said that he has a lot of offers from professionals, but he rejects them, possibly because of some personal beliefs. Kim Yi-dam decided that the friends needed to figure things out on their own, so she took out her phone and offered to listen to one of his tracks. The girl turned on the music. The young men were simply shocked at how wonderful the sound was. Bum was already willing to cooperate with this guy. When a certain part of the song played, Kim Yi-dam turned off the track and asked her friends if they wanted to meet this freshman. Hanam, without even thinking, answered that he wanted it. From the first notes, he recognized the skill of the young man, who was a real genius. The students went in search of this young diamond. Kim Yi-dam took her friends to one of the city's suburbs. Going down the stairs to the basement, Hee-bum wondered how people even lived here and why a famous sound engineer was hanging out here. Kim Yi-dam informed her friends that the boyfriend's workshop was located here. She went to his door and asked him to open it. His real name was Yi-han. He slowly walked to the door and opened it, meeting the guests his friend was talking about. The girl asked her friend why he looked like he hadn't slept all night. Yi-han replied that he had some work to do. The promising sound engineer immediately recognized one of the guests. He turned his attention to Hanam, whom he recognized as the only one here. He gave his name and informed the promising musician that he had seen all his videos and was able to rate them already. The guests were simply shocked that the guy had already watched their videos. Yi-han noted that he sees good prospects in the channel, but he had one small remark. He said that the sound in the music videos is not great, as if using a normal compressor. The guy added that the installer is also not very experienced, as he was not able to fix it. Hee-bum was not very pleased to hear this. Yi-han reassured the young men that it is not very audible to the masses, but noticeable only to professionals like him who are engaged in sound recording. Yi-han prepared for today's meeting. He invited his friends to listen to Han-eun's latest video in his edit. As soon as the young man turned on the song, Han-eun's eyes widened in surprise. He did not expect such a cool result. Kim Yi-dam now understood why the boy had been up all night. Yi-han replied that he took responsibility for this work. The guests were simply shocked by the music they were listening to. They did not understand how the boy managed to make such a quality and remove all the flaws. Yi-han evaluated his work rather modestly. He said he only had one day, so there are still a few things to work on. Han-eun informed the boy that this version can be left as well, as it is very cool. Yi-han was grateful that his skills were recognized. Han-eun decided to get right down to business and invited the young man to join his team by signing a financial contract. Yi-han immediately interrupted the interlocutor because he wanted to clarify the financial issue from his own side. He demanded 5 of sales. The guests did not expect such a turn of events. It seemed quite strange to them that such a young boy behaved insolently in such a responsible situation. Kim Yi-dam now understood why the freshman did not sign any contract. It was all about his high financial demands. Absolutely no one could meet the boy's needs. Yi-han said that everyone looked down on the sound engineers and he didn't like it. When Han-eun listened to the boy's story about his past, he realized that he had had cases where he would get hurt. The newcomer challenged the traditions, although he did not understand everything. Han-en praised Yi-han for knowing the value of his work. Han-en literally saw the reflection of his young self in this boy. He said they would not be able to agree on 5 of sales. Yi-han was not going to continue the dialogue on such terms. He only wanted 5, and if there was no offer, then the conversation no longer made sense. But everything was not as Yi-han understood. He was simply shocked when his interlocutor mentioned a 10 offer. Han-eun explains his decision by saying that 5 won't even cover the accommodation, so he offers double that for the guy to focus on sound. Yi-han was pleased with this offer. He joked that Han-eun was talking like he was going to feed him. The musician replied that it was possible to even increase the payment in the past. However, Han-en never did anything just because he lived life. Han-en bet on the young man's talent, and they shook hands. On the same day, a contract with a new sound engineer was signed. Kim Yi-dam was very pleased with this deal. Unlike Hee-bum, who didn't understand why his friend did it, but couldn't do anything about it. As the summer drew to a close, Kan-eng's channel began its rebirth. The musician and the manager were engaged in content planning and video shooting. Hee-bum, in parallel, did not forget about editing the video. Yi-sung joined their team as an assistant editor, but was still very raw. Yi-han, meanwhile, was doing his job skillfully. He felt comfortable with the signed contract and continued to edit the sound. She constantly corresponded with friends in a joint chat. Yi-han dropped several versions of the track to his boss so he could choose one of them. The sound engineer worked very quickly when he was paid. However, his works were a little strange and seemed cool only to him. Hee-bum had already started joking with his friend that he was just being dumped for money. Han-en constantly tried to find a common language with the sound engineer. Yi-han sat at his workplace and scratched his ears. He thought that someone would remember him fondly, but instead his boss cursed him. Despite all these problems, something incredible happened. The first track of the author of the artist called Baguette has finally appeared in free access. Hanam decided to present this release to his audience in an unusual way. He took out a record disc and asked if people knew what it was. Sook's debut album. People in the comments were divided into two camps. Some knew what it was, while others hated it. While Hanam was explaining to the young audience how this record works, Bum decided to poke her fingers a little. Hanam immediately took her from his friend. He told him that doing so would spoil the sound, and it was not easy to find her. Taking the record from his friend, Hanam continued to tell the stories of the chat. The chat is already fed up with the streamer's constant grandpa stories. Suddenly, the young men noticed one interesting comment in the chat. He talked about how Hanam would rather turn on his loaded one. Chat was aware that the streamer was preparing to release the track that won him the top prize at the Jiangxiu music competition Guna. Han had no choice but to turn on the track. When the young man did this, he had a strange feeling inside. He heard his voice more than once, even in the recording, but now while listening to the new track, his heart began to pound. Messages began to pour in on the streamer. Hanam did not expect such support, and only had time to thank him for the money. An idea came to Hanam. He said that he wanted to celebrate this event with his audience in some special way. The youngster has warned his fans to prepare something tasty for the night as he is going to put on an all-night concert. On the day of release, the new track started from the 148th position. Usually, new compositions start here, but then they can disappear altogether. But Baguette had no right to do this. A lot of events happened during the night. Famous people joined the popularization of the album. Kim Il-eun posted a new track recommendation on her Instagram page. This gave an incredible impetus to the promotion of the composition. Kan Yumi also had some audience, and informed them about the artist's new album, giving him credit for the beautiful first track. But Seo also did not forget about Support Gun. He advised his fans to familiarize themselves with the song of the young man who won his contest. All this sea of support could not go unnoticed. During the night, the composition rose to several positions, constantly changing its location. When the comrades looked at the list of trends the next morning, they were simply shocked. They thought they were hallucinating. Baguette was on the 48th place. All this happened literally in one night. The new track climbed very quickly into the top 50. Hanam asked his manager if everything would be okay, as he had never experienced such a thing. Bum replied that he had no idea that it would be. For a newcomer without an agency, this was a very significant result. While Hanam was admiring his ranking, Bum decided to save the moment. As expected, Baguette dropped down the rankings very soon, but Hanam was still in high spirits all this time.
Her face was the personification of fear, and inside, in her subconscious there was now a real fire.
Time passed very quickly. Studies at the university continued, and very soon the second semester of the second academic year for Hanam was about to begin. The young man came to the couple together with his friend, having not slept well. Hanam had no other choice as he had promised his parents to do well in university. While Hanam was trying to look at the light so his eyes wouldn't close, an obstacle in the form of someone's leg suddenly appeared in front of him. Raising his head, the young man saw Mina in front of him, who congratulated him on the fact that his track was able to climb into the top 50. Hanam could feel the eyes of his fellow students on him. They were all looking at him, but Hanam thought they were looking at a pretty girl.
Also, in a quiet voice, moving in parallel, she said that in such a forest it is not beneficial to have a long weapon.
It was obvious to Mina, because the young man has 200,000 followers on his channel and most of the group knew about it for sure. But Hanam denied these words and said that those looks were directed at the girl. Mina was surprised and asked why on her. Hanam felt very uncomfortable at this moment. He blushed and wanted to tell the girl that she was very beautiful, but the young man never gathered the courage to do it. He told the girl to just forget it. Mina was very surprised by her friend's behavior. Bum, meanwhile, was quietly mocking his friend at the desk. He knew perfectly well that Mina was liked by absolutely all the boys in their group. Hanam asked a fellow student why she also chose this course. Mina replied that she heard from seniors that you can get a high score here, but the girl added that everything may not be so simple if you get a task with an asterisk. Hanam asked what she meant. Mina explained that it all depends on the teacher's mood, which can change every semester. The teacher was approaching the audience. The students did not expect such a sudden appearance of the teacher, and even jumped when the door to the classroom opened and a female voice greeted them. The woman introduced herself as Park Young-hva will teach the course Media and Culture this semester. The teacher started the roll call. Next, the lecture began. Hanam did not expect it to be so interesting. The story mixed useful and interesting at the same time.
These tramps were clearly not enough for him for subsequent tasks, and therefore it was necessary to collect a much larger amount of evidence.
To begin with, the woman decided to explain the origin of these two words in order to better understand their similarities. She then spoke about the mass media army.
But now you only had to think about the fact that when the hero was captured by the others, then after that it would be possible to think about what to do next.
Most of the students answered positively. A sexy soldier appeared on the screen, inviting young men to join the army for service. Students felt quite uncomfortable watching this video. The soldier in the photo was indeed in uniform and it was a pleasure to look at him. After finishing this video, the teacher said that they are all slaves of the mass media. The students were shocked and did not understand what the woman meant. Hanam did not understand where this woman had such seriousness. Mr. Chonghwa wanted her students to become not consumers, but producers of media information.
These leaves were enough for Daik-san to completely freely push off from them and jump from one to the other to move further.
The teacher told the students to divide into 3 groups and create a video for YouTube. It seemed too easy a task for one trio. But that was not all that Pan Chon wanted to say, why she drew attention to one student and asked him to wait with his conclusions.
Meanwhile, Hojong was calmly moving through the forest, and it seemed that he was in no particular hurry to find his target.
Mr. Chonghwa looked at the young man with a smile on her face and asked if she could expect special results from him this semester.
All due to the fact that he understood that his target was at a short distance, and she obviously would not run away now, so as not to attract attention.
Finally, the couples at the university were over and the students could rest. But the musician's work did not end there, as there was something else important. Boem informed his friends that Mituber and Tesla offered them a collaboration. He added that this man has more than 1 million followers. When the manager mentioned the blogger's name, it seemed very familiar to Hanam. Chef Chon was indeed known by many people. From the beginning, he produced content about cooking, but over time his content became a much more interesting dish for his followers to discuss. People began to pay more attention to the beauty of his videos and editing than to the recipes themselves. Chon progressed in this regard, since he edited himself. That's why he now has a new nickname, Chef Chon, who prepares videos. Newbies needed to talk to an experienced blogger. The young men were simply shocked when the man noted their popular show, as well as Bum's editing skills, which were at their peak. The young man thanked the popular blogger for the praise. Hanam was surprised how quickly the interlocutors found a common language and started talking.
There was an incredibly strong blow to this tree, but Ji managed to retreat at the very last moment with a rebound.
He presented a pilot video to his potential colleagues. It was based on fantasy, the plot of which constantly relied on music. Musical battles seemed like a pretty good idea for a short film. The guys here mainly competed in the volume of the guitar. There was constant conflict between some of the characters based on being transferred to another school. The constant tension between the competitors only grew over time.
In fact, he was close to death, as this stream rushed right next to his body, literally a few centimeters away.
Some time passed, and the young man began to like this short film. It seemed very childish, but it was incredibly addictive to watch. Hanam watched 10 minutes of the video in one sitting. Jong explained to his colleagues that he wanted to create a film based on emotions and music. Bum suggested that the man needed to compose background music for the film. Jong laughed and replied that it was also necessary, but more importantly, he wanted to make Hanun the main character of this movie. The young man was simply shocked by such an offer.
At the very last moment after preparation, Ji shouted that Hoshang should not rely on him being the only one who has. The battle took place for so long that even the sun illuminated very well the place where that very battle took place. The girl was very good at moving in such a way that the hero did not even have time to repel her attacks.
The young man was absolutely confident in his abilities and immediately responded to negative comments that could somehow spoil his reputation.
And pushing off from these very objects, which were trees, branches and similar things, she carried out.
He didn't even think that his friend remembered his words. But still, in the young man's opinion, it is better not to say this to fans.
At one point, Hojong realized that after one blow from the axe, the girl was already behind him and was ready to strike again.
This movie was about a rock band that was popular in the 70s. The atmosphere of the film was simply incredible and close in spirit to Hanum. The main actor, who looked like Freddie Mercury, was very charismatic. His vocals, although could have been better, created the atmosphere. Hanam appreciated not only the cool performance of the actors, but also praised the music in the film. He hoped to be able to recreate something similar.
Using one of her secret techniques, the girl was able to bind one of her opponent's limbs. Now the hero was tied to one of the branches, and at that second the girl was already thinking about how to carry out the most effective counterattack.
The young man handed her a piece of paper with her script. It was intended specifically for a girl who was to play a certain role in the film. Mina did not expect that she had to participate. Hanam explained that this is their joint project, so he wants to involve everyone. The audience loved the beautiful girl very much and eagerly awaited her on the screen. Mina almost fainted from such news.
Now he thought about it happening again. He again felt on himself the very technique that he felt on that very. Then one of the warriors burst into the territory of their clan and destroyed the tablet that greeted everyone who was a guest.
Ingsol pointed her finger at the part that was bothering her. It was connected with the background music, which was supposed to provide the atmosphere.
He took the attack from the opponent's swords, and it was a martial technique of great skill. Not a single sword dealt him even the slightest blow.
In contrast to this hero, he was calm, whose music was appropriate. He behaved as discreetly as possible and answered coldly.
It was difficult to regain consciousness after what he had seen, and the hero realized that he only now realized what the clan had to experience.
The girls assumed that in this case an electric guitar would be needed, not an acoustic one. Hanam listened carefully to the dialogue of his girlfriends. When the girls finished their dialogue, Hanam immediately decided to calm them down, and said that he had already prepared everything as before. Immediately after his words, the young man took out an electric guitar and took it in his hands. He prepared for the recording immediately after seeing the script.
But the reality was that Ji won this fight, and again quickly moving towards her enemy, she shouted that she would break his arms and legs.
Hanum started to tune his guitar, and said that he didn't waste his time and already came up with the theme music for the main character.
He was able to dodge the blow that the girl was planning to deliver, and now he had the opportunity to make a counterattack.
Those present were simply shocked when the young man started playing. They certainly did not expect that the electric guitar would succumb to him so easily. Hanum played as if he had held an electric guitar in his hands all his life. Moreover, he changed his vocal style to match his character. Yi-sung and Un-seo couldn't believe their ears. Their friend was so prepared that it didn't occur to him. When Hanum was asked when he managed to master the electric guitar, the young man replied that it was actually his first time. Yi-sung burst into hysterical laughter and asked the young man why he hadn't shown it before. Hanum was confused. He said he didn't know how to play the electric guitar before, but when he tried he realized he had pretty good skills. Un-seo couldn't wrap his head around that. He pounded his fists together and said that things couldn't be that simple. He began to strangle the talented musician and demanded to explain where he got such talent. Of course, it was all for a joke. Although Hanum played the electric guitar quite well, he felt that it would take him some time to get used to the tighter strings. Besides, he said, they have so many problems. Mina was very surprised and asked the young man what he meant. In the era of the past life of a young man, all you needed to write music was a guitar and a pencil and paper. But now the era of digital music has come. Hanum explained that they would have to find equipment and figure out the programs, while going to university at the same time. Kim Yi-dam did not understand anything.
Even though the axe could not reach her body, the kinetic energy of this weapon was enough to reach the bones with.
Hanum completely forgot about the new acquaintance. When the girl reminded him, the young man realized that he needed to visit immediately. Yi-han, hearing the offer from his boss, of course agreed. It was much easier to write music for him than for the rest. Before Hanam left for the sound engineer, he dropped him his recorded track. Yihan had already managed to practice with him, very much. It sounded much more melodious and cooler. Hanam recognized that the melody was indeed like lightning and thunder. Yihan replied that he wasn't finished yet and needed to focus on the bass. Hanam was simply shocked that all this could be done on a computer. When he found out, he asked the sound engineer to raise the tone a little higher. Yihan asked the young man to take the guitar with him to his studio. Hanam watched in amazement as the boy set up all the equipment. Yihan explained that it is possible to record several samples at once, so that Hanam would not come here in vain, but play some of his ideas now. Hanam was very surprised that the boy was reading him like a book. Yihan explained that talented musicians can understand each other. Hanam had not expected such a quick understanding between them. Yihan had already learned a lot about him, unlike Hanam himself. Colleagues sat at the computer for quite a long time. They drank a lot of soda water, as the body needed constant hydration. Hanam now is tired of constantly plugging into the monitor. He was very happy when he realized that the sample was finally ready.
At that moment, the ward approached Daik-san to ask if it was necessary to call the other tramps, but he ordered the doctor to be brought here along with the other idiots.
Yihan made everything as smooth as possible on the computer. The guy was very surprised that his boss did not understand music at all, although he seems to be engaged in it. After hearing the words about the Middle Ages, Hanam smiled and told his colleague that he was just a humanitarian and was never interested in it. Hanam decided to offer the boy something. He asked if he could teach him to write music on the computer. Hanam was not at all surprised when the boy asked him for another too. Yihan knew his worth very well and always tried to beat the money.
It takes time to understand how far they have gone, and Duksan believed that a similar group should be hiding in Jiangsu.
He was already 30 years behind progress, and here appeared a talented guy who could teach him music in a very short time. Yihan took his colleague under his care and started teaching him computer music. Literally after a few hours, they managed to create several samples.
After thinking a little, he asked Daik-san which of these two would be more difficult to destroy. Kla Myong and Moyian clan. The question was very strange, and in its stupidity it was similar to when people ask who they would like to fight, a lion or a tiger. After thinking a little more, Duksan made a verdict that it would be more difficult to fight the Moyian clan, since they have a rich history and the opinions of the people are on their side.
Also, the student submitted the plan of his film to the university. Teacher Mr. Chanhua did not expect this, and saw such a plan for the first time. Hanam explained that for the three of them, it would be a challenge that would allow them to gain a lot of profit and get good grades. Mr. Chanhua agreed to this plan. She smiled and said she would be looking forward to the release of the short film. When all the issues were resolved, it was time to shoot the film. The area of an abandoned school in the suburbs of Seoul was chosen as the location for filming. The film crew together with the actors entered the territory of the abandoned school. It was quite dirty, considering the old style of the building. Mina felt worse than anyone in this place. She started shaking with fear as she felt a bit creepy here. When the girl mentioned ghosts, Hanam was able to laugh at himself, a musician who had literally risen from the dead. Isum was also not happy about filming in such a location. He explained that they got the building for free because of Chef Zhang's acquaintances.
Having received this letter, he immediately felt some kind of spreading of energy, which was very suspicious. This energy began to spread more and more, and the surprise on Gong's face became more and more expressive.
Suddenly, another person intervened in this polylogue. A man's foot slowly crossed the threshold of one of the school offices and greeted those present. It was Ozzy in a rather unusual way. He also participated in this film, playing one of the most important roles. The students were simply shocked by the man's pretense. They didn't expect Ozzy to be able to transform so much that he was unrecognizable. Hanam, seeing the man, immediately understood that he called him for a reason. He said that he was extremely happy to see the musician. Chef Zhang could be calm at the expense of the supporting actors. He said that Hanun chose them as best as possible for the scenes. The crew was ready to start when all the actors were assembled. First, it was necessary to record the exit of the transferred student.
In parallel with this smile, He told his daughter that he did not understand when the moment came when the head of the Yong clan raised a monster.
However, there was no way back. Filming began and the transferred students slowly walked into the auditorium where his group was sitting. The local students immediately paid attention to the newcomer, who began to speak to them first. They could not understand what was wrong with his speech.
It was strange because the letter contained an offer to come to Hanam, and also an offer to bury the Myung clan together.
Those present who did not participate in the scenes were simply shocked by the young man's acting. They believed that he had gone a little in the wrong direction.
Recently they sent scouts from the Myung clan, and of course Gun wanted to know what they were thinking, and the hero promised to tell him about it in detail.
Ing-sol could barely contain herself from her teammates' game. He-bum praised the skill of Ozzy, who still managed to hold back his laughter.
And this only meant that in order to achieve this goal he would have to destroy the Myung clan.
Filming went according to plan. 14 scenes have already been shot. The film crew was preparing for the 15th, and warned the actors about it.
Moreover, one could say that this was the goal of his entire life, and a young man who was not even 20 years old had just guessed about it. The hero continued, writing that he respects his desire and is in no way being ironic, since he himself is used to going ahead for the sake.
Chef John praised the acting skills of the main character. He perfectly understood that it is better to be weak than insecure.
That's why he proposes to join forces and deal with this clan, and he also added that he understands that trust cannot be achieved with just
notifying his direct competitor that everything will now end. The hero of Han picked up an electric guitar and prepared for battle. When the young man began to play the guitar and sing, the entire film crew was simply shocked. They could not believe that it was the same poor actor. Han knew his business perfectly. Despite his acting skills, his musical prowess remained on top in any situation. Ozzy played every scene very well. Now his character was simply shocked by the skill of his competitor, who was tearing him to pieces. John was very pleased with the turn of events. From the very beginning, he had to sneeze at the acting skills of the young man whom he called to the shooting. He made a deal with a talented musician just for one scene. And she fully justified herself, showing the skill and talent of the young man. Hanun hit the last chord on the electric guitar and the crew announced to all the actors that this scene was finally shot. Chef Chon was extremely pleased with the result of the filming. He praised the young man for his skills and acting, although it was not very good. Yihan had a completely different opinion about this scene. He told the musician that he made a couple of mistakes that he tried to hide behind improvisation. Jung and He-bum didn't understand what the boy meant at all. They did not have time to notice the mistakes that the young sound engineer was talking about. Han realized that his improvisation had only failed for one person. Yihan was able to see the error in such a difficult situation. The young sound engineer was not going to allow this scene into the main film. He informed the crew that it would be necessary to shoot again. Chon was simply shocked. That's how geniuses can understand each other. Even without talking to each other, they understood each other.
The vendors who sold their goods here were very loud, and were constantly trying to attract people who were just walking down the street.
Chef Chang's hunch didn't deceive him. The film called Elel appeared on the platform and caused a lot of emotions. The game of the main character at the beginning caused a mixed reaction. The comments were completely different, but mostly people found it funny. Han felt a little uncomfortable when he read these comments. He understood that this was his first experience, so he should not dwell on mistakes. Some scenes even became memes and spread across the internet. But everything changed dramatically after Han played the guitar. The reaction of the public turned out to be completely different. After seeing the incredible performance of the young man, people began to flood the chat with comments about the incredible talent of the musician. They even began to hate the young man for being so talented. It was hard to believe that he was an ordinary person like everyone else. After the release of the film, Hanun had an influx of followers. They came not only from the Millionaire blogger, but also from various humorous publications. The number of viewers of the broadcasts increased to 1,000 people. At its peak, this number could generally reach 2,000 at any time of the day. Hanun was just shocked and did not have time to follow all the events. He learned all the latest from his viewers in the chat. The young man didn't even notice that his channel had reached 300,000 subscribers. Chat wholeheartedly welcomed the blogger. Kang Du-soo, director of Tesla, congratulated the young man on his anniversary and threw him a symbolic donation. Han-en was very grateful to the director. Hee-bum was constantly next to the musician, and the chat noticed that the manager started to cry. It was not clear what caused his emotions.
Daik-san, although he listened to everything, he still admitted that he understood absolutely nothing from these words.
Han-eun tried to cheer up his friend and said that they only managed to do it together, despite the obstacles in the way. Han-en also did not forget to thank his viewers who constantly supported and watched him. Only thanks to them this achievement was possible. Some time has come and the day of presentation of group projects has arrived at the university. So far, the short film has collected more than 4 million views. Han-en felt a little strange as he walked into the auditorium. He perfectly understood that from this moment his student life would change a little. All the students started looking only at him and whispering among themselves. Han-en became a local star that the whole university knew about.
During the time of the Black Emperor, he had comrades, but no family. When there is nowhere to return, I was constantly in no mood.
After seeing the first scenes with Han-en's acting, his teammates started laughing. It was not the first time they had seen it, but they still couldn't help themselves. Han-en even blushed as he stood in front of his teammates. He expected such a reaction, so he was ready to hold back and endure the awkward situation. The teacher was still able to hold back her laughter and calmly watched the film. A satisfied smile from what she saw appeared on her face. When all the students presented their projects, Mr. Jong-hwa declared the couple over. She praised all the students for a job well done. The woman asked one of the students to stay. Of course, it was Han-en, who caused a real sensation with his recently released film. Mr. Jong-hwa informed the young man that she wanted to see him in her office. She did not say anything more about her intentions. Han-en was a bit wary at this moment. He remembered the words of the president of the club, who said that one should be more careful in the professor's office. In-sol explained to the young man that in the office you can get away with some easy task, but you may not be lucky. Han-en realized that a very difficult fate could await him if he was dragged into graduate school. The young man did not want to study for several more years. After talking with the professor in her office, Han-en came to the guitar club room to discuss some important points. In-sol immediately began to ask the young man how his meeting with the teacher came about. Han-eun replied that she didn't talk about graduate school.
The food was not particularly tasty, since it consisted only of rice, but still we needed to get some calories.
Han-eun was just shocked that he was wanted to take the lead again for the video, which is supposed to be a portfolio for the company.
Turning his head to the side, he added that everyone needed to wait until he had eaten everything, and only then could they start.
After more than 200,000 subscribers were collected on the channel of the author of the performer, the young man received a lot of good offers.
The danger was very close, and the hero knew very well that he would not be able to escape from it, and most likely he did not really need it. There were a large number of assassins in these forests, and they had been following their target for a very long time. Outwardly, they looked exactly the same as those killers whom the hero had previously eliminated, but no one knew what knowledge they possessed.
Those present were absolutely shocked by the young man's decision. They could not understand what his haste in rejecting famous bloggers and companies was connected with. Hee-bum warned a friend that he is now giving up a lot of money. Han-en replied that money was not a problem for him. The young man differed in his values from the manager. He said that they should have their own air base, which should make music, not make money. It seemed quite logical to Mina that if the channel loses its primary purpose, then people will start unsubscribing because they won't be interested.
Then his body began to be enveloped in orange-red energy, and in a quiet voice he said that they had finally found the right.
The moment when a blogger changes his primary point of reference, the audience feels very well. Therefore, you need to constantly please your audience. The young men were absolutely not surprised by the young man's decision. They're used to Han-eun always doing things his way, but there's some sense in that. Hee-bum was very upset by his friend's decision. He wanted to make some extra money, not just make music all his life. Han-eun watched his friend's reaction and understood that they are completely different people, but they must somehow continue their common path in the future. Han-eun put his hand on the shoulder of his manager and the person who helps him a lot to calm him down, and explain his difficult decision. Hanam advised his friend to think that this step back will allow them to make 100 steps forward and establish themselves as a music channel on MeTube. He found meaning in his friend's words. He agreed with his strategy because they really wanted to run a music channel on the platform. Sol asked the young man how he was going to strengthen his reputation as a music channel on a very shaky internet platform. Hanam announced his intentions to appear in the music video the professor was talking about. He understood very well that it would not bring him a lot of money right away, but that was what he wanted to do more than anything right now. Therefore, after receiving the coordinates from the teacher, Hanam headed to the main office of the creators. At the door, he was immediately met by a friendly man who introduced himself as a representative of the GNU studio named Oh Young-gi. This man was a graduate of a prestigious American film school. He was an incredible talent who was offered contracts by well-known production companies. But despite all this, he suddenly returned to Korea and founded his own company, which recently became known as GNU Studio. Hanam was very surprised to be met by only one man. He expected that the entire team of the company would talk to him. When the guest asked the man where the rest of his colleagues were, Oh Young-gi was confused and couldn't give a clear answer right away. Hanam still got his answer that the rest were unable to join due to personal matters, so the young man would have to communicate with him.
The heroes replied that she did so, and it was a fight for life and death, and the result is right in front.
Turning his head back, Young-gi saw a large man in front of him who was very unhappy with what was happening. It was a colleague of Young-gi named Bo-gun who appeared very suddenly. Hanam didn't expect the other representative to look so stern. Young-gi introduced this difficult person as director Kim Bo-kyun. He really had an expression on his face that could scare anyone.
His hand immediately caught fire, and he said he achieved this through hard training and honing his skills over time.
Young-gi offered his sincere apologies to the guests for causing such inconvenience. He promised to manage this moment and return to them very soon. The young men, in turn, went further into the room and sat down at the table. They could not understand what caused this behavior of two colleagues.
At the same time, the energy around the hero's axe also began to circulate, and he firmly took it in his hand.
Hanam knew very well that it was not good to eavesdrop, but he needed to know what caused the sudden quarrel in front of important guests. The two friends got up from the table and went to the door of another room, which was open. The boys could hear loud shouts from here. Young-gi kept trying to contain his interlocutor's emotions since they were currently having guests. Bo-jaeun was against it from the beginning. The director expressed his opinion that they need to make an important first step, so they can't release their first work with a regular MeTuber. Suddenly, the man noticed outsiders behind him and offered to finish the dialogue later. Hanam and the manager were caught in the act. Young-gi sat down at the table with the young men and asked how much they were able to hear in their dialogue. Hanam replied that quite a bit. The representative of the company felt very uncomfortable in front of the guests, as he and the director had some misunderstandings at the expense of the guests. Hanam did not understand what caused the director's behavior. He asked the man why the director didn't like their work on MeTube. Young-gi explained the director's decision by the fact that he was able to reach certain heights in America, so he plans to develop a giant entertainment company. The man added that now they are looking for the right moment to open their business. Hanam suggested that the two colleagues were extremely talented. Young-gi decided to demonstrate everything in practice. He noted the work of his friend and wanted to show their joint work. Young-gi explained that he usually creates the framework, while Bo-jaeun takes care of the details. This was their way of cooperation, which they had practiced for a very long time.
Chi-san had to retreat a little, and at Ito he pushed off from the ground and ordered his warriors not to interfere.
The attention to detail really felt through the human eye. Bo-jaeun was a true professional in his field, but a very stubborn person. Young-gi explained that a man sometimes gets so caught up in the details that he loses sight of the big picture, so he needs an assistant like him. Despite his colleague's stubbornness, Young-gi still believed that the director would change his mind after seeing the result of their cooperation. The young men were simply shocked by such a decision from a man. They did not expect that he would be ready to cooperate with them on his own without a colleague. Young-gi assured the potential partners that everything will work out for them, as Hanam will be the key to their success, which they will definitely not miss.
This blow was not particularly strong, but it was still able to destabilize the situation, which Hojong seemed to be in control of.
Hanun understood very well that for the best result, both men should be involved, including Bo-gun, otherwise the picture would definitely not satisfy the users. Without a director, Hanun was not going to cooperate with the company because he wanted to add as much detail to the music video as possible to keep the audience's attention.
One more blow, and the hero flies off to the side at low speed, and tries to turn the situation in his direction.
Jung Ji admitted that he was too busy with his own business, so he didn't have time to look at the works of potential partners. Hanun said that it was the opposite of good since they would be able to see their skills live. The young man invited both men to look at him on stage. Jun Ji did not expect this turn of events. Hanun assured the man that Bo-gun would immediately change his mind when he saw him on stage. The conversation in the office was finished, and the guests left. It was quite a fruitful conversation, but it left behind many uncertain moments. Hee-byung asked his friend about the last words he spoke to the company representative inviting him to a concert that was coming up very soon. Han-en replied to his friend that it was a simple lie. Hee-byung was simply shocked and angry at the musician for his quick and thoughtless decisions. He could not come to terms with the fact that his friend was like this. Hee-byung grabbed his head and was already thinking about what kind of trouble awaits them.
The situation was getting out of control, and Hojong realized that he would have to resort to rather desperate measures.
The young man remembered the words of director Bo Jian, who was very careful with the YouTubers and assured his colleague that they did not need such cooperation. Han-en was going to dispel his doubts with his music. This was the goal of his performance, which was to conquer the hearts of the audience, including the most important one. Han-en decided to drop by his old friend's cafe and rest for a while. At the same time, he tried to compose a song quickly.
Now was the ideal moment, and the hero decided to use it to his advantage, and thereby end the battle as soon as possible.
Han-en was in despair and did not know how to deal with all these problems. Yoon-tae recognized his friend who had no plan. The old man asked the young man why he wanted to convince the director at all. Han-eun replied that he really likes Kim Bo-gun's skills. Yoon-tae didn't really understand his friend anyway. But to his surprise, Han-suk saw his past self in this man. 30 years ago, Kim Han-suk was exactly the same. He believed that a singer should only sell music, and not do everything at once. Jian thought the same, and he was not going to lower himself to the level of YouTube. He was a bird of a completely different flight of acting skills. That's what Han-suk thought when he first entered the new world. But after meeting new friends, his conclusions gradually began to change. He recalled his longtime rival, who has never been able to keep up with the times and has remained on television as music moves to the internet. Han-suk had to work really hard to change his beliefs, but it was worth it. He felt incredible emotions along the way. In the end, a new world opened up in front of him, which absorbed him wholeheartedly. The feeling could not be compared even with the transition to a new era. Yoon-tae showed his interest in his friend's work and approached him. He wanted to see how things were going with writing a new song. Han-en decided not to show the paper to the old man. The owner of the restaurant was very surprised that his friend was so shy. Han-en thought that the friend only needed to know that the song would be finished. Yoon-tae did not understand why all these secrets were needed. Kan Ino needed to quickly schedule a performance. He asked his friend if he knew any directors' producers. Yoon-tae replied that he had agreed on everything. The young man was simply shocked when his friend said that his director would arrive here very soon. Han-en was looking forward to it. Director Kang Do-soo entered the restaurant at the same moment. He was surprised to see not only his friend, but also Han-en. The young man was very surprised and did not expect that the director of Tesla would appear here. Yoon-tae greeted the man kindly and invited him to sit down. Friends had a nice chat about common interests over a cup of coffee. They saw each other very rarely, so it was difficult to fake their emotions. Han-en watched his old friends and did not understand when they managed to become such friends. But it was only in his hand. Kang Do-soo was exactly the person who would be able to connect him to the world of the stage. Therefore, the young man turned to him with an important request. Sitting down at the same table, Han-en told the director about his plans and intentions, which prevent him from implementing some difficulties. After hearing the boy's request, Kang Do-soo immediately remembered one place. He said that he would be able to organize a concert hall for the young man. The director reminded the young man about the investor Neon. He explained that in addition to their company, this giant invests in other entertainment businesses. He called one of them Forest Music. Hanam was a bit surprised at this moment, as the name was very familiar to him. Compared to the three giants of the entertainment industry, Forest Music was at the beginning of its journey, but it had already managed to prove itself well. He told a friend that this company is on friendly terms with Tesla. Very soon, a meeting between the two parties was arranged. On the threshold of his company, the guests were met by the head of the department, Song Ben-do. The meeting was arranged quickly because the company needed one more person. The man explained that a festival would be held very soon, at which he would have to perform. He asked them to go after them. Hanam turned his attention to his slightly upset friend and told Yoon so that it would be much more difficult from now on. However, the student could not miss such a party. He was completely in agreement with the young man, as they had a chance to meet Yuri, who was an internet star and songwriter. At first, the girl broadcasted on MyTube and covered other artists. The audience immediately appreciated her clear voice. Subsequently, she began to write songs of her own performance, which became quite popular. Yuri has gained recognition as an author and singer. Song Ben-do informed the boys that the girl they were just talking about was also going to participate in their upcoming festival. The students were very satisfied. They dreamed of being on the same stage with their idol. They thanked the head of the department for such an honor for them. The man, on the contrary, expressed honor to the young men who came to him. He said that their channel already has 300, so kudos to them as well. Hanam didn't expect anyone here to know about his channel. His eyes immediately lit up when he heard the mention of his works. Song Ben-do asked the young man if he was going to perform Baguette this time. Hanam was slow to answer because he was doubtful. He replied that he was not actually going to perform the last song as he had prepared differently. He wanted to perform a song called Seafaring. It was one of Kim Han-suk's songs, which was included in the 9 songs of his posthumous album. The creator did not have time to release her during her lifetime. Hanam also informed his friends about the decision to sing this song. He demonstrated it in practice so that his friends could appreciate it. And So was very surprised, because she had never heard such a song by Kim Han-suk. Moreover, it was not at all like the artist's style. Song explained that the author was never able to finish this song, so it was completed by his younger colleagues after he died. Hanam was not very pleased with the way he was honored. In a past life, he had his reasons for not releasing this track. Song could not understand what was happening to the musician now. Meanwhile, Mina revealed that Han-suk only wrote 1 verse of this song in his lifetime. After long deliberation, his successors decided to leave everything as it is. Hanam continued to freak out over the song he couldn't finish. So wondered why the artist only wrote 1 verse. Hanam looked at the girl with tears on his face. Only he knew the truth about this song. Kim Han-suk couldn't finish it for an obvious reason. He just got stuck in the process. Hanam wanted to get rid of those unpleasant memories from the past as soon as possible. Sung wondered where he could listen to this track. Friends included the young man's original. Watching the video, the boy assumed that the late artist must be rejoicing in his posthumous album in heaven. Hanam was never able to finish Seafaring in his past life. He got stuck about halfway through the song and couldn't come up with an ending. It was simply incredible that he had another opportunity to finish what he started. Another life gave him more strength to do it. His body now had completely different sensations that were experienced differently. A famous musician in the past was able to finish his legendary song. Hanam informed his friends that he was going to perform the track Seafaring in his own arrangement from the Forest Music Festival stage. The young man began to sing the second verse so that his friends could appreciate. Mina was just shocked. The song seems to have received its continuation from the author. Hanam was very pleased to be able to complete this song in this lifetime. 30 years have passed, and only now he was inspired by her. In this life, music has become much more diverse and richer to hear. Thanks to new technologies, the author received an impetus to continue his album. 30 years have passed and the song finally received its final version, which the legendary musician sang in a completely different body and in front of other people. Older teammates of the young man did not stop being surprised by his talent. They could not understand where he got so much energy and inspiration. After playing the song to the end, Hanam asked his friends for their opinion on the demo version. Yi-sung replied that she was quite beautiful, but a little different from the rest. In-sol expressed her sincere admiration for the fact that it was like a continuation of the original. Mina asked a question about copyright. Yi-sung explained that everything should be perfectly fine since there is such a thing as a neighboring right that allows Hanam to perform this song. The young man was grateful to his friend for the fact that he understands jurisprudence. He called himself a complete fool for not thinking of it sooner, since Kim Han-suk's death and the copyright of some songs has expired, so they could be resung. It was only on the hand of Kim Han-un, who became the reincarnation of the legend. He promised himself in this life to do everything possible to restore his glory. Finishing the track Seafaring served as the first step towards his dream. Suddenly, the young man's fantasy was interrupted by a hand that fell on his shoulder. Han-en felt very uncomfortable in this situation. Yoon-so seemed to hug him, and told him not to worry. The senior seems to have gone crazy with his idols. He informed the musician that it is better to prepare for a meeting with the goddess Yuri. Time passed very quickly and Han-en seemed to be unable to keep up with it. Everything was ready to start the day of the Forest Music Festival today. Han-un texted the director asking if he was able to make it to the concert. It was very important for his plan to come true. Oh Young-ji confirmed his presence at the concert, along with his friend. Bo Jaeum was not very happy with the concert. Jun-ji asked his partner to calm down as they had never rested since they moved. Bo-gun said he doesn't need rest, and his friends were also present at the concert. They were looking forward to seeing their friend. Now on the stage was a trio of girls who called themselves Melon Girls. They were dressed in glamorous suits that were popular long ago. In-sol and Mina praised the girls' vocal abilities on stage. Although the song was retrospective, it sounded quite good. Jun-ji tried to entertain and calm his friend a little. He wanted to support the dialogue by mentioning their past and a similar song. All the girls on stage had very good skills. Moreover, they interacted well together, which added charm to their performance. Han-en did not expect such a level from debutantes. After hearing these girls, I realized that the festival is really popular in this area. In-seol had already caught Yoon-so, who was sitting in front of her. She asked if the young man would at least support his friend who would speak next. Yoon-seo said that he will definitely do it, but then he will support the goddess Yuri, who will come out next after Han-un. When the Melon Girls' performance ended, the host of the event announced that Han-un would be next. The young man was a little worried about performing in front of professionals. However, nothing was impossible for him. Han-un greeted the audience into the microphone, smiling pleasantly and saying his name. Kim Bo-jaeun was just shocked to see the young man on stage. Now he understood why his colleague had drawn him to this particular concert. Jun-ji was still trying to calm his friend down. He suggested that he listen first, since it was already too late to go anywhere. Bo-jaeun was very angry with his partner for his lie. He did not expect that his friend would go to such an extreme for an incomprehensible cooperation. Kim Han-un perfectly understood that everything should be done in the best possible way. He introduced Kim Han-suk's song, which he will perform. Seafaring began to sound from the mouth of the young man. He began with a calm melody to convey the mood he had put into this song in his past life. Bo-jaeun thought that the young man was in general a bit of a nutcase, since he rushed to the festival with an unfinished song by a long-forgotten musician. However, Han-un was not a bit smarter than the man expected. He began to play the second verse, which he wrote in his own hand 30 years later. Bo-jaeun was just shocked when he heard the continuation of the song. He had never heard those lines before, so he didn't understand what was going on. Han-un confidently continued to sing as if Han-suk had written it. The director now began to assume that this was the added second verse. Listening to the young man's song on stage, the man plunged into his memories. Music inspired him to pursue the dreams he had at the beginning of his career. Bo-gun graduated from the same famous American film school as his friend. After its completion, he had many dreams and goals. The most important of them was that the man wanted to become the first Korean to build a career as a film director in America and receive the most prestigious award. But the reality turned out to be completely different from what the young man expected. There were constant obstacles and rejections on his way. Bo Jaeun had to put up with management that constantly rejected his productions, never once mentioning the problem the whole time. The young man was forced to work, not laying down his hands, but still did not achieve the result. He couldn't figure out what to do next. Before, Bo-gun believed that if there were skills, the people's love would come by itself. But reality forced him to hit his face against the wall. Several of his projects were nevertheless made public, but were not successful. Moreover, some of them have completely failed. The career growth of the young talent stopped. When Bo-gun didn't know what to do with his life, Jung Ji approached him with an interesting proposition. A friend suggested that he start all over again in his homeland. The guys were going to return to Korea and try to start a career again. But even at home, things did not go as smoothly as they wanted. Bo Jaeun was too exhausted and never listened to his friend's advice. But now, he was ready to change his mind a bit. Looking at the scene, the man wondered if it was too late to change something in his career. Kim Ha-noon, a boy who gave incredible hopes to the director. He considered the young man to be the answer to a question that had been bothering him all his life. The guy's live performance sounded even more incredible. Absolutely everyone in the room agreed with that, including the man who organized it all. Song Ben-do watched the musician and couldn't believe that there was only one verse in this song from the beginning. But now it was as if completed. Suddenly, the man's fantasies and thoughts were interrupted by a woman's voice admiring the young man on stage. Someone was slowly approaching the boss. It was the same popular girl who was called a goddess. Yuri wondered why the young man was so relaxed on stage. Song Ben-do reminded the girl of the boy he had already talked about. His song called Baguette was able to enter the top 50. Yuri said that their rookie songs were also able to get there, but the man countered that these rookies were on a different level. Yuri tried to stand up for the newcomers, but the boss did not listen to her. He told her to shut up and just watch the young talent on stage. Hanam finished performing his added song. The audience began to go wild and applaud the young man. He was infinitely grateful for the support. Yuri looked at the talented musician and did not understand what was so special about him. She said she could beat him. The girl told the boss that she wanted to increase the time of her rehearsals so as not to be left behind, and also not to run out of money. Han-en thanked the viewers and asked them to like and leave comments. But suddenly he remembered that he was not on the broadcast. This curious situation looked very funny. Friends began to laugh at the young man, until the rest of the audience could not understand what he meant. Bo Jaeung suddenly spoke to his friend. He told the man that he now wants to meet again with this talented YouTuber. Jun Ji did not expect such a decision from his partner. He asked the director why he suddenly wanted to make an appointment with the musician. Bo Jaeung looked at his partner with a serious look and said that he wanted to meet the young man in person to check something during the meeting. A beautiful girl with a beautiful voice took the stage next after the incredible Hanam, the goddess of the internet, and the stage Yuri. The guys in the hall began to literally go crazy for the girl on the stage. Hanam's friends loudly supported the beauty and were ready to tear for her. The girls behind their friends felt like real fools. They were ashamed of their friends who behaved like teenage boys. Hanam came down from the stage and asked in Seoul if she liked the show. The girl replied that it was incredible, as if Han Suk himself had returned. Mina also praised the young man for his performance. She added that Han Suk definitely liked the song, which someone finally managed to finish. Han-en seemed to catch a star at that moment. He said that besides him, no one can surpass Han Suk. Mina had a different opinion. When the girl on the stage began to sing, Han-en immediately heard her pure soprano. He did not expect that the rumors would turn out to be really true. Yuri had a simply incredible voice, which seemed to wash the ears of the audience like a wave. She completely took over the stage and the minds of the boys. Han-eun didn't expect to meet an even more talented newcomer than Song-woo on his way. This new world never stopped surprising him. Eun's phone received a notification from Jun Ji, who wrote that he would be waiting for the young man at a local cafe. Han-en immediately realized that his plan had worked. Yuri walked past the stage with water in her hands and noticed a young man on her way. She immediately recognized Han-en and decided to speak to him. She praised the young man because he managed to convey Han Suk's mood. Yuri decided to invite the boy to the party. His friends from the side were simply delighted and expected that their friend would agree to take them with him. However, the boys were very disappointed when Hanun cancelled the party because he had an appointment a few minutes later. Yuri was just shocked because no one had refused her offer yet. Hanan quickly said goodbye and apologized for being in a hurry. Friends were not going to let the young man go any further. They stood in his way and were very angry at the refusal. Hanan explained that he was really in a hurry for the meeting. Comrades did not care at all about his meeting. They warned the musician that he would have to deal with Yunseo, who is now standing behind him. Meanwhile, Ihan locked himself in his basement because he wanted to be alone. He had not gone outside for several days because he loved his room. He constantly received messages on his phone from his parents, in which they were used to reprimanding their son. The father was still angry with his son. Ihan was already used to such messages, but he could not accept them neutrally. He was very hurt by the words of his parents, who could not understand him. The boy felt as lonely as possible in his small room. He constantly wondered why his parents were writing to him at all. Han-en still managed to make his way through the crowd of angry friends and reach a local restaurant where they were waiting for him. Jung Ji immediately started the conversation with Han-un's latest song. He praised it, noting that it is even better than the original. Han-en decided to immediately act on his plan. He turned to director Kim and asked him if he had some questions. Bo Jaeun asked the young and promising musician why he is engaged in internet broadcasts, because his talent could easily conquer television. Han-en remembered perfectly the same question that Lim Tae-jen had asked him. Then he replied to the man that the world is constantly changing. But now the young man decided to refrain from an insolent answer. He needed not only to express his opinion, but also to persuade the director. Everyone present was simply shocked when the young man's answers began. Hanun said he broadcasts because it's fun. Bo Jaeun was no less shocked than the young man's friends. He did not understand at all why such a talented musician chooses the path of fun. Han Suk was always forced to conform to the agency's standards. In order to succeed, he had to give up a lot, but in this life he was not going to do that. He explained that he just likes spending time with his friends, playing guitar and traveling. In his past life, the musician could not even imagine saying this phrase. But now he realized that his friends are the greatest treasure for him. A smile appeared on the face of the always serious director. The words of the happy young man again made the man think about the past. He remembered Jung Ji acting exactly the same way when they were their age. The young man always suggested living in high spirits and doing whatever he wanted. Bo Jaeung thanked the talented young man not only for his performance, but also for the reawakened memories that flashed in the head of the serious director. In the end, one of the company representatives agreed to try something new. Jun Ji didn't expect his friend to split so quickly, because Jaeun decided to live in a completely different way, because he realized that life is one and you can't waste it on constant pragmatism in music and everyday life. Hanan managed to agree with the representatives of the GNU studio to shoot the clip. They even agreed to wait until the track was released in good quality. Jun Ji suggested that things be done much faster. The men agreed that the content and the song could be changed in places to speed up the release of the clip. An agreement was reached between the two parties and the meeting could be declared closed. A friendly hand fell on Hanan's shoulder again. Yoon Seo offered some refreshments after an important meeting. He added that Han-en must really want to treat his dear friends. Yoon Seo looked at him with an ominous look and asked if friends were the most valuable thing to him, and money for such things could not be spared. Han-en felt very uncomfortable in this situation. This ominous look was seriously frightening, although Han-en understood that it was all a joke. The demo version of the first track was completed, but it wasn't enough, so Han-un decided to visit his old sound engineer friend. As usual, Ihan was in his studio working on something. His appearance left much to be desired. He didn't sleep again. Suddenly, the door to the boys' workshop opened and he saw in front of him a guest who had promised to come for a long time and finally appeared. Han-en immediately noticed that the sounder looked rather powerless as a godfather even considering his usual state. He asked if he had time to listen to the demo. Ihan replied that despite the lack of time, he managed to do it. The boy noted that the result did not really surprise him. Han-en was simply shocked to hear such criticism addressed to him. A sound engineer told a certain musician that his track sounded extremely old. Ihan noted that such adapted versions are not at all trendy now. He suggested that the young musician simply does not have enough experience in this field. Han was perfectly aware of his mistakes. He had quite enough experience, but he acquired it a long time ago, 30 years ago. But there were her positive moments in the song. Ihan noted that he likes the old-time feeling, which sounds original against the background of monotonous modern music. Han agreed with the guy who said that today's rappers use the same beat and don't even need skill to make music. In the same song, it was felt that it is authors and with an invested soul. Ihan asked the young man if he really wanted to record it. Han wanted to do this more than anything. In that case, Ihan said that it would be impossible to do this in his studio. The guy started to get dressed and explained that his studio was not suitable for recording. He could do it here, but he wants a better future for Han. The musician could not understand anything at all. He just watched the boy get dressed and tried to figure out what he was talking about. The two young men decided to go to the Korean Academy of Arts, where they had been before. Han wondered why they had come here. Then the young man remembered that the sound engineer studies here. Ihan confirmed his affiliation with the university but almost did not appear here. Han realized that the boy was definitely the kind of student who did not want to study. However, he, unlike him, did not want to visit couples. Han had been calling the boy since morning and he picked up the phone. The musician was interested in one question: whether his sound engineer is sleeping at all. Ihan opened the door to one of the offices and invited the guest in. It was a recording workshop belonging to the Faculty of Sound Reproduction. Han decided not to ask the boy too many questions and just watched him. Ihan started rummaging through the boxes and finally found something. He took out a rather old instrument with records and placed it on the table. The boy asked the musician if he knew what it was. Han perfectly recognized the old acquaintance Kotushnik. It used to be used to record sound, but only in some cases. The tool was a rare piece of equipment that had long since been removed from production. Taking the rarity in his hands, the boy said that he had a feeling when he heard the track. Then he realized that seafaring should be recorded in exactly this format. Han was very surprised at this turn of events. Ihan explained the advantage of this instrument is that the sound in it is transmitted more clearly, despite the background noise, which not everyone likes. The guy could not explain it to anyone, but he felt that the track could not be recorded in digital format. Han was only for this format. Ihan chose the best method for the track to shoot. The only problem remained was to rent the equipment somewhere. At that moment, a man in a classic suit was rapidly approaching the class. The clatter of his boots could be heard several meters away. The young men were simply shocked when they heard a voice behind them. A serious man asked the boys if it was not necessary to ask his permission. He was very curious as to who had used his laboratory at such a late hour. Now he understood everything and greeted Ihan. Han didn't understand what was going on. All he thought about was the fact that the people in the room, except for him, knew each other. An unexpected guest in the laboratory immediately recognized Han through his YouTube channel. Han asked the stranger who he was. The man looked at the young man and introduced himself as Kan Suk-ho, a professor at this university. He was also responsible for this music laboratory. The professor looked at Ihan and asked him if he wanted to say hello to his brother, whom he hadn't seen in months. Han was simply shocked at this turn of events. Kan Suk-ho apologized to Han for his younger brother because he knew his character. The musician wanted to object, but the man continued to say that his brother is constantly getting into trouble, although he does not understand even the basics of music. Ihan was constantly scolded in the family. Even his older brother constantly reminded that it would be better for his little one to go abroad and listen to his parents. Kan Sung-ho was willing to provide his brother with equipment, but only on one condition. He wanted the boy to return to his parents and leave his workshop. Ihan was not very agreeable to such terms. He did not want to return home, where no one respected him and did not understand him as a person and as a creator. Kan Sung-ho smiled sinisterly and asked his brother why he was so unsure. The relationship between them was not very pleasant. Han was just shocked to see the older brother talking to the younger one. The man told the student that moss had probably grown on his head for a long time. He assumed that the boy still believes that there is no one more talented than him in this world, but he has never been able to achieve success. At this moment, Hanam nevertheless intervened in the dialogue and said that the elder brother behaves very arrogantly, and does not understand the younger at all. Hanam decided to stick up for his sound engineer and informed the man that Ihan was indeed the most talented person he had ever met. The guy was simply shocked by the support from his partner. He did not expect that he would suddenly stand up for him without even understanding the situation. Kan Sung-ho expressed his displeasure that the young man was completely delusional. He advised him not to interfere in the internal affairs of the family. Hanam continued to speak anyway. He confirmed the fact that the boy has problems and character, and his workshop is a mess. But he added that he would have done the same in his place, and would have lived better in a doghouse. Yihan was simply shocked by such a statement. Kan Sung-ho did not expect to hear such insults towards his family, who constantly bully his younger son who does not obey them. Hanam considered his sound engineer skills to be the best. He took the boy by the shoulder and said that it was time for them to go. Kan Sung-ho was not going to let the young men go so easily. He was very angry with them and shouted loudly, ordering them to stop. However, the boys absolutely did not pay attention to the sound engineer's older brother. They were just walking side by side, but suddenly one of them braked. Hanam didn't understand why his sound engineer stopped. He turned his head to the boy and asked what happened. Yihan said that they are doing everything wrong as they had the original goal here but failed to complete it and take the equipment. Hanam also completely forgot about the equipment. He offered to go back once more, but understood that the sound engineer would hardly want that. Yihan completely confirmed the musician's guesses and said that he did not want to go back, although he would be ready if necessary. Hanam said that there was no need to listen to those insults again. Yihan wanted to argue that without the coil they wouldn't do anything. Hanam reassured the sound engineer and told him that he had a backup plan. They will simply be able to buy new equipment for themselves. The young men took out their phones and started looking for products on the internet. It was not easy to find it, but some presents still had to be. Hanam was just shocked when he saw the price of $1.5 million. But that wasn't the biggest problem they faced. Yihan started writing to all the sellers he met on the site. Some of them simply forgot to remove the ad and sold the old instrument. Some users refused to sell because the tool is broken, and some got so used to it that they changed their mind about selling altogether. Hanam did not expect that ordering a coil on the internet would be so problematic. Yihan continued his search and was finally able to find something. He informed his partner that he could order from a foreign website, but he would have to wait 2 weeks. Hanam did not like this option. Yihan knew perfectly well that he would not be able to come to an agreement with his brother. The boy slowly drew air into his lungs and exhaled, thinking for a while. Suddenly, the sound engineer said he had a plan B to start. Hanam still didn't understand what plan the boy was talking about. Yihan took his partner with him and headed to a famous recording studio. He often came here and had good old friends here. The boy was immediately met at the door by a man named Takim Gi, who was the director of the studio. He was very happy to see the troubled teenager. The old man asked the young man several questions about his father. Yihan explained that he and his ancestors were still not on good terms, even though it had been a long time. So Gi promised to keep the boy's visit today a secret. He also told him to look for everything on his own, because he understands everything better than he does. Hanam was simply shocked that the boy would come to such a large recording studio as his home and talk to the director as a friend. Hanam decided to clarify some questions with the man who met them. He asked if Yihan was really at odds with his father. The young man was a little surprised to hear that Yihan was in such a relationship with his father because of his different views on his own life. The eldest son of the family decided to follow his father's orders and became a professor. And the smaller one was a more problematic child and decided to choose his own path in life. So Gi informed the guest that the father of these two young men has a colossal influence on the Korean stage. That is why he raises his sons in this way. Hanam asked what position their father held. The director of the studio replied that this man is currently the chairman of the Korea Musicians Association. While the interlocutors were discussing the boy's family problems, Yihan rummaged around in the pantry a bit, and was able to find what he needed. He apologized to the man that he turned over the boxes a little, but the main thing is that the ancient tool turned out to be working. Hanam now understood the situation, guys. He thought he had a difficult situation at home, but it turned out that he was just a prodigal son. Yihan said that his partner could call him whatever he wanted, but he wouldn't come home until he proved to his father that he was capable of something. So Ji advised that the device was working, but said that the young man would need to buy a bobbin, which would be very difficult to find. Yihan was very upset that the man did not have at least one. The director explained that it was not within his competence to find such a relic at all. Han En heard the man's words that such artifacts can only be found among connoisseurs of antiquity, and remembered that he had an acquaintance with a sign. The young man loudly shouted to the entire studio that it finally got to him. Those present could not understand what exactly I meant by the guest. Han remembered his old friend Yun-tae. The old man asked the young man what urgent business he had at such a late hour. Han En only greeted his comrade and headed towards his relic. Yun-tae didn't understand what was even happening in his territory. The young man simply shouted with joy when he met a bobbin on his way. There wasn't even one of them in his old friend's collection. Yun-tae wasn't too pleased that someone was touching his collection. He asked his friend to immediately take his hands off his precious treasures. Han En literally began to beg the man on his knees for one favor. Understanding the young man's intention, Yun-tae immediately answered him in the negative. He took the bobbin from him and asked if he even knew how he got it all. The man collected his collection for dozens of years. Han En laughed at his old friend's caution and said that nothing would happen to his treasures if he used them a little, but Yun-tae was still against it. Han En didn't even expect that his comrade would resist so much that he would have to resort to Plan B. Han En said that in such a case he would also have to show his pettiness. Yun-tae did not understand what the young man meant. Han En began to look around and a guitar caught his eye. He reminded the man that he had given him this instrument. Yun-tae was simply shocked when the young man began to list the things that all once belonged to him. He did not understand what he meant by this. Han offered to take all these things since they belonged to him, and the man uses them to attract customers. Yun-tae disagreed. He explained to the young man that he was simply keeping his corner in memory of his friend. Han En almost got emotional and looked at his friend with a smile. He told him that his old friend was long dead. Yun-tae didn't expect the young man to come from this side and tried to answer something, but couldn't. Han explained that he wanted to continue the work of his old self and create music that he did not have time to record due to his untimely death. Han En pointed a finger at a corner of his past life memory and offered to fill this entire space with something new and modern. The idea of making Kim Han-eun's corner here seemed quite good to him. Yun-tae bowed his head and thought about Han Suk's past. The man slowly released air from his mouth and said that he had assumed for a long time that such a situation could happen at any moment. Han En listened intently to his companion, who lamented these old things very much, but admitted that they were all completely out of date. Yun-tae agreed to give his friend the entire collection he had amassed. Han En was very grateful to his old friend for his incredible support and help. Yun-tae once again warned the young man that he put together this collection with great effort, so if his track did not become legendary, he would regret it. The boys returned to Takim Gi's recording studio. The man was simply shocked that the young man still found the bobbins for the bobbin. He wondered where they got so much equipment. Han said he would tell later since they needed to listen to the song now. Han En was absolutely in agreement with his sound engineer. He was about to perform one of the songs when he played a little bit and sang. As soon as Han began to sing the first verse of his yet-to-be-released track, Takim Gi immediately knew that the young man was very talented. A pleasant smile appeared on his face. He was very happy for Yihyun, who was able to find a friend who was even more talented than him. He was looking at these two young men and talking to Yihan's father in his mind. He told him that the second son would definitely be able to succeed now, and soon the whole world will be able to see this beautiful riot. So Ji continued to enjoy the melody until Yihan stopped the musician. The sound engineer warned the young man that his first couplet was worse than the second and that it is not necessary to take air before each word. Han En explained to the boy that he just decided to give it a try. In the end, both agreed that it had turned out much worse. So Ji was just shocked when Yihan kept correcting the singer. It seemed to him that everything was perfect, but the boy had a much sharper ear. After listening to just a few minutes of this rehearsal, The director of the recording studio realized that the young men's musical gatherings would drag on for some time. While filming for the Seafaring music video was taking place, the students had some free time to prepare for the exams. They were supposed to take place very soon and all the students were literally buzzing. They did not expect that it would be so difficult. Yoon So admitted that he hadn't picked up a textbook since the beginning of the year. In Seoul, as always, recognized a lazy person in her teammates. In most subjects, Hanun barely had enough points, with the exception of the subject taught by Pan Jonghwa. The students did not want to believe that they would fail the session this year. The mood of the classmates was not very pleasant after hearing about the exam. Suddenly, Hanun received an unexpected question in his address, whether he will continue to attend the university on a permanent basis. This question was received by Mina, who explained her decision by the fact that it would be better to start a channel that has already gained more than 400,000 subscribers. He-bum intervened in the dialogue and said that this must be their fate. The girls said that they simply do not know how to set priorities. Han-en really thought about her friend's words. The number of his subscribers continued to grow at a frantic pace. Since the beginning of the first semester, the young men have uploaded about 200 videos to their channel. It was twice as much as ordinary YouTubers, but it bore fruit. Hanun asked Mina why she is accepted by his activities at the university. Does she really want to get rid of him and meet less in person? Han-en once again repeated his words that he was not going to drop out of university because he was satisfied with everything. Here he could often see his friends. Mina replied that she did not mean the conclusions. She said that she would like to see the young man even if he left the university. Han-en decided to make a little joke and said that the girl had to do it anyway since she is a signed contract with a fixed attendance. He-bum admitted that at times like this, his friend was like a sinister employer. Meanwhile, Hanun was immersed in his messages. The young man had just unlocked his phone when he saw a message from the GNU studio. They sent him a video file that took up 2.5 gigabytes. Hanun let out a loud cry of pleasure. Friends did not expect this from the young man and were very scared at that moment, asking what happened. Hanun said that he needed to go to the studio immediately and start broadcasting because he had to show the audience a new music video. Hanun went live on his broadcast and greeted the audience with his crowning Mihai greeting, which everyone liked. The young man quickly reminded his fans of the premiere of the video, which he told them about earlier. He led to the fact that today is finally the premiere. Hanun was not going to wait long and immediately displayed the picture on the screen. Chad immediately liked the quality of the picture, which stood out among others. The artist's new track usually played in the background of this clip. The audience really liked the color rendering that the video makers worked on. All this became possible thanks to the two directors of the GNU company, who were able to create a really high-quality product thanks to the combination of common skills. They created their first incredible product in Korea, which was immediately recognized. The clip exactly corresponded to the words of this song. The man swam in the canoe, like a seabird lost in the sea and not knowing where to swim. Chat really liked this combination. At the beginning of the second verse, the young man still found his way. He pushed himself to the shore and began to go ashore with his bare feet. He stood to his full height and showed his face. The audience recognized the rather famous actor, who was called Toya. He played the main role here. The audience appreciated the sensitivity and emotionality of the song, which was fully conveyed through the clip. Toya played the role perfectly in this video clip. When the video ended, Hanun asked the audience for their reactions. The chat literally exploded with the incredible clip that was just seen. Hanun read the comments that spoke as if they were about a real movie. Also, the audience noticed that the sound was a little dated, but it really fit here. Han-en praised his sound engineer, who did a great job. He remembered that he should visit him soon and bring something delicious as a gift. Streamer decided to share with his audience the method of recording the last track. He said it would be a very long story. Chad immediately tried to stop the young man, as they did not like the stories. He even received a donut who asked him not to tell stories, but to sing. Hanun couldn't resist his fans, so he immediately picked up the guitar. He was about to play his new track live. Meanwhile, somewhere in the other end of the city, Song-woo watched the premiere of his friend's music video. He was very interested in watching the streamer. He literally could not take his eyes off the laptop screen. His ears were literally captivated by Kim Ha-neun's new song. As soon as the stream on the platform was completed, the clip was immediately uploaded to YouTube. People in the comments under it were divided into two camps. Some admired this clip, while others mocked it. In any case, both of these camps only increased activity under the video, playing into the hands of the author and performer. Time passed steadily, and in 2 weeks the clip managed to gain almost 4 million views. The number of subscribers on the channel reached 500,000. Meanwhile, something strange was happening at the UTG Group company. There was a dead silence in their gym, occasionally broken by music. Song-woo was exercising and listening to music with headphones. He could not stop listening to only one song, Seafaring. The young man constantly thought about his life when he listened to this track. He wanted to surpass the author of the artist who wrote this song. Meanwhile, his training was interrupted by an assistant who was always with Lim Tae-gun. He informed the young man that his father was calling him. However, Song-woo couldn't hear anything at all because of the music in his headphones. He just sat motionless in place, resting after training. The man thought this picture was very strange because the boy sat for quite a long time. He noticed that his mood had taken a bit of a turn for the worse. The man recalled in his head the dialogue with the boss, when he asked his opinion about Kim Ha-neun, who wants to break into the trends. Lim Tae-gun noticed that this promising musician had become friends with his son. He also knew that Ha-neun released a new track the other day. The general director of the company even found this song on the internet, and it turned out that it is just a revised version of Kim Han-suk's song. The assistant was very surprised by the general director's reaction. He had never been so worried, and now that he heard Ha-neun's name, he was ready to kill. The aide supported his cabinet and told him that the young man could really pose a threat to the UTG, so they needed to make a quick decision. The man fully agreed with this proposal. Something had to be done with the hype of a popular young artist, as Song-woo's debut was planned soon. The man was still standing in the gym and trying to talk to the young man. He finally managed to do it, and he got an answer. Song-woo could hear something through his headphones and removed them from his ears. He heard that the CEO of the company wanted to see him. Meanwhile, Hanam didn't worry about anything at all. This evening, his friends came to congratulate him on a very important event. Senior students brought champagne with them, and she immediately opened it, congratulating with a round number of 500,000 subscribers on the channel. Friends celebrated not only this event, but also the fact that the new track entered the top charts and took 12th place there. Han thanked for the greeting. He was very happy that Seafaring became such a popular song, and in addition, it gave an impetus to the popularity of the first version. Ha-neun was of course pleased that Kim Han-suk was trending, but the audience and his friends kept talking about his past. Han needed some time to calm down and forget the events of 30 years ago. In any case, his life continued. The young man informed his friends that he wanted to hold an event in honor of 500,000 followers. Yoon Seo didn't understand why there was another event. Suddenly, Hee-bum interrupts everyone and says that he already made it all up. Han didn't expect someone to come up with an idea so quickly. Hee-bum reminded of the place where author and performer Kim Tae-hyun sang live for the first time. It was this video that made the young man popular. Hee-bum proposed to make a broadcast at this place and thus celebrate the event. Offline viewers could also be invited there. Han praised his manager for such an idea. Hee-bum really liked being praised, which was evident on his face with the naked eye. Han even suggested adding a few new faces. His current faces on the channel wondered why all this was necessary. A few days later, friends organized an event in honor of their round number. It was the same place where the first video on the channel was shot. A lot of people had gathered around, and Han wondered if it was really his audience that had come here or if they were just ordinary passers-by. But it was absolutely unimportant now. Han was thrilled that people were amazed and admired the musician standing on the stage. He greeted everyone present and introduced himself, although everyone knew him so well. Ha-neun was going to conquer the hearts of his fans again. Passers-by began to stop near the stage and look at the performer. They asked each other who was standing on the stage now. Some viewers immediately recognized the popular YouTuber. They started taking their phones out of their pockets, so that the digital memory would remember this moment. Absolutely everyone was happy to see the star guest. At the same time, of course, a broadcast was launched, on which the chat began to greet the performer. Hanun told his fans that he is performing at Hanwha Station today only thanks to the efforts of the Tesla company, which had a hand in it. The young man stood on this stage for the first time last spring. He was still unknown to anyone then, but a lot of time has passed. Now he was a very popular author, performer and streamer who had 500,000 subscribers on his channel. Everyone knew him. People passing by continued to stop and marvel at the concert. They couldn't believe that Hanam was back on this stage. Those who did not know the artist's author immediately began to search for him in social networks. Fans have not shown such interest in Hanam for a long time. Hanam was very happy to see everyone present. It had been a long time since their last meeting here, and he would like to say a lot. But this was not destined to happen, as he told the singer not to dwell on the words. The audience fully supported this gesture. Hanam followed his friend's advice and announced the beginning of his speech. An excerpt from the clip of the song Seafaring appeared on the screen. A very pleasant music began to flow around, enveloping everything around. She could touch the soul from the very first notes. Even passers-by stopped and held their breath when Hanam began to sing. Everyone focused on his new song. The young man constantly remembered the words of the vocal teacher, who said that first you need to feel the sound in your head, and only then let it out. Before, Hanam could only hum songs in his head and whistle. But now, he was simply incredible, conquering the audience. His voice was so pure and gentle that people held their breath and just listened. The melody went straight to their hearts. Hanam received a standing ovation after the debut song ended. The young man thanked his fans and asked them for one thing. Before he performs a new song, author-performer Kim Ha-noon asked the audience to be sure to subscribe to his channel and leave a reaction there. Next, the young man decided to sing an acoustic version of Chuseok. It was a song from a movie that not everyone present had seen. Hanam continued to shuffle his feet on stage and perform his hits. Baguette was liked by the audience, thanks to the closeness of the topic. The audience felt a certain vibe in the artist's songs. They all had a peculiarity, as if they revived the old songs and gave them a sense of tenderness. Hanun finished performing his songs and received thunderous applause. Now, nothing depended on him anymore and you could relax. Hanun decided to arrange something similar to an old bar on the stage. He would show his editor a sign to turn on a certain fragment. The audience could not understand what was happening now. A strange melody began to ring in their ears, which was similar to a parade. Literally in the middle, this melody stopped, and costumed young men appeared on the stage. They all had a musical instrument, which they were good at. All these were well-known friends of Hanam. And Min also took part in this scam, and was even satisfied with the development of events. The live chat started to wonder what was going on. They didn't understand anything, but they liked the old vibe. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared on the broadcast. The audience got to know the girl who had already appeared on previous streams. Kim Yi-dam previously performed on the broadcast with Kyeogim. She was not going to do that today, as she had come to perform with a musical ensemble. On the stage, she was surrounded by people whom she could not recognize. The girl named their strange ensemble Yukdo, which will conquer the stage. Yoon Seo looked very funny in this costume. The ensemble finally began to play, and the soloists began to sing. It was a great pleasure. The audience also liked the similar vibe on stage and started taking out their phones. Pleasant smiles appeared on the faces of the observers. Kim Ha-noon also appeared on stage and stood next to the girl. He was very grateful to her for accepting the unexpected offer. Having finished the composition, the members of the musical ensemble went down to the audience and began to take pictures with them. They continued to have fun. Kim Ha-noon watched the whole scene with a smile on his face. But he knew very well that it was far from over. The young men took off their suits and went down to the hall. Ha-noon hadn't told them about his concert plans, so they were very surprised. They suddenly started a familiar voice that was pure soprano. Also, more than half of the audience recognized a familiar song by a famous singer. Almost all the young men in the hall began to feel embarrassed and cover their faces with their hands. They could not believe that they could see this person right in front of them. Yuri slowly approached the stage through the audience threshold. The audience was simply shocked that the girl was singing the song right among them. The chat on the broadcast simply exploded with emotions. Ran slowly moved towards the stage with guards trying to protect her. Yun Seo just couldn't believe his eyes. Friends began to literally cry because they were able to see the star guest again. The girl finally got on stage and greeted everyone present. People in the chat room were overjoyed that they would be able to listen to Yuri. Hanam didn't even expect that he would be able to persuade this girl. He remembered the moment when he decided to call her. The young man contacted the woman just in case, but did not even expect that she would recognize him and agree to come to this event. But Yuri had her own plans for this concert. Despite this whole situation, the audience really liked the girl, who sang much better live. Hanam did not expect such a reaction from those present. He was surprised and understood that Yuri is now more popular than him, even though she is less famous. Sooner or later Yuri finished her song. Hanam thanked the girl for her performance, and prepared the audience for the next song. Hanam did not announce anything at all and left the stage. Those present began to hear the sound of an acoustic guitar and tried to make out the person on the stage. When the young man came closer to them, they were able to recognize Lim Sungwoo. He was as always acting as cold as possible, which people liked. Hanam, seeing his old friend on stage, was very surprised. He did not invite him, and did not understand where he came from. Lim Sungwoo turned his head towards Hanam and greeted him. He apologized for showing up without warning. The young man did not have time to explain, so he simply went to the stage since the audience will not wait for the young men to talk. Hanam settled behind the guest and was still trying to understand what he was doing here. Songwoo began to win over the audience. Some viewers could not recognize the invited guest, but they really liked it when two young men started playing at the same time. It was simply incredible, even better than before in Gukden. A pleasant smile appeared on the face of one woman in the hall. She was constantly writing something down in her notebook, and at the end of the speech she said that the test was over. Nothing was known about her. After that, the other members of Ting performed, and then the performance was finished. Hanam thanked everyone present for the incredible support of the musicians. Then he waited for his friends after concert party. They took quite a lot of beer and snacks to celebrate the event. One of the guest artists had already drunk quite a lot and assured Hanam that no one could grow like him in these 6 months. Yuri completely agreed with this statement. She said people usually line up to invite her to a party like this. Hanam, sipping from a glass, reminded the girl that they had agreed earlier. After that, he asked if an artist liked her drinks. Yuri was very surprised by such reactions from the young man. She asked why he was restricting her in anything, because she also wanted to drink with everyone together. Hanam felt uncomfortable and apologized for his words. Yuri took a drink and said that she has no plans for tomorrow, so you can drink. Hanam thought that famous female artists were quite reserved, but through Yuri's example, he realized that on the contrary, they are constantly drawn to people. He-bum looked at the actress with completely different eyes. He really wanted to invite her to the next broadcast, so he was ready to do everything possible. In-Seol suddenly wondered why Songwoo wasn't invited to the party. Isum was also surprised, because he hadn't seen the young man since the concert. Songwoo just performed and disappeared. Those present were about to call the young man, until suddenly Hanam received an important message on his phone. The artist got up from his seat and informed people that he needed to leave for a while. In-Seol was a little surprised at this moment. The same could be said about Mina. The girl, with surprise in her eyes, saw off the young man who was leaving the banquet hall. Hanam walked slowly to the door and stopped by it. He turned back to his friends and left the room without a word. He received a message with an offer that he decided to follow. He slowly began to climb the stairs that led to the top floor. But the young man's final stop was not the floor, but the roof of the house. Hanam slowly opened the door to the roof. He had an appointment here. He was a little surprised when he saw a cheerful and happy Songwoo in front of him. The blonde was very happy to see the friend he had been waiting for. One of the 3 pillars of the entertainment industry was a company called CTV. Now their employees have had a very fruitful period of work. A meeting was held in one of the producers' offices to learn about the success of recruiting for the 3rd quarter. A man with blonde hair was in charge of this room and led the meeting. He gave the floor to the screenwriter to report on the work. A woman sat opposite with a laptop on the table. She reported that the recruitment of mentors is at the final stage, but there is a problem with the recruitment of newcomers. The man who introduced the meeting was JCTV producer Jong Suk-chung. He asked the screenwriter what problem she faced. Oh Min-ha turned her attention to one promising young man. She called his name Hanam. The guy was one of the popular YouTubers. The director thought it was a bit strange to pay attention to Twitter users. The screenwriter explained that she personally tested his skills at a concert, and they are incredible. Oh Min-ha included a performance she recorded on her phone. The director listened to this melody with pleasure, and realized that the young man had talent. Yoon Suk-chun asked the scriptwriters why they couldn't recruit a young man. The woman explained that the problem was that they had already tried to do this. The director of the channel was very surprised when he heard that last time their companies refused. It always made him very angry. He went through the markers in his hand and tried to understand why the young man refused such an offer, having only an audience on YouTube. The man asked the screenwriter what was the official reason for the refusal. He was shocked when he heard the young man say he was having a session. Jong Suk-chun did not understand what was happening at all. He had a good plan in his head that was supposed to lead him to his dream goal. Biting his pencil, the man suggested that Oh Min-ha contact this interesting young man again, as he is a very valuable asset. The screenwriter was very surprised to receive such an order. She asked why do it again if they were rejected. The director replied to the ward that this time everything should be different. Biting off the cap from the marker, he said that he wanted to bring the young man here. Others present in this room were simply shocked by the behavior of the director. They hadn't seen him like a dog off the chain for a long time. The producer of the company JCTV recorded this promising musician in the main group. He wanted to get it for himself at any cost. The screenwriter turned on the video further and played a segment with Song Woo's performance. Yoon Suk-chun also appreciated the skills of this young man. The man was very surprised when the ward told him that there could be problems with this student if he signed the contract. Oh Min-ha explained that it would be completely unprofitable and very difficult for them to sign a contract with such a guy. The director asked why. Jong Suk-chung was not too pleased when he heard that this young man is the son of Lim Jung-woo who holds UTG and will be debuting very soon. Meanwhile, Song-woo called his comrade to the roof for a reason. He told him about his upcoming solo debut. Hanam did not expect such a turn of events. He realized that the boy's father had finally started to act on his plan. That is why Song-woo has not appeared in public at all lately. The blonde explained that the agency now controls literally all of his movements. Hanam asked the boy what to do with his video today. Song-woo allowed it to be published, and said he would deal with his father himself. Song-woo explained his rebellion by saying that he just wanted to be on stage with his friends, and not perform for a cold audience. Hanam looked at the blonde and felt very sorry for him. A very difficult path was waiting for Song-woo, which was chosen for him by his father. Hanam perfectly understood what problems awaited the boy. He praised him for today's decision and said he would always support him. Song-woo was overjoyed to hear these words. For the first time in his life, he felt what it is like to have friends who talk to you from the bottom of their hearts. Hanam even offered his new friend to record a track together sometime. Song-woo doesn't mind at all, but not now. Hanam suggested that the blonde finally stop by his friends to say hello. The young men began to slowly descend the stairs. The two boys were just shocked when they opened the door to the room. Loud screams could be heard from there, accompanied by the smell of alcohol. Something incomprehensible was happening at the table. Literally everyone was laughing at the song that was playing on the speaker. Those present did not forget to constantly replenish their bodies with alcohol. Song-woo greeted his acquaintances even though he felt uncomfortable. Hanam immediately realized that no one here was listening to the boy at all. Literally the next day, a video from a street performance appeared on the artist's channel. He worked very quickly. The video received a very warm response from a wide range of users. People noted that the young man's vocal skills had improved again, although there seemed to be nowhere to go. It wasn't just Hanam who received feedback from the audience. People also enjoyed the performance of the traditional band, which had colorful costumes. They mentioned an incredible girl named Kim Yi-dam. Now the audience remembered her not only as a performer on an incomprehensible instrument, but of course Yuri received the most reviews. Separate videos with reactions to the star even began to appear on YouTube. Hanun's fans couldn't believe that he actually invited a girl to his concert. They didn't believe that it was really Yuri, but when they saw the girl next to the young man, all doubts disappeared. They did not expect that Hanan would make new acquaintances so quickly. Of course, Songwoo was also not left without attention in the comments. He had not appeared in public for a long time, so people had a lot of questions for him. This video received the most views on the channel of the author of the artist, and reached the mark of 5.5 million in a month. Hanan didn't even expect things to come back like this. His channel continued to grow and imperceptibly became part of the entertainment industry on the internet. Changes also took place in Ting's club life. In-sol gathered all the club members and informed them that she was not going to get a job. Club members were simply shocked by such a statement. The girl introduced that she constantly went to interviews, but did not stop thinking about one thing. She could not accept the fact that she would have to leave her favorite business, and after 10 years do something incomprehensible. Hanan generally supported the girl, but knew that she would succeed in any field. He thought In-sol was really talented, but when the president of the club informed them that he wanted to go to the master's degree, the young men's eyes almost popped out of their sockets from shock. Her teammates did not understand the girl's decision at all, because she herself said that she would not go to the master's degree for anything. But now everything was different. In-sol looked at Hanun and said that she was only able to make the decision because of him. The young man was simply shocked. The president of the club explained that the young man never takes rash steps. She understood this thanks to his music and live broadcasts. Therefore, In-sol came to the difficult conclusion that she also wants to take her specialty seriously, and not work at a job for pennies. Teammates were very happy for their president, who made a difficult decision and wanted to move towards her goal, no matter what. In-sol made a very simple decision, which she talked about in a very relaxed manner. She seems to have shifted all responsibility from herself to someone else. Hanan felt this burden on himself, but he was very proud of In-sol. He never expected praise, but recognition from the president of the club was honey for him. He immediately ran up to the girl and began to ask if she would continue to appear in broadcasts. In-sol did not give a clear answer. In any case, the manager had a lot to work on. New content doesn't invent itself, so he offered one idea. The young man recalled that they were previously invited to the broadcast, but had to refuse because of exams. Hanan had already forgotten about it. The musician listened attentively as his manager told him that the director of the channel, not the screenwriter, had contacted him from the JCTV company. He opened the mail with commercial offers and told his friend that the company wanted to meet with them so much that it would not let go of them. This behavior of people from the broadcasting company seemed very suspicious to Hanun. In his past life, these people, on the contrary, behaved very arrogantly. But now times have changed and they were ready to run after newcomers. The young man thought about how much the atmosphere at the radio stations had changed. The young men came to the conclusion that they needed to meet with representatives of the JCTV company. They were immediately met by the director and screenwriter. The company representatives immediately showered them with sharp compliments. Hanan realized that the atmosphere had really changed a lot, and the workers were more like neighbors. Jong Suk-chung told the talented musician that he was interested in him personally, so this time he sent the proposal personally. He wanted Hanun to star in the show they were currently preparing. He asked the director what plan the show was going to be. A sinister smile appeared on the man's face. He replied that their TV show would be based on survival. Yoon Suk-chun talked a little about his new show. He planned to take rookies and veterans and combine them into a team. There were to be several teams and they had to argue with each other in real time on a broadcast familiar to many. Jong Suk-chun said that after all this, the broadcast will be processed for television. The man asked the guests what they thought of the idea. Hanun thought the idea was pretty good, even though he didn't understand what kind of new format it was. The show was literally mixed together. He has staked his claim on this score. He said he doesn't like that the show won't actually be broadcast live. Jong Suk-chun understood this very well anyway. He explained to the young man that there are certain restrictions on television that are created for everyone. Minha was happy to listen to her boss's idea. The man said everything will be fine if you focus on the teamwork of the stars and newcomers. Hanan agreed to such conditions and asked the channel's representatives if it was already known who would be his mentor. The screenwriter replied that it should be kept a secret. Hanam agreed to do so and looked at the tablet screen. He was just shocked and couldn't believe that this person would really be his mentor. Immediately after seeing the young man agreed to the contract. The director was very pleased and told the young man that this was the right decision, but Jong Suk-chun didn't expect the young man to continue talking. Hanam said that he only had one condition to sign the contract. He told the producer at JCTV that he wanted to be able to edit content directly related to his team. Hanum was well aware that he would never have been able to succeed without his team, whom he fully trusted, especially Hee-bum. Pointing to his friend, the up-and-coming musician said he wanted his editor to watch and control the process. The representatives of the organization were simply shocked when they heard that the young man expressed his conditions, without fulfilling which his participation in the project would be in question. Hanum knew very well from experience that there is always one big problem with shows like this. They are edited according to the needs of the channel to collect more views. Of course, he agreed that these were real footage, but sometimes they were so distorted that they could lead to a scandal. Hanam wanted to take over the editing to stop this mess. Yoon Suk-chun bit his lip. He did not like the offer very much. Oh Min-ha looked at her boss and hoped that he would not give away his exclusive right to edit content within the organization. The man slowly drew air to his chest, and then exhaled. He closed his eyes and said that he accepted the conditions from the young men. The screenwriter was simply shocked by the director's decision. She didn't expect him to go to such extremes to persuade some newcomer. Han-en himself was as shocked as the woman. Now he understood that television and radio companies have really changed and are ready to make concessions for the sake of their words. Oh Min-ha warned the director that his decision would have consequences. The man replied that it was still his show and he could make decisions. Yoon Suk-chun turned to the young man and said that he recognized that they were missing something new, so he wanted to try something like this. Han-en stood opposite and smiled slightly. He was satisfied that the negotiations were going absolutely to his advantage on every side. Yoon Suk-chun warned the young man that if there were any problems with the show, he himself would have to be responsible for the hurricane on television. The business meeting ended and the representatives of the JCTV company. They saw off their guests. The scriptwriter still found this plan very risky. She did not believe that the head of the company would agree to these conditions, and even if he did, the editorial team would definitely protest. Jong Suk-chun was perfectly aware of the consequences of his actions. He said that he needs to convince the manager first, and Han-en is really worth it all. Immediately after the business meeting, the young man returned to his studio and told his friends about everything that had happened, including the rights to edit television. Yoon-so was amazed at how the musician was able to negotiate. Ting is finally making her television debut. Yi-song, relying on legal knowledge, advised to keep it a secret. And Min, having learned the principle of the show, asked who would be the mentor. Hee-bum immediately decided to show the face of this outstanding musician. When Min looked at the tablet screen, she was literally speechless. She couldn't believe that their mentor would be the legendary Ham Jae-won. This man was a guitarist in the third generation. He specialized quite a bit in specific music, but everyone called him the god of the guitar. And Ming was amazed that she will be training with a legend who is known for not rehearsing at all, which is why she is called a genius. Han-en, hearing the last words of the girl, was very surprised. He wondered if it was definitely the same Ham Jae-won, whom he knew. The young man that Kim Han-suk knew was a real nerd. He was one of those people who did not know what rest was. Ham Jae he constantly asked his friend to play with him and encouraged him to practice, despite the ideality of the composition. Han-suk sometimes felt very uncomfortable. The stubbornness of the young man sometimes scared him very much, because he crossed the line with her. The students decided to go to a guitar school run by Ham Jae-won. They all spoke of the man as a polite and kind teacher. Han-en heard all these conversations and couldn't believe that they were referring to one person. His old friend had always been stubborn and persistent. He remembered Yoon-tae telling him the story of Ham Jae-won taking a long break after Han-suk's death. Han-en tried to understand what happened during these 30 years. Without reaching any conclusion, the young man realized that he needed to find out everything himself. They entered a rather cozy school where Ham Jae-won was supposed to be. Han-en tried to imagine a polite musician for at least a second. He did not have to do this for a long time. Students came straight to the teacher's office. They were shocked to see him for the first time. Ham Jae-won greeted his guests and immediately recognized Hanam. He noted that the young man looks even younger than in Matuba. Hanam was just shocked when the man spoke to him. He admitted that his old friend had really changed his speaking style a lot. This also applied to his face, which had rounded considerably. Jae-won asked the boy where he was always in such a hurry with his career. Hanun replied that he didn't have much time to become famous. Sometimes there was not enough time even for rehearsals. The young man took out several sheets of music from his backpack and put them on the table. He prepared several songs for the first broadcast. Hanun asked the man to choose one of them. Ham Jae-won began to look over the notes, with a great deal of surprise in his eyes. The man praised the young man for his persistence, and said that he scared him. It was a real déjà vu in Han Suk's memory. Ham Jae-won noted that this work will save them a lot of time. The famous musician said that they will be able to play together on the eve of the broadcast. Han-en was simply shocked at such a statement. He could not understand how it was possible to play two in just one day, or even an evening. Yoon-so was as shocked as his friend. In-sol explained that such behavior is characteristic of a talent that is on a completely different level. Ham Jae-won said goodbye to his guests and ended it. Han-en was still in complete shock at what was awaiting him. Now he clearly understood that his old friend had changed, but for the worse. He looked at him and tried to understand what happened to him. Suddenly, Han-en decided to express his own opinion and said that he will not go anywhere. He was going to stay and start the rehearsal. He informed the musician that he agreed to the broadcast only for his sake, but did not even expect that he would be satisfied with a small result. Ham Jae-won looked at the young man with a serious look and noted his enthusiasm, but asked him to consider other people's opinions as well. Han-eun listened in silence as the man explained that he knew much more about television than he did, so he shouldn't contradict him. Ham Jae he did not expect that such a little one would teach him how to live. He said that this situation should be better left within these walls. Han-eun had not expected such a sharp response from the man. He just stood there silently and looked at him with a smile on his face. Friends were simply shocked by how quickly the atmosphere escalated. They were very afraid that the musician would refuse to cooperate with them. But Ham Jae-won continued to speak and said that he was often away from this place, so the young man could take his keys and practice in the classroom. When the guests left the office, they immediately pounced on Han-eun. The members of the club could not understand why he spoke so harshly to the legend. Yoon-seo grabbed his head and asked the young man how he had the courage to rush at Ham Jae-na. Han-eun took the keys from the rehearsal room and twirled them in his hand. He replied that he wasn't even going to attack anyone yet. He recognized his friend as usual. He still could not understand why he was constantly looking for adventures on his own head, if there were already enough of them. Han-eun thought that his old friend had changed drastically, but when he brought him out to clean water, he saw that his eyes were still burning. He promised himself to bring back good old Ham Jae-won by pulling him out of the hole he buried himself in 30 years ago. He wanted to remind his friend of the times when they were still together. Ham Jae, the plan was for one to feel what Han Suk once felt, the feeling when a junior colleague steps on the heels. Ham Jae-won remained in Han Suk's memories as a persistent musician. Meanwhile, JCTV's entertainment show department has been working tirelessly. Everyone has already learned about Han-eun, who received carte blanche. John Suk-chun went into his boss's office and asked why he was looking for him. The boss told his charge to sit down. Park Chan-sung was the head of entertainment shows at the company. He asked Chan if he didn't know why he called him. The director of the channel understood everything perfectly. The boss constantly praised him, because the man had outstanding skills that not everyone has. Even now, the boss praised his charge because he believed that he would lead their company into the future of entertainment shows. But he also had a lot of questions for him. It was about the last act, which turned out to be unacceptable for the company. Park Young-sung loudly started yelling at his protege for giving editing rights to the participants. The writers could hear this scream in another room. Yoon Suk-chun tried to be as discreet as possible. He said that he did not grant any rights, but only made a suggestion. Chan-sung became even more angry with the man and said that he should have refused right away because he knows the company's rules very well. The chief calmed down a little and calmed down his emotions. He once again asked his ward where he got the idea from. Young Suk Chun decided to fight his boss and said that he used to do exactly the same thing. Everything was always done for the sake of the audience. But Chan Sung did not interrupt his charge, who was talking about a talented musician who is set to change the entertainment industry with his broadcasts. Young Suk Chun remembered that his current boss had also taken advantage of his position in the past. Chan Song did not expect such arrogance. In the end, the man had no choice but to agree with his old friend. He raised his hand to his head and said that he agreed with him. The boss asked what the director would do if his plan failed. Young Suk Chun promised to resign from all projects in such a case. Chan Sung couldn't believe that his friend was acting like this. He asked how talented this newcomer is, that he is ready for him now for such a thing. Hanam had not yet known of the existence of anyone higher than the director. The next day, he came to the school where teacher Hem Jae taught Art 1. Opening the door to the rehearsal room, the young man saw absolutely no one. Now he realized that he had come too soon. Despite this, Hanam did not go home, but sat down to rehearse alone. He brought a guitar with him and started playing little by little. Hanam sang a song that the world had never heard before. He recently wrote it. The words were about insignificant parts of the human body in the big world. The author wrote this song about a cat because he just saw the animal at university. It was this white cat that inspired him to write the song. His natural look of a predator surprised the young man at that time. He literally couldn't take his eyes off the cat that was just standing next to him. A very small but very fast cat. His eyes were like glass beads that are about to cry, but can also catch prey. It was these mixed feelings that the author wanted to convey in his song. Hanam came up with a melody based on fast beats at 200 per minute. He had to work very skillfully with both hands. With his left hand, he barely had time to go over the chords while his right hand beat the strings. It turned out to be a much more difficult circle than Hanam expected. In his past body, such practice seemed much easier, but he promised himself to be sure to get his hands full, since such a fast shooter was Ham J1's main weapon. The young man remembered the words when the teacher allowed him to rehearse. He decided that these words meant that no one would help him, but Hanam was not upset about this. On the contrary, he constantly smiled, because he understood that he would learn in any case, and even if he was alone. A sufficient amount of time has already passed since the young man's rehearsal began. No one ever came, so he sat in the room alone and wrote music. He was comfortable even on the floor, if only the guitar was in his hands. He was already planning new songs, which were slowly but surely written on paper. Of course, nothing came out perfect the first time, so Hanam threw away many pieces of paper in which he wrote not so good music. With the passage of time, these pieces of paper only became more. Their number was constantly replenished on the floor, forming a pile. When Hanam had already finished writing, it was difficult to count these pieces of paper. The author-performer rejected a lot of his ideas this morning. Suddenly, one of the teachers of this school heard someone playing in the rehearsal room. He opened the door to check who was there. The man knew that only one person had access to this office, but she did not rehearse at all. He was very surprised when he saw not a colleague here. The teacher was followed by two of his students who had just come to class. They were ready to begin their rehearsals in the classroom, but they stopped with their teacher. The young men could not understand what was happening to whom, and why the teacher was standing still. When they came closer, everything became clear. An incredible melody with a clear voice reached their ears. They had never heard it before. Meanwhile, Ham Jae he went to lunch. He was not interested in any rehearsals, so he could afford to rest. The teacher ate well and admitted that today's food was tastier than usual. He took the leftover food toothpicks from his teeth. The man could not forget the insolent young man who dared to express his displeasure. Hanam was different from all his students. Ham Jae he wanted to forget this boy, but he couldn't. Lately, he had come to his mind very often with his insolent words. The musician was constantly in his thoughts. He had long since stopped believing in his past beliefs that had shattered his dreams. As he trudged up the stairs, the man thought of the day when Hanam would realize that hard work does not always lead to the desired result. Having climbed to the second floor, the legendary musician was very surprised. He saw in front of him his colleague who was standing near the office. He asked the teacher what he was doing here at all, because he had no classes at the moment. It seemed very strange that he came to work at all. Meanwhile, Hanam continued to play the guitar in the rehearsal room. He honed his skills on a new song called Cat. The young man did not notice absolutely anyone around him. If there were more people in this building, a promising musician would already have a concert here. He couldn't believe his eyes. He listened to this music and enjoyed it. He needed absolutely nothing but her. A colleague turned to the man and asked him if he understood now why he was frozen in one place and could not enjoy the music. Vaughn asked his visage how long it had been going on. The teacher replied that judging by what he saw, the young man trains for 4 hours. He could not understand why he needed all this. His look suddenly changed, and it seemed that Hanun would not be happy. The teacher decided to use the whip method with this student. He called Hanan into his office to talk for a while. The young man naturally followed the man. Vaughn immediately began to say that the boy looked like he completely misunderstood his words. He repeated once again that they are not going to give lessons here, as he is used to playing only once before performing on stage. Hanan replied that he understood everything perfectly and remembered that the man had let him enter the rehearsal hall and feel at home there. Vaughn asked the young man why he mocked him, because he understood everything perfectly, but for some reason he decided to come here anyway. Hanan smiled pleasantly and replied that he respected the teacher very much. He said he came here today for a slightly different reason. Clenching his fists, Hanan informed his old friend that he had finally decided which song they should choose for the TV show. Vaughn was just shocked when he heard the name of the first song on TV. Hanan said that she should become Liberami. It was a song that he wrote 10 years ago. She stood out from the crowd with her finger-breakingly fast playing, but the song did not win favor from the audience. She was greeted rather coldly. Listeners never fully understood the musician's style. Every day, One's music became more and more perfect. But the world was cruel and did not recognize his music, calling it unfashionable. Vaughn bit his lip when he heard the name of his old song. He said he didn't understand why it had to be this particular song. Hanun replied that he thought it was very natural for a student to choose his mentor's song. The young man really thought the man was a genius. Vaughn watched the young man and thought he was just mocking him. He still didn't like the idea of choosing his song. The man's view suddenly changed when the young man assumed that the teacher was not sure of himself. That is why he did not want to choose his song. Hanan said these words not by accident, and was now watching his old friend's reaction. He wanted to make him emotional again. The young man managed to do it again. He noticed his old friend's eyes starting to light up again at the sharp words. Hanan said goodbye to the teacher and said he was going to practice. He planned to come to the teacher every day to gradually change him. He looked at his old acquaintance and mentally advised him to hurry, because very soon he would be overtaken by a talented young man.